All right, give us about 5 minutes. We're going to be up on it right now. Everyone's getting situated, getting some Modelo's. We're going to start doing this thing. Justin Hill. Go to hell. You jerk. Come on, I need my engineers here. It's already live, so everyone can hear it.
All the way live.
Yeah. Shane sit here because I know Whack doesn't want to talk, so you know what to do. You did it last time. Did it look like this last time? Yeah. I'll make you pen and paper. Tell me I'm going to get a pen and paper. Yeah. Check, 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 check. Chickadee, check, 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 check. Let's see if you guys can hear me. We're going to be going on right now. There's not much to say. We have Mike and Butch here. It should be fun. And we're going to answer everyone's questions. That's about it. Hold on 1 second, guys.
What's up, everyone?
Put your headphones on, see if you can hear yourself.
I can go out to my truck and get my stuff. I've been
We're live already, too, just so you know.
working on heads myself for the calicos and for the bass. What do you think of this one?
Let me see. Well, where the fuck did you get that, Butch?
Made it. I found it in the driveway.
Oh, did you?
Yeah.
That's one of mine. Hey, it held up.
I know it is. That's why I said
Look what
that.
Butch found.
That's why I said. Where am I sitting?
Right here.
This one?
Either one works. Yeah, either one works. Are we getting comments already, Shane?
Oh, yeah. What's up, everybody in Palmdale?
Yeah.
How many jerks are on there talking already?
Oh,
Anyone
saying
good
what's
on there?
up.
Anyone good we need to hear from?
Justin Hill said what's up.
Justin Hill. He was just here.
South,
Jerk.
South Jersey Fisherman.
South Jersey Fisherman. He was on last time as well,
Yeah.
right? Yeah.
Drew, man.
You can sit down, Whack.
Oh yeah, everybody's gonna come in.
Okay. Hey, can you do me a favor? Tell Roxanne to give me a charger. Yeah, a phone charger. Yeah.
California Fishing said he's going to spill beers on Butch again.
I have one ready to spill on him. This podcast is sponsored by Modelo. Yeah, right.
Yep, true. Black Dog Bait said, let's go, Nickhead.
Oh, God. Jeremy's on the fucking...
Where am I gonna be sitting?
Either one of you. Yeah, take a seat. Black Dog Baits is on. Wow.
Say it was. I was gonna try and catch you before, and then I was gonna say surprise him with it.
Check, 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 check. What the fuck is this guy louder? There we go. Test, test, test. Ooh, look at that. Look at that. Everyone can see it on camera. Ooh,
Sweet.
put it that way. Which?
Huh?
Put it right here. There, yeah, some people. There you go.
Can you see it on the counter?
We could look it right there, so they could see whatever you hold up. So if you hold it up right here like this.
Probably. People can see that right now.
Yeah. Is anyone saying anything, Shane? Do they like it?
Yeah, cool bait. Galva 777.
And we
Smacking Bass says
Put all
it's
this
not that
stuff
cool
on?
yet.
Not that cool yet.
It will be.
Tell me if you guys need headphones up or down, Butch. I can turn them up or down. Just let me know.
Most swim bait, 8 slingers on
Down
the water.
go down just a little bit, Shane.
The better? More or less.
That's good.
Okay.
I mean,
Perfect.
as long as I can hear it.
Can you hear yourself, Shane?
Yeah.
Higher or lower?
It's fine.
Okay. Mike, you remember how to do this? This is new and improved, so you gotta
I know. Look at it.
tell me if the headphones are too loud.
Yeah, pretty fancy.
Let me turn mics down. It's probably fucking loud.
Gary,
You can get a haircut at the same time.
Too loud, mic, up or down?
Oh, wait, volume-wise in my ears,
Yeah.
it's fine.
Make sure to head. Yeah, there you go. You know how to stick it. I'm not gonna be inappropriate with Mike because he won't like if I say inappropriate things. See? You see that look?
They said you got to break out the Crown Royal for the goats.
I wish we had some crown. We already did a Hornitos
I got to drive.
margarita for him. So
Contrary to popular opinion, I don't drink.
there you go.
These are nice.
They're coming
'Cause
along.
I like the flat on there because it matches the bait.
My big thing was the bottom of the bait, so I kind of redid it. So anytime you get a swim bait, especially like the saltwater, the calico stuff, none of them fit the bottom.
Mhm.
Everyone's bottom of their bait rounds off.
Yes.
So that's the bobby head I'm working as a prototype still. So that you bend that down, you bend it in, and you won't get pantsed. You know, so you bend that in half, you bend it down.
Yep.
But this is the thing with the head is I wanted to round the bigger ones. This is how it's going to look. So they'll fit like any bait that's rounded on the bottom, like pretty.
They're all rounded on the bottom.
That's the thing is I don't see why you wouldn't
They're
make
all
a head
pretty
that's
they're all flat
kinda
on the
rounded.
top.
Yep, that was my idea.
Match the hatch, man.
There you go. Let me fix mine.
We don't use this.
Nope, you guys don't use any of
Well, we
that. crap.
could. Well, I'd use that on you. That
Right.
one of the baits you got. Maybe not. Man,
Like-
maybe.
Look at he's ready to shit on me right now. Gilbert's like,
smaller hook.
yeah.
Like, and then just tuck it in on
that's the next thing is
4-inch,
having
5-inch bait.
that's going to be a
It's free
finesse
swimmer.
head.
It's not a weedless.
So welcome to Cast and Crank. We're going to start. Can you check your mic?
Check. Well, it's too forward, so I'm not leaning back. Do I need to have it closer? Do I have? If I'm talking, is it fine?
I think you're
It's
good.
a little low.
Is it a little low?
Yeah.
Mic? All right, let's go up a little. Mic better?
Once I start getting more fired
Get a little
up, you might have
closer.
to cut it back closer.
Yeah, get closer.
Um,
You got to, when you get fired up, talk a little louder. Say, hey,
Hey,
ho,
oh,
let's go.
let's go. Or is it more like, let's go? The commercial. All right.
Welcome to Cast and Crank. Today, I have two huge supporters of the podcast. They've been supporters since day one, Mike, Gilbert, and Butch Brown.
Hello.
How you doing?
So today we're going to kind of catch up with them. They've been doing a lot of cool stuff, both of them. And we're going to do a Q&A on Instagram as well as YouTube. So I guess we'll talk to Mike. Let's talk about the Tyrant a little bit because we kind of saw it at the toy drive last year. And let's see what you're up to with it now.
Just still working through ways to fish it, test it, just putting it out there in certain guys' hands, seeing how they have success with it, and giving me feedback where it fails, where it falls short. It's just all part of the process. And then also just working out different paint schemes and ways to do things slightly different than other guys have done it with like paint because black dots, all just going down the list, just experimenting a lot, making molds for it, scrapping a mold, like, oh, that one doesn't work. Just investing a ton of time on the back end that nobody sees.
It's crazy because now that I'm doing shit like this, it's like how much you spend in molds. My wife's like, you just bought silicone. You spent fucking $500 on it. Well, I got to try something different, and it's so much trial and error to get the bait the way it needs to be that people don't see. We talked about Hom a little bit, like, there's a lot of trial and error, research, R&D that goes into these baits. So when you see them priced a certain price, it's like, that might have cost me $10,000 to make. You just don't know,
Well, all the time that's invested in just coming up with the idea, Butch as an angler does the same thing and invests that time creating his own things. It's the same process for me where you can't add up the dollars, but if it gives you a tactical advantage on the water, it's totally worth it. And then you just start fine tuning things from there and being like, all right, yeah. But countless hours go into the stuff that, sure, it's easy for somebody to go online and take a pop shot from like way out there in the bleachers and say like, oh, that's way overpriced. They're not there.
Yeah.
They don't see the time put in. And I'm not trying to convince those people, you know? So I don't know, but yeah, it's just heavily involved in the R&D stuff. Like when it talking about cost associated with materials just in the Tyrant right now through molding, I mean, you're easily like just in test molds, you're probably at just in the material cost, probably at over $5,000. Did it just like, yep, that one sucked, boom, gone, you know, like, but that's just the cost of doing business and trying to create stuff, right? Like,
No, I get it,
You know,
because
like-
even like I tell my wife, she goes, "Why are you making heads?" I'm like, "Because I got to give them to fucking people to try out." What I mean, I can't just go, "Here you go." I
Yeah.
want people to try them and go, "Hey, maybe if you could change this a little bit. Hey, maybe a different hook, or maybe the paint scheme, whatever it might be." I want them to beat the fuck out of it and tell me, "Does this clear work? Does it work really good?" Same thing with the bait. You got to give these guys baits to try them. And so my friend Phil lost one piece of shit.
well, here's something too. I try and play within the parameters of like, I want to create a bait that fills a void for myself. I'm not trying to create a HUD. I'm not trying to create a hog hunter. I'm not trying to create a bait smith. A Nate's. Go down the list. If you're gonna do something, it needs to do something different than what those baits already do. Everything's a tool. I'm not trying to replace any of those. Those baits are well established. People have had a lot of success with them. Why do I want to just go, hey, me too? From the outside, somebody can look at it that way, but then when they actually fish it, they can go, oh, okay, this is something different. It's not necessarily a cure for everybody. It might not be for everybody, but it is important for me to go, once it's on the water, I'm not stepping on your toe, your toes. You're like, it's important.
That's a
those
hard-
baits already really successful.
I think that's a hard thing. So when people go, it's already been created. There's
Yeah.
always something new. I mean, right, Butch? You agree with that? There's always something new you can figure it
That
out.
particular style could
Yeah.
be there, but you can do so many things that other makers don't do. You can have your weight in the middle to give it more of a level, you know, kind of a glide down. You can have it in the head. There's a lot of things, you know. I played with all of that, line through, you know, everything. But when you fish, you find what your needs are. You observe the bait, the bluegill, the trout, the crappie, the colors throughout the years that they change, and if they're young, what color are they? And like baby bass and 10-inch bass and 2-pound bass, and why are some yellow? Why are some not yellow on the belly? And you start making baits like that and see, you know, something special about it.
Yeah, I
And you
mean,
got to go through a lot.
there's a lot of trial and error, I guarantee, but it's cool to hear from two guys that have been around so long, and I mean, creative. Both of you guys are very creative, and you got to make something new, you know what I'm saying? Because I feel like hearing from, even if you're a new bait maker, you hear from two guys that like say, yeah, there's room for growth. You gotta just think about it, you know what I'm saying?
And it's changed a lot, because when I started, it was melting drops of rubber on a bait, and taking a decorating knife that was hot and molding it and making fins and stuff to now they have the CNC and all that special stuff that balances it and makes it pretty nice. Scale patterns, everything.
Okay. Sorry, we're getting technical difficulties.
They can't hear any of the mics.
None of the mics?
None.
Very low.
Very low. Okay. Let's try this now.
They're just watching a screen of just voices.
Well, I'm like, I have it on there. I guess it's see if it's any different now. Can they hear it now? Nothing. No one can hear it.
They can hear it now.
They can hear it now.
Yeah, they're good.
Go ahead and check the mic.
They
Yeah, this says better.
Okay.
can they hear this?
You-
How come I didn't get a beer?
You haven't got one yet?
No,
Drew said you need a Newcastle.
no, that I can't drive home. This is light beer. This will do me.
Okay.
So
So
is-
it's looking better now, guys.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
Drew. Okay. I turned it up a little.
Will you turn down my headphone volume?
You bet, sir.
Yeah.
Better.
It's raging now.
Mine is. Yeah, mine too. I'm like, fuck. Dude.
Everybody.
You can't hear anything
No, it's too loud.
on yours.
Yeah.
Stop fucking complaining, dude. Is it better now? Everyone's better. You guys better? Yeah. That's loud as shit. It's hot on there. I can see it's hot. I just can't see why they can't hear it. Because I go, blup. It's already fucking clipping.
Well, they're saying it sounds like Mike. They're hearing through the other mic. screwed.
Is this one not even plugged in?
Yeah, it's fucking plugged in. It's just just go. Fucking, I swear nothing could ever
You
go
want
fucking
here?
right, dude.
Man, when we used to
Good
sit
now,
on
okay,
the
we're
patio,
good. Okay, we're
it
good
was
now.
so
We're good.
easy.
Right, that was way easier on the patio.
Or the other place you had,
Oh,
the
fuck
Whittier place.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was
with
pretty
the with the casting couch. I didn't like
Yeah.
that one as much. But let's talk about what else we got going on. Anything else new? We got the toy drive coming, which I appreciate both of you guys
Can't wait for
coming
that.
out. I think we're gonna make it a lot bigger this year.
It was awesome last year.
Yeah, I want to try to
turnout.
beat. So the last year we did, I think it was 7,500 in cash, and then almost 800 and something toys. I want to try to do 1,000 toys and 10,000 cash, and then
Sick.
donate. So we're gonna do to the families this year. So my wife looked into it, and they have these kids that like write into Santa, like the whole family does,
Yeah.
and then you fulfill everything they
Bingo.
want. So I'm like, that'd be really cool to
You're
see
gonna have
these
to bring
kids.
10 bikes this year.
I almost had 10 last
Yeah.
year.
Santa Butch
I'll
over
have
here. dude.
plenty. They'll have their share.
Yeah.
Unless I could think of something else.
So here's a question from me, for both of you, because I feel like this has been very bad this year's fishing. How has fishing been for you guys? Start with Mike.
Oh, all right. I actually had a relatively good. It was slow. The size of the fish weren't necessarily there, but I was catching fish, like fishing the tyrant, fishing it in a new way that I think the fish reacted to. There was a brief window where it was like pop, 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 pop. It went off. Has a lot to do with all the conditions that were taking place, and then it just boom, shut off again. And now it's back to, I see a fish here and there. They might commit to it, but it's like, it's work. It's like working for it. All the spots last year that I caught fish at, I didn't catch them there this year.
Exactly.
It all completely shifted.
Same with Butch.
Yeah, I think I've only got 1 over 10, a couple of 8s. Damn. And
Same boat.
I look at it as like, fish don't go by the calendar. We go by a calendar. They don't go by calendar. They go by season, they go by weather, they go by conditions, But if you look at the big picture, and I don't know about his lakes, but all of our lakes, like here, Ventura, Casitas, I go there, we're all hovering at about 58 degrees most of the winter. They never changed down to 48 degrees. They never got it. I don't think that the fish actually went into a winter mode. I think they got stuck in that fall mode and they stayed suspended and foraged on a lot of the bait that's out there that's not going deep because the water's just not cold enough. And then when spring comes around and then the temperature starts to rise, well, it's not that drastic change where you pull up one day and it's 51 degree water and then you show up a week later after a week of good hot weather and it's 59 or close to 60. It never happened that way. So I think that got a little screwed up, and and I've seen good years and I've seen bad years. So
This is one of those years I feel like even with the weather wise, it's like it's been just kind of stagnant. The weather's been the same.
I think next year, when you have what years like this, the next year can be like a banner year, like one that you will remember your rest of your life. I've been in those situations.
He's hoping. He's hoping.
Well, I've been there where I thought they killed every fish in the lake, and I was ready to move to another lake. And the next year was 107, over 10 pounds. You know what I mean? So
Did you switch something up in those years though? Did you start throwing a new bait?
no, what they did is they had treated the lake with different kind of chemicals, and even I keep track of the drop shotters and the kayakers, and they're or the float tubers. They all drop shot and they all fish Icas and Icas and this. When they're not catching those little fish, I know there's problems.
Those pieces of shit, those drop shoppers are
Well,
fucking assholes.
if they're not catching them, then there's an issue. When they're catching them, then I know that things are out there. And I don't have a problem fishing next to them or around them because they're not fishing for the animal that I'm looking for.
Yeah.
So it doesn't bother me to come in behind them or anything like that because they're you could just see their line in the distance going like this.
They're fairy wands.
And
going.
they're happy, So it's let them have it, and that's good for me. I love
You've
that.
never picked up a drop shot ever?
I have never bought. I've never bought anything for drop shot. I've never rigged it
He's all
for
put it
drop
on
shot.
record.
I've never tried a Cinco. I've never bought a Cinco. I've never done any of that. Just Texas style.
Have you made a
10-inch
Cinco
plastic worms.
yourself though?
No.
Okay.
You made me feel real dirty right now, Butch, like
No.
a dirty, dirty slut.
No, I don't do that. I when swim baiting came and it broke loose in the industry, and I saw the fish and how things, the sizes, and that's what I wanted to do. Like I said before, you can go out and catch a limit of 5-pounders and have 25 pounds, and we could all say, yeah, Shane, yeah, hats off to you, man. But the next day, we're eating McDonald's and we're not even going to talk about it. But if he sticks a 12.5-pounder, or the day that he came to the lake and got his big one, well, you're going to remember everything that happened that day, and you're never going to forget about it. And that to me is what it's all about.
And I feel like both you guys, real quick, have the same outlook on the whole swim bait thing, where it's like you went straight to the swim bait. Because I've interviewed in the beginning, I said, "Does conventional hop?" You're like, "I really didn't fuck with it."
Yeah,
Went
it
straight
was
to the
like,
swim bait.
thump, just wait, what is going on here? Wait, hold, boom, right, jump to it. But did you notice something? I noticed something this year that was it caught me off guard. I never saw fish. It's like I never saw the spawn.
I didn't either.
Wait, where is it?
No, you're
and
right.
then once the water kind of cleaned up, like and I was able to really graph around, I was seeing beds so far out, offshore, just in the mud. Like, why are they out here? Yeah.
Late.
It's like
Yeah,
they
I noticed
stayed
that too.
hidden. I don't. Yeah, it was.
So the
very
weather
strange.
just really screwed you guys. Everything it screwed the fish
yeah.
up. Everything.
I just don't think that fishermen should go by a calendar year. You have to go by the condition per month, because it could be 15 months until that condition that happened on a calendar year meets what you're looking for. So
That's for us here in Southern California. I don't know how it is in the rest of the country, like what they dealt with, but in Southern California, those are just things I noticed. And if you're out there all the time and you're paying attention and you're going, wait, dude, it should be like turning around, and then you're not seeing those same signs, you got to adjust quick and start snooping around like, I got to go somewhere else. This isn't producing.
Yeah. So how was, talking about Southern California and other states, you went to Florida, you fished with Keith. How was that different compared to fishing here? What was some different things that you noticed that you are things you could apply from here to there as well?
It's very similar. Talented anglers, like, to be successful, you got to be talented. It's like the fish aren't just jumping in the boat.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of that on those bodies of water, like Keith's specific water, is heavy vegetation. Cover a lot of water till you find them, and years of being on the water can lead you to that. Whatever, just reading the water to get to those spots, and then once you find them, if you can get that bait in front of them, you can have success. But it's time on the water leads you to all that, to being a better angler, and just whatever your intuition, your gut, whatever it might be, knowing how to actually fish a bait, all that stuff. But those fish over there are monster-sized fish. The frames of those fish are big. You're looking at a fish that's 25, 26 inch fish, and you're thinking, oh, that's 10 pounds all day.
Yeah.
No, that might be 7 or 8. They're just built different.
Yeah.
But those are swamp fish. I was blown away where they're mean, they're nasty. There's leeches all over them. They're just like, give it to me, and they hammer it, and it's cool. It's cool, but it's heavy vegetation.
Is line different out there? You throw a different line on the bait, or same thing?
I
Same
still
thing?
just, if I break off, I break off.
Must be nice tone where you can let you be able to do that.
No, dude, it's part of success, and even guys.
Hey, I love. You just said something really good.
What?
It's part of success. So you can't be scared. I did learn this one thing. You can't be scared to lose a fucking bait at all. If you're scared to lose it, you're probably not going to catch.
Yep.
And everyone in here has done the same thing. Shane, same thing with the 250s. Like, you can't be scared to lose that fucking thing. You can't be scared to lose a bait, because that's when you're not going to catch. If you're not getting stuck, you're not going to catch fish.
Yeah. I used to go through 6 to 9 HUDs in a day, especially at Casitas. Yeah. What are you going to do?
It's a cost of doing business. That's what
Yeah.
he's there to do.
Yeah.
But I think one thing that guys that are successful in other parts of the country that are becoming more successful, it used to be considered what he preaches as like, that's a West Coast thing. Now guys that are in other parts of the country that are starting to pick up on a lot of that knowledge are finding success in going, if I size down my hooks a little bit, if I start using a lighter line or fluoro, wow, I'm having success. These other guys are still catching fish, but the guys that are making those adjustments are just catching that next classification of fish.
They're just upgrading.
Absolutely.
Well, you even got to think where you're at, what state you're in. If you're real, the state record's 10 pounds. You could probably go a little lighter on the line. You know what I'm saying, right? Or would you all depending? Do you guys fish the same line for a glide? 20,
I do.
20, Mike.
20, and I've been breaking my brain lately of like starting to go smaller and then just going,
What's the lightest you've gone?
and been successful with
Yes.
17.
Fuck, get the fuck out.
But-
See, in my head, I'm
but then-
thinking of I just bought this bait. If I fucking lose it,
But see, those
But
could be anomalies.
I've
Yeah.
done 12-pound line with a 05 HUD and a 0. You know, in clear water, you have to do that.
True.
But I've had incredible heartbreaks with 15-pound, and thank God for Rob Flata because he gets all that leftover Abrazex and all those fluorocarbons. And go ahead and fish your tournaments because I'm not going to use that line again. It goes into the file of the loss.
Yeah.
You know, this fish is on film, but it's gone.
I guess when it gets into line size is like what he just pointed to. If you start going to a smaller size bait, you can really shrink it down. But if I'm in the realm of like a 10-inch bait, just setting a hook, you can feel it, and you swing and a miss. You can just feel that stretch of like everything, like just it has a little bit more give. That's the stuff that I get concerned about, especially like in a beast hook bait.
Yeah.
They're like,
right.
"Oof."
True. Yeah.
If you're, have a treble hook, you're kind of like, oh, okay, yeah, I got a far better shot of sticking them.
You ever, and talking about beast hook baits, do you ever see the need for anything heavier than 1 ounce in your hooks?
I mean, if it was made, yeah, all day long. But I'm also content with just being strategic on how I place the tungsten nails to get the bait to perform exactly how I want.
Yeah.
Whether it's like some back towards the anal area, like the anal fin area, some up on the pecs, like, and then you can really kind of stabilize it, get down quick and stabilize it, like how you want it to.
You
run.
got a video on that online?
I've probably
Well, maybe
talked
you
about.
should
I've
now,
probably
Mike.
talked, but I'm not spending the time. Like, I mean, in Southern California, it's hard. How do you do that stuff if you're not allowed to swim in the lakes? Like, how do you make
True.
a video of like, hey, I'm gonna do this? I can tell you all day long, but like, I'm not. There's no diver going out
Yeah,
there and
seeing,
swimming
yeah.
down and then actually showing you the visuals of it. So you kind of just have to understand what I'm saying, like visualize it
True.
on your own.
Or have like a fucking pool with structure, some.
Once you understand
bait.
how a bait works, like if you're like, hey, I want it nose down in the rocks, grinding hard, just pack a little bit more lead further up on the bait, and you're gonna really be driving in. If you want it to kind of skip more, swing that weight towards the back of the bait, so it's gonna be less likely to grind. It's gonna skip over things a little bit more.
No, I learned. I mean, I learned how to fish like a HUD, calico fishing. It was just like dragging, and I was with my buddy Joe Gata and Seth Nicemar tournament, and I remember just drag it. All right, we're dragging it, and I fucking got hit. And I'm like, I understand it now, and then I get it now in freshwater, which is cool because I feel like if you could calico fish, stuff like that, you could get an edge and kind of feel, this is how it feels. Because I always feel like if I can show you how it feels to catch this fish, you're gonna get that learning curve quicker. So it's cool to go to those lakes that are stocked maybe or something that's private because you can get that bite a little quicker. And I feel like I did that with the HUD. But I understand what you're saying is like that dragging, just getting that right bite, and then it all clicks together, and understanding the way the structure works, stuff like that, you know.
Something else I always kind of take into consideration, and like, I'll ask Butch about it. Is like, I've never seen Butch back in the day. I never saw him crawling a HUD. When I saw Butch fishing a HUD, it seemed like he's fishing a HUD. When you go to your lake and you watch other guys and they're all fishing soft baits, big soft baits, 10-inch HUDs or whatever it might be, and they're all crawling them or bouncing them across the rock. If it's a wedge tail, I'm like, okay, I'm going boot tail and I'm going to try and swim it. If they start making those adjustments, then it's like, well, I'm not going to fish mine that way. I need to fish it a different way. So when you're fishing your soft baits and stuff, are you adapting to what you're seeing, or are you just adapting to what you recognize you get you the best performance? Because I've never seen you crawling a HUD.
That's because you never get to see me working my bait because the camera's in the back. But Shane will tell you, I sat at Casitas and caught 5 over 10 right in the front, and I would just throw my 05 out there in like 30 feet of water, and I would set my rod down, pour my Stanley thermos with coffee, light up my backwoods cigar, and then watch my line sink, and then wait for the line to actually come down, and then you just sit there and you just go like this, and they just would eat the shit out of it. And I've done that a lot, but it's got to do with the temperature of the water most of the time. It's got to be like really cold, 48, 51 degrees right in there, and I'll do it. And then, but I found that, like, I tried to force feed them a lot in the summertime with like what would you call the hud tail, a boot tail?
Wedge tail.
And in the summer, and I logged 3 months without getting a bite until I finally got bit again, and then like we're talking 200-300 hours between bites for a couple of years. Kenny came up to lip the 100th one with Bassmaster when I got the 128 over 10 pounds that year, and I hooked it the first cast, but then never after that. He stayed 3 days, and we only fished 2 hours in the morning because that was the bite.
Yeah.
And it never happened again. The best fish was 7 pounds, but then I sat there and I went someplace, and I figured, you know what, I'm going to throw the old school paddle tail in there.
Yeah.
And threw that in there, and then they ate that right away. So now when I go through my season, when I get into the warmer months, then I stick with that tail. And then when I get into the colder months, then I might switch over to the
Wedge?
hud type tail.
So
wedge
you
tail.
like using the paddle in the summer months?
Yeah,
a little more.
I think with a bluegill bait or a shad bait, that is a better tail to have anyways, because if you look at them when they come out to you, they're moving sort of quickly, and you sort of want to gauge your bait to be anatomically correct on the swim for the size fish it is. If you can have a bait that comes to you that's supposed to mimic a bait fish, but if the tail is looks like it's a whale swimming out there, or if it's just like a bigger bait but the tail's just going nuts, it to me it doesn't look right.
It's unnatural.
It's not natural at all. And I think that's where a lot of the bait making comes in, is getting that dialed in on size of the tail, how it's when it's down there, all that kind of stuff, by the length of it, like the way he's done his baits. Because if you look at shad, they move pretty good, man. So I think trout were like, they're swimming like this, and then they go and then they do their thing. So that's where the hud tail really worked out good, was to imitate that kind of stuff.
Which makes sense, the times of the month. You would want to use that compared to a paddle tail.
Yeah.
Do you think people maybe don't use the paddle tail enough? Sometimes when you could use that instead in those months.
They're everywhere now. What are you talking about?
I think it's just being on the water, and you put your time in, and you just know what move you need to make to get those bites, versus what you're going to do, But like I said, also looking at the bait itself, I'm fishing a bait that's a bluegill kind of a bait. And when I see them come out to the boat, you could see them come to you, and they look at you, and they're all curious, thinking you're going to drop a mealworm in front of them. But, that little tail's just sort of moving along. And I see another problem, like with my baits. I used to make my baits with all the fins and all the dorsal fin hanging up and all that kind of shit. And and it's a pain in the ass to pour, for one thing.
I bet, dude.
But
fuck.
If you
He ditched him out of necessity. He's like, I gotta get rid of
If you
this.
just watch a fish swim, any fish swim, a bluegill or a bass, the fins are not up. They're all tucked
What are you
in.
talking about? They're all super erect and sticking straight out to the side.
Yeah.
Like penises.
Well, they are on every bait I see carved. So then what I took my bait, and that I like to throw, and even my carp bait, and I cut the back fins off, and then I had the big floppy fins, which sometimes I like that, but they're a bitch to make. But it does work, but I don't think that you need all of that on there. You need that silhouette, you need the pour, everything comes together how you present it, but as far as having all the only time I ever see a bluegill light up and get all spiky and excited is when that mealworm drops down and my daughter is sitting there, and then they come over and they eat it. That's the only time. Same with the bass, when you're sitting there and you're watching the kids and stuff like that. Trout, no, they don't. They're
That makes
just a
sense.
They're
I mean,
just a noodle.
You don't really put. I mean, you have some detail, but you don't.
Just basic. The
Yeah.
pectoral fins.
That's
They're
right?
visible.
You agree with the same thing, Mike?
100%. But there's also like, I want fins to be there as a profile thing, but I don't want them to be like sticking straight off the bait. I guess that's how it is. I want it visible so it gives it some kind of extra profile, as in it, like if the fish is moving and it's laying down, you still will see it. I exaggerate it just a little bit because a lot of times they're tucked right up to
Do you
the
think you
body.
exaggerate for fishermen more than you do for the fish?
Probably just a smidge,
Yeah,
but
I
I
get
try and keep it within.
Yeah.
Fins
Realms.
sell.
Right. Look at
Just punch up the internet.
right there.
But,
The
I mean-
fins. The fins.
But-
They're all over the place.
But they do play. They do play aspects in like the design of things, though. Too, they will cause the bait to do different things. Now, just big floppy fins, I would say that's going to hinder a lot of the stuff, unless it's just for kind of bobbing there.
Has there
Like, if
been
you
any
cut
baits
those
that you
things
could
out-
think of that have those floppy fins that you're like, oh, this bait does work good with those fins?
I
Carp.
typically go what?
Carp
Carp.
have big floppy fins.
Oh, he's talking.
He's got my
yeah.
carp bait.
bait,
He
carp
knows what
bait.
it is.
Yeah, well, you're talking about specific species
Well,
of
like
fish.
even,
but-
even like a bait you would use. You know what I'm saying? Like something you would use that has the fins that you're like, oh, well, this is an outlier. I'm going to use this because this is what application I want.
It could be total like kind of horse shit, but I used to cut all the fins on the HUDs and
Wow.
on the bait smiths to like I'd cut them, like razor them out so
Just
that they
to-
would be not so
Perfect.
yeah,
Inconsistent. You nip them.
like just
Make them natural.
break it up.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
They look too
You-
plastic.
I don't like. Don't get me wrong; all those baits are
They
amazing.
work.
It's just me making little tweaks. Like there's nothing wrong with the bait. I'm making tweaks that I would prefer. I would never expect the bait
And you're
maker to do those.
no, by no means are you like shitting on someone. You're just
Yeah.
saying this is my opinion. This is what I like. That's it. You know what I'm saying?
I used to take a brown rubber band,
Uh-huh.
and on my HUDs, I would take that pink marker, and I'd make a little butthole. Okay, but I used to take a piece of round rubber band that was cut, and then I would stuff it up in there
In the butthole.
in the butthole
Okay.
and let it hang down. Because I can't tell you how many trout I've caught and had shit hanging out of their
So
butt.
the fish
You
have
know?
blown out buttholes. That's
Yeah.
the ones we
Yeah.
want.
And so I tried to make it all look like what I see.
Did it help?
There it is, everybody.
still
That's the
got bit.
secret right there. The rubber band out the butthole.
Hold on.
It just
new,
got-
new secret, guys.
It just got to
Instead of a tuned Butch Brown, you're gonna get a tuned 250 butthole blown out Butch Brown.
not to make fun of it, but it was a pain in the ass to do, so I quit doing it because I didn't see the game changer. But you try all these things. Like when I start fishing a bait that I have thrown for one day and I'm going to throw it again the next day, especially like a HUD, I take my torch. And a HUD has sort of a clear eye, and I run my torch across it so the eye glasses out again and looks natural. And then even a HUD I'll torch, but like any rubber bait, that's a hand pour or something like that, I like to gloss it off a little bit and get it all back looking good again, and then I'm off and fishing. But that's
It's those little
you gotta
things,
watch
though.
what you're doing.
Like those little things that people probably don't think. I would never think about it. And even fishing the 250, like the times I have, which aren't many, even swim bait fishing, it's those little tweaks, like from Shane, like are you or listen to Gilbert, even the Working Class Zero, and Whack is a testament for this because we kind of cut our teeth the same time fishing. If you really listen to someone, those little tweaks help so much. But you just got to listen. You know what I'm saying?
Well, it's like pipe cleaner in the gills, I had those on the HUDs at the very first show on display. I even carved out the fins and then and made the mouth open and had them on display. And then all of a sudden, guys are starting to do that. But and then I saw all these guys that were starting their websites and they caught a bass up north and now they're the guru and they're going to show you, they're showing you everything, how to cast under a dock and skip.
Hey, fucking
He's telling
Jeremy.
my life story right
they're
now.
showing-
Jeremy thinks he knows everything.
there's-
That piece of shit,
Yeah,
Jeremy.
Then today's episode, we're going to show you how to put gills in a bait, and then they show a big razor knife that you'd use for fucking drywall, and then they would cut it, and then they'd get the pipe cleaner from Kmart, and then they would bend it in and put it in, and that stuff bleeds into the bait.
Yeah,
Okay?
right. Yeah,
So
that's what.
this is the trick. You get an X-Acto knife, a good one, and you fillet it a little bit, okay? And then you bend your pipe cleaner properly so it's gonna fit. And then you take a lighter, and you go like this, and it takes all those hairs and shrinks them down right around the wire, and turns it a darker blood red, more natural. And then you put that in there, and then you line the whole thing with super glue, you know. And then, but it's got to be inside the gill, because they don't swim around with this big fluffy thing hanging out of the side of their head. You know, the gills are inside. So if a bass is looking up, if he's going to see a fish breathe, he might just see a little trickle of it right here.
Yeah.
And that's how you want it to look. You want it to look more natural. If you're going to do it, you got to do it natural. You don't need it to look like it's got mumps and I watch these guys do these videos, and I used to sit back and laugh and go, they just have no idea how to do this, and I'm not going to show anybody. And
So you would the crazy thing is,
there's a
back in
trick
the
to
day, you would do shit like this, like take this to Bassathon, whatever it was. Then you'd see them go, oh, I'm going to do a video on it. Kind of crazy.
That's been going on since day one.
But don't you feel like, and is it a form of like they want to do what you're doing, so it's a compliment kind of somewhat?
Well,
You know what I'm saying?
I sort of have to take it that way, but to me, it's like, you know, all I did was cast and catch.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I didn't get up there and explain how I did it, why I did it. Did you see the cast go over here? Here's a picture of the bait hitting the water. Here's pulling it out. I don't show that kind of stuff. I have the release at the end, and I have the whole catch done till it's in the net, and then it's in, and that's it. You know, but then they take it to another level from there. They, you know, there's guys that want to explain all this stuff, and or they're looking for that niche to fit in.
Yeah.
You know, but I didn't need to do any of that kind of stuff. I just have catch.
Yeah.
You know, that's what I want to do.
So
And if I
since
ever
you weren't
wanna-
doing it though, like, isn't it kind of a compliment to go like, someone saw
is.
you do, and everyone probably knew you did
But
it.
it took a long time for me to take it as a compliment, because at the beginning, being a construction guy and putting that time on the water without internet, and then to have stuff on the internet and to get seen and see it get copied, it was like they're riding your wave that you've created. And I didn't like anybody surfing with me. You know what I mean?
You were
Hey,
doing,
and
you were doing that
look-
before the HUD was
hey,
out.
look-
Before
Locals
the HUD
only,
was
bro.
even out. You know, and then it took me, like when they said community, and I had one guy come up to me and he goes, yeah, you know, we all watch each other. We all watch each other's back, you know, and this. And I'm thinking, who the fuck are you? I go, you never even caught a fish till you got a 250 in your hand, you know? And I'm like, I just didn't know how to handle that. But then I went to Toxic Days. And this took me years to figure this out.
And this
I
guy's
went to
listening. We
Toxic
got to talk
Days.
about this because, well, the guy that just spilled the beer because he got nervous California fishing when he met
Well,
you.
but no, I went to Toxic Days, and when I walked there, and I looked around, and instead of being a Fred Hall show set, it was all people that did swim baiting, and I got to see all the different people, and the women, and the kids, and I just got to see all that come together. That's when it finally came over me. This is what it's about. This is
That's
this is what
community
it
to
took
you.
for
That's
me
community.
to learn that.
Okay.
Instead of just trying to be my little loner self and do my
Well,
thing.
I don't think you understand with the internet, like, you're a big deal. Both of you guys are huge deals, and I think both of you don't understand how big of a deal you are. Like, you do fishing your way, both of you. And I mean, I watched a kid cry when he met you.
Yeah.
I watched a guy spill a beer because he got nervous. I watched all kinds of funny stuff, like, and you couldn't walk down the aisle at Toxic Day. You got stopped the whole time.
It was amazing.
It was super cool, but
Yeah.
I mean, stuff like that. Caesar put on an amazing event up
Yeah, he
there, and
did.
it was super cool to get together with tons of different people from all, everywhere.
But it was quite a reality check and made me more grateful and understanding about how I acted. We can only correct ourselves as we go, But like I said, I'm self-taught internet. Robert and Shane, they are the ones that sort of help me, with the cell phone.
You had,
What's this
you had
is.
2 assholes.
I
help
didn't
you.
even know that there was videos on
Rob's it.
Swimbait Nation until
Asshole.
somebody told me, "Hey, did you know your videos on Swimbait Nation?" And I go, "What's that?" And he goes, "It's a fishing." And I go, "Well, how's it doing?" And he goes, "Oh man, And I'm like, I didn't know what any of that was.
Yeah.
And then we have this little.
Did you guys go follow cow fishing as well?
What's that?
Do you remember that one?
Cowfish?
He's
Do you remember
before
that?
my
Do you remember
time.
that cow fishing?
Yeah, but that's such a
Do you
perfect
remember
answer.
it? Yeah. Do you?
Cow
That was-
fishing.
yeah.
Yeah, Rob Balones and
Is that his name that ran
those
it?
guys.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was another big thing
I
at the
think-
time, right?
Yeah.
I want to chime in here because I think Butch was the first person that I ever saw that actually gave the bass the amount of credit that they should be given when it comes to the details. So when I saw that, it was the first time out of hundreds of people, he's pointing out small little details. So a smart person goes, this person's had success. I need to start figuring out the little tweaks that I need to do with my bait to give me more success. Is there a bait that you fish just straight off the shelf?
Ooh, that's a great question.
Because of like your personality and your success, it's not undermining the
Yours is the only one I have to because I don't have a mold.
What a
for my
loaded!
own.
I'll get
what
you a
loaded-
mold.
hey,
I'll get you a
hey,
mold.
What
And
a
you thought I
loaded
had
fucking
your mold.
question, Mike.
and
I
I was
don't
content
have
with
your
it.
mold.
Yeah. It was
Such a
But I'd
loaded
pour
question,
different
you piece of
colors.
shit.
no, I didn't mean that.
It's
That's
like,
not-
hey,
that-
Butch,
that's
when
a-
I ask you this
this is a
question,
setup,
please say,
man.
No, I asked that because I've become so neurotic about stuff that I might bring it to the lake and I'm bringing the tools to change it already.
yeah.
The only thing I did with his bait that after a while when I talked to him about it and I was going through stuff and I did it sort of naturally, but then, he sort of filled me in on it. And it's about taking the hook, and maybe bending it up just a little bit.
That
That's a
hookup
given.
ratio.
Once you
yeah.
go through so many bites, then you stop and say, aha, okay. So you're biting it, but you're not smashing it. But if I can just nick you with this, it's like the HUD. We used to take the back single hook of a HUD, and remember, Shane, we used to
Pull it
just
up.
bend them out just a little bit because they'd be beaked in, and we would lose a lot of fish that way. And then eventually it evolved into just cutting that hook off and going the way that I do it.
The Butch Brown Rig.
Well, that came out in that particular area where I told you I got rid of using the what is it, the wedge tail,
Yeah.
and I put on
Hey, is this when you made Frankenstein?
well, no, then I put on a tournament talon and I threw it in there, and I lost, and I have it on video. I lost 5 fish over 10 pounds at the boat. And they all had that hook inside of them and wherever, and then when they'd come up and get that last jump, the hook would go flying out, and I'd be like, son of a bitch. So then right there on the spot, I cut that hook off and then wired that hook on there because I already had it for a trap rig on the HUD, and then I'm getting them right away.
Wow.
And then I never looked back
They're
from there.
they're folding that bait too. a lot.
Yeah.
Really? Yeah.
He's kind of bringing it like this past year is basically, I did a lot of experimenting with the Tyrant where he's talking about, do you even need a hook that's fully exposed? Is it just a matter of if I drag my fingers across this and I'm feeling it stick, that's going to be super stealth. Those fish aren't going to know what hit them, and you can watch it in their reaction.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like a sliver on a board.
Yeah.
If it gets you,
Yep.
you don't even
You
see
keep
'em.
pulling it, it's gonna
It's
sink
gonna
in
get you.
deeper.
Especially
yeah.
if you just hit them real
Yeah.
quick, it's in. So
So on the Tyrant, you're gonna make a harness or like have an external harness?
yeah, I'm experimenting with different
Okay.
versions of doing it, and I think Butch would probably like Butch's rig, the Butch Brown rig, is a great rig. The problem for me, not for me on the water, I'll do it all day long.
Mm-hmm.
How do you do that so it's angler friendly? So those are great baits. How do we do that? And that's the stuff
When you mean angler friendly, you want it to come pre-built. Like you could just
They do.
grab it like out of the box and go.
Well, you have to learn how to re-rig. You can't
quickly.
You can't sit there and throw a crankbait all day and have it hit the side of the bait and think to yourself that it's still sharp
Yeah,
a
yeah,
couple of
yeah.
trips later. It's up to every angler to maintain their bait and to fish it according to the fish that they're or what
Yeah.
their application is.
Yeah.
And that was the biggest problem with my rigging is you have to learn how to crimp, and have to learn how to have wire, and that's where Kenny had me do the video on how to do the rigging.
Yes.
Okay, but nobody made a good crimping tool. Okay, now there is a good top of the line crimping tool out there, and I've given it to certain kids that hit me up.
Can you tell us what it is? Can you give us the juice?
He'll
It's
never be able to get them again then.
I've already bought them out. I have drawers of them, so I got that for people. But if I could have had that made, then it could have been a kit. Okay, but and then the wire has changed because, when I first started, 7-strand wire was made in Long Beach, California.
Yeah.
Okay, then they got bought out, and they got out by Berkeley. So then it went to China, and then when you got it and you cut it, it frazzled, and it was different. Then you had the A2 sleeve that fit it before, and it was very, very small. And then you had the A2 sleeve that came out of China, and it was
Way
like
bigger.
3 times the size.
Yeah.
Okay, so I discarded that, and I had to hunt, and then I went to Mason wire, made in the United States. Their 60-pound and their 90-pound is spot on. When you cut it, it stays closed. Okay, it's the right color.
Mm-hmm.
They have a brown, and their A2 sleeve is the same sleeve that they made in Long Beach, and it's that small one.
The American-made
So,
version of the 7-strand.
and it looks very stealth on top of the bait. So that's what I don't use any of the Berkeley stuff. It needs to be redone, but I figured, well, what can I do?
Yeah.
Let them. If they want to figure it out or ask me, I'll tell them what it is. But that's what I use. But the crimping tool is called you can get it on eBay.
Hey, listen, guys, listen up.
It's called a Nico press tool, 17-2, and it'll crimp
That's
that
the
A2
juice.
sleeve
It's the juice, guys.
like no other. And it was made for the telephone company back in the late 40s, 50s, and 60s. But you can still get them, and if you can get the vintage one that has the when they put them together, they have a big rivet.
Yeah.
Then it's filed down. Well, as they made them in modern day, they filed that down and made it nice and clean. But every once in a while, one pops up there that still has that ball rivet on it. And when those are there, I snap them up.
How did you find this? Like, what?
They use it on the long range boat for the Wahoo
okay.
crimping. It'll do an A3 and it'll do a 2 sleeve. So it'll do but the deal is that the Shimano crimping tool is long. So the crimp part is back here. So you got to be all the way into here to do the crimp. The Nico press tool is a little bullnose. Okay? So you only have to be right on the very tip to crimp that thing. And you only have to squeeze it with one hand.
Okay.
It's a well-made American-made tool. It's not a cheap, if you ever saw one, you'd see it. Are you looking for one, Shane?
No,
I'm laughing over here because if anybody ever doubts why Butch is successful on the water, he just went on a full deep dive about
But
a
you know what it
crimping
makes?
tool.
You know what I thought right off the bat? The saltwater stuff has been a big impact.
Well, yeah, that's
Like
how
the
you learn how to
crossover.
crimp. If you can crimp
So
an
you know what I'm
A2
saying?
sleeve,
Like, that's a
60-pound
big-
wire,
yeah.
and lands 100-pound Wahoo, you're crimping right.
Yeah.
And there's a special way to crimp and cut and do everything you do. But to incorporate that with, like, the thumper tail that I have, it was hard for me because I know the average guy just can't maintain that bait properly. So in order to have that bait, we stepped it up to 90-pound wire now, and an A3 sleeve, and it still seems to work pretty good. But that's that. If it's me, I'm back down to the 60-pound.
So do you actually crimp on the water, or are you prepping all your
I
baits
prep
before?
everything.
Yeah. So if you catch a fish, you're like, whoops, set that one aside. Tie
So
on
then
a new
why
bait.
can't you? Why can't
Not
you
if it's
make
a good. Not if it's I've only have one of those baits, then I got to crimp it out there.
Yeah, but
every big giant fish I catch, I don't throw that bait out there till it's recrimped. I
So
don't
then
take
why
that
can't you
chance.
make like a
so you
pre-made
are
crimp
recrimping
rig?
on the water.
Well,
Okay.
it takes
yeah,
a
yeah.
second.
A crimp rig? Like,
My-
if
my-
it's an American-made crimp rig, like if you're like, hey, here's the bait. Here's like 3 crimp rigs.
No, I get it, dude. I've been
You know
right
what I'm
there,
saying?
but
That'd
I
be
don't.
cool.
I don't know if every angler has that efficiency. So
No.
what would be the recommendation instead would be, hey, if you really enjoy
Snapper,
that
yeah.
bait, maybe have 3 or 4 of them already rigged up in advance, so you can set that aside, instantly tie on, and go again. Instead
True.
of being like, I just fumbled with this crimping thing for the next half an hour.
Well, then if you catch 2 or 3 stripers and they do the twist in the net and stuff, they'll twist that right off of there
Yeah.
eventually. You know, and there's no other way that I can think of to make that as stealthy as that, except that I'm hitting depths up with something on that bluegill bait to see if they can make some kind of free swinging, hit. And if you notice on the front of the baits, I made a groove so the wire lays right down in the
Okay.
top of them. But it's just like
Well, that's like the groove. Like that's that bobby head. That's the thing. I'm
Exactly.
saying the hook,
Yeah.
keeping it in. Like that's a great idea.
It's like what the Sato crimp is.
I don't. You can explain it to me.
You don't know what a Sato crimp is?
I'm a fucking idiot, Butch. Do you know what a Sato crimp is?
Yeah.
Because Butch fucking told you. Whack
It's-
doesn't fucking know. Come on,
it's-
Butch.
I don't know what it is.
See,
It's-
thank you for being honest.
It came in with tuna, long range and
Okay.
stuff.
That's
but
why I don't know what it is.
You gotta buy the original tool. They came out with another one after that, but
Do you have that one?
yes, I have a few of them.
It's expensive.
It's very expensive. Yeah, you probably have to pay $300-400
Oh,
for that
shit.
tool right now.
Yeah.
But it's when you would run your mono
Uh huh.
into your hollow spectra.
Oh,
Okay,
shit.
and it's this little sleeve.
Okay.
Okay, and it comes in different sizes for different line, and you put that up your line first, and then you you get your wire feeder and you feed it up, and then you burn the end of the spectra so that it doesn't unfrazzle like Chinese handcuffs or something, and then you get your line all the way up in there 2 feet or so, and then that crimp slides down really hard, and you bring it right down to the very tip,
Okay.
and then this tool crimps it very lightly. You do it once, twice, and then you put a little drop of Jerry Brown's glue on there,
Okay.
and then your connection is just as smooth as silk.
Wow.
There's no knot. There's no connection knot. There's nothing.
Wow.
Well, I just landed.
Smooth. Very
we
smooth.
just landed
Super strong.
three of the ones over 100 pounds
Good
the other
old.
day
Who
on
were
that
you
one.
with, Jake or Wes?
Yeah,
Jake.
yeah.
Oh, he's dude.
Yeah.
For a young kid, he's
He's
very
on it,
good.
man. He's
Yeah.
dialed in. Yeah.
Great angler as
But
well.
I told him I had the Sato crimp on there, and he's like, "Man, I really, I want to give him the less extra tool I have. But
Yeah.
you gotta go get the sleeves too. They're $1 a piece,
Yeah.
But
It's worth
when
it.
you're long range fishing and stuff like that, you can take this and crimp all the way down to 30-pound line, and there's no knot. It's just it just goes in and it comes right out, and that's it. It's beautiful.
We're gonna start on these questions. I think we're almost an hour in, so people are probably like,
I
wanna
wanted
get
to
my
talk
question."
about crimping tools for this next 5 minutes. I got a
sure.
crimping tool.
Yeah, go
It matters though.
It's
Shane,
called the butthole
go
crimping
to
tool.
eBay and then punch up Nico Press Tool 17-2, and you can show a picture of what it looks like. And they're vintage.
I ended up finding like this random like hole in the wall crimping tool out of the UK. It was by Fox, and it has like almost, I don't even know how to say it, like little claws built inside of the actual crimp, so it crimps and puts like an additional dent further in on it. And I'm like, well, this works great for me. Like
Yeah.
just finding those
It's
things
just
that work.
finding the right tool.
Hey Shane, who was the Samson flyfish? What was the guy's name?
Don Sampson. Or,
Oh no, we had a question that
Sampson.
was really good from this guy, Samson. I think it was Samson Fly. He messaged you and he messaged me. Samson, remember the guy that you sent me the message?
Oh yeah.
Can you look that up really quick if you don't mind? Because that was a long message and it was really good, and I wanted to answer that one first. It was online.
For right now, Mike, they want to know how important scent is
Ooh.
in getting bit.
And what kind of scent?
I'm all over the place on it. At this point, like you start getting, I used to have certain scents that I really liked, and then I end up catching a couple fish where I'm like, wait, I haven't even put scent on there. It also depends on the bait. I hate to commit to something because it feels like I'm constantly evolving on it. I think there's lubrication issues when it comes to the soft baits.
Really?
Well,
Yeah.
Yeah.
yeah. Hard baits, I mean, I feel more confident when I spray something on it. I don't know, dude.
Bang, are you a bang guy as well or no?
No.
No scent on a 250.
Nope, never.
No. It rots the rubber.
Oh.
Makes it
Okay.
stiff and it cracks, and especially like the jelly type stuff, the Vaseline kind of
Yeah.
stuff. It's not no
The butt
good.
juice, that same stuff, all that crap like that,
I
right?
use the Bang
Okay.
because it's not colored.
Okay.
It's clear, and when you spray it on like a rubber bait or something like that, it cleans it for one thing.
Okay.
But it doesn't discolor. I used to use the Yum garlic,
Yes.
and it had a green tint to it. But then it would take the belly of a HUD
Turn it green.
and turn it into like an aqua blue color.
Oh shit.
And the Pro Cure was the same way
Okay.
because it had a red tint to
Yeah.
it. They had that crushed up trout one,
Yeah.
but it used to make it pink. So the Bang is always the good one, and when it's in my boat, I wrap it with electrical tape so nobody knows what I'm using. I got hit up with it just the other day, like, well, what's that, and then I told the guy.
You should get like a fake, like a
I have all
a
kinds
fake
of fake
label
stuff.
on there that says something wild.
So like what he's talking about with the soft baits is like back in the day people were throwing certain ones and you watched your baits change colors, and so I've found certain scents that I can apply to them that don't change the color of the bait, whether they're still petroleum based or whatever, but they basically
ask
lack
it
color. And so you're getting that lube, you're getting a certain scent. If I prefer scent, it's typically something in the shad realm that I smell it and there's nothing. It smells more fishy to my nose
Okay.
than it does any type of chemical. Yeah, again,
Makes
this is me
sense.
as a human, though. Like, I don't know what they're actually smelling. Does their sensors interpret it differently? I don't know.
Yeah.
It's my best shot in the dark.
They
in a
use
sense.
WD-40 for salmon.
Just hey,
That's
is
what
it-
I grew up with.
That's
That's
just-
WD-40 on it.
I heard that shit was illegal. Like here, like I heard.
and
like,
anise.
Was it like I heard like when
I don't know if it
started
was there or
fishing,
not,
like-
but like Alaska might as well be the deep south, and it's just you're just seeing clouds and you're seeing streaks like oil slicks on the water
Yeah.
going by, and it's just and then people are getting bit.
Here's a great question. It's really long, but it's pretty good. This is from Samson. I think it's Samson Sly Fishing.
Sly fishing.
You know, it's okay. Sly fishing. I was thinking about something the other day that may have a major precedent. Everyone always talks about moon phase, but never moon distance. Why should it matter how much of a moon is shaded in? It's still the moon, mass, and everything are the same. Just the reflection of the sunlight is different. The moon changes. This is a crazy question.
It's not that crazy.
The moon changes distance from 223,000 miles away up to 265,000 miles away. I would think that has a large precedent, more precedent than a phase. The distance of the moon versus the phases change through the year. So a full moon at one point in the year is 223,000 miles away. 6 months later, it is 263,000 miles away. Gilbert has a fucking answer.
No, I know. I love the question, though.
Dude, he's like, what's your opinion on that? My opinion is the lunar elliptical orbit. I feel like a fucking idiot reading all this.
Don't give us his answer. He asked a
Don't-
question.
But he wants to say what he thinks.
Don't mess this up, Nick.
Okay, so
I
he
have an
think-
opinion on
okay,
it, but I bet
okay,
you
yeah,
does.
so go.
I bet you he does too.
Give your opinion on it. Go
No,
for it.
he's first.
Go ahead, Mike. You're ready to break this
He
down.
went so deep in that I've thought about it that way, but then I also just think of it as in like tides. You fish for tides, right? So how is it any different? Do my inland
Yeah.
fish, are they
Correct.
susceptible to the way the tides are running?
Yeah.
Probably.
Yeah.
Just most people aren't connecting the dots on it. Would
Yeah.
you think that same way?
No, that is exactly it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I think that's what that person is asking when they're talking about distance of the moon, and all that would play into tides, right?
In the tides, exactly.
Yeah.
Super high tide, low tides, all that kind of stuff. But I do know that
That's a good question, though.
the years that I had my best 2 years, which was 128/10 and 107, there was an anomaly. One was the Hale-Bopp comet, and one was some other anomaly in the sky that occurred that year.
That was the purple Nike.
I love
year.
it.
I don't know. But I just remember. So whenever there's something going on, like they say, we have a red moon coming, or this satellite is going to be, something's going to be passing the Earth, well, then I get, like I got to be out there.
He's tapping into the ancient stuff over
yeah.
here when they're like, the skies in the
Jingly.
skies, and it's having impact.
We got to kill
I like
someone,
that.
Aztec warrior over
Yeah.
here. The tides thing. Do you think that plays into lakes as well?
Yeah.
I wasn't here.
Yeah,
I'm
you hopped
pissed.
up for a
Okay,
second.
sorry.
Pole. It's
Yeah.
all got to do with pole.
Because I the only
Look
person
at
I
the
heard.
delta.
So Caesar was the guy that came down here, kind of broke down tides a lot.
Those are
because-
directly impacted by
Yes.
tides.
Yeah.
So, but like, think about isolated bass populations, like in like landlocked lakes. Are they still susceptible to tides? I started thinking about that back at O-tide days, especially being so close to the ocean and all the ocean talk. And I'm like, dude, these fish got. I think this is just like tidal, same way. Like,
Yeah.
Well, they're nature. They're
Yeah.
You know, they like I said, they don't have a calendar year. They go by what nature offers them, and on their bites, and you know, like if you could unlock that mystery and know every move to make, you'd be the shit, man.
Right.
But no one can do that. Not
Let's,
that I know.
Oh, I agree. Go ahead. And
Yeah, Mike,
Shane.
they want to know why you haven't put out a trout colored Tyrant yet.
I have them. I have them, and I was fishing them during. There was trout. I gave away trout ones at the. Didn't I give away trout ones at the?
I don't know if they were trout colored, but you did give away, I think, 5 tyrants.
I think 2 of them were trout. There is a trout pattern, but like I'm not 100% sold on the trout. I fished it this year, and I actually, even though trout were being put in the water, I had more success in a non-trout pattern. I don't know if that has something to do with everybody else is throwing trout patterns.
That's what I was gonna ask
or
you.
what it might be. But fish were nipping at it when it was a trout pattern, and when it wasn't a trout pattern, they just started
Smash it.
smoking it.
Do you feel like you play off your?
But
your
there will
major-
be a trout pattern. I just need to establish how I can do it. A huge thing is cost. Painting a trout pattern for me is a far more labor intensive process. So, you know, guys already complain about price. Things cost money. If it takes an extra 15 minutes to paint a trout bait, add that up over the
Dude, one
course of
fucking bait, 15 minutes.
Well, it's layers of colors, base
go
color.
fuck
you have
yourself.
mask.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a big deal.
Dry time, like you
Stencils.
can't just instantly
Yeah,
be
yeah,
stacking
yeah.
things up. And of course, if you're working through a line of baits, you can go and you want to time it so that when you're done, you painted the first one. By the time you're done with the last one, you can instantly go back to the first one. But those are still all part of like that process. You have to basically set up a mini production line as a single individual. Everything is about
Do you
timing.
do you let your wife paint?
No, absolutely not.
Well, does your wife help with anything?
Anything with the baits? Absolutely not.
Wait till my
She,
wife
I
hears
wouldn't.
this.
I wouldn't want her. She has no interest. If, yeah, no, she has no interest in it. And it's very for me. It's very particular. Like, you know, my wife might come walking all over to the shop and say, "Hey, blah blah blah," and I go, "I can't. You can't interrupt me.
Not
Yeah.
now.
Like it's timing. It's timing.
Yeah.
If I stop right now, this is all a waste. I gotta start over again on
Yeah.
this. So." It's all about timing, and it's like a production line, like just a mini scaled.
You never like thought about having your wife help you, and you just like take
I
care.
would
of the,
never
Hey,
even
take care of the kids, lady.
I would never dare to ask her to help me do something with the baits.
Well, that's why the Viking. She wants to learn how to pour. She wants to learn to do everything. I'm like,
Yeah, that's good.
that's because she's fucking crazy, my wife.
I did that. Yeah, I mean, everybody's different. Like, you know.
No, I'm just wondering. I mean, I know it's a family business, so that's the big thing. Is like, hey, I consider that like a family. You know, you run
I'm
your
teaching the
deal.
kids how to do like molds so that they can
Oh, that's
apply
cool.
it to their own things. My son's like really into ants. And so he's making his own little carvings of ants, like
Oh, that's
farms
cool
and
shit,
stuff.
yeah.
And then we're working on molding them out and then making those molds so that he can have like 25 different queens. And then like, oh, here I made a mold. I poured it. Here's the master doing all this. And he just starts basically pouring out mold quickly.
Oh, he's gonna
And
be
then
like,
he's like, boom, got him. Yeah,
he's building little workers over here. This
Apply
guy.
the skill. Once they have the skill, you can apply it to a whole bunch of other things.
Next thing you know, he's gonna be making all your fucking molds, huh?
I mean,
I hope so.
as a 13-year-old, he does pay a lot of attention to detail. He's a good critic. Where I'm like, what do you think of this? And he's like,
Dad, it looks like shit.
yeah. I don't know. I'm not feeling that. Oh, okay.
What are your guys' thoughts on the thermocline in the summer with the swim baits?
I suck in the summer, so
I see them right now above the thermocline. That's where I'm getting bit, and there's a jag of fish. They're all outside on that. lots of them. Right at 25 feet right now. My lake is stacked.
At least you're seeing them. I go around, I'm like,
No, it's stacked. Getting them to bite, that's a whole nother deal, but that's where they're at.
So here's some Instagram questions from one's from Long Live 3 Luck Gone. Will SoCal ever plant trout again like in the past? Why did they stock so much back then and not anymore?
Politics.
are they gonna do? Are they gonna
Hey,
There-
you got
there's like
lost
there-
a loss
there-
and fucking answer.
We just got the permit passed and everything to put a fence across the front of the after bay. I just heard that 3 weeks ago. They said they might have trout in there by by fall, but I've been told that
Year after
for
year.
10 years, and I even offered to pay for that fence once when we had another supervisor, and they said, "Oh no, we can't, So we'll have to see how that plays out. It has to be a removable fence so that they can clean it and maintain it. But all we lack is the fact that we have a spillway and not a dam, but I call it a dam, and because it stops water, and any fish that can escape into the dry riverbed that's been dry for 10 years, 15 years now, that might mate with a salmon or eat its food source wherever it could come in, which it won't. That's why they won't do it, And then you got to think about it. I got told once, well, the problem is if the trout go over, then they eat the same forage that the salmon do. Well, so do bluegill.
Yeah.
So do bass.
Yeah.
So does everybody else. And there's no water coming in. That's Port Hueneme where that water
Yeah,
goes.
yeah,
There
yeah.
hasn't been a
That's a
salmon.
cesspool
Is there
now.
salmon fucking in? I don't
No.
know.
1970.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, 49. If you punch it up, Santa Paula salmon.
Really?
Yeah. 1949 was the last time some guy was holding some salmon up.
What about you, Mike? Because I feel like you've had involvement with like the DFG shocking fish. Like, what do you think about?
He's done the same thing. I
Same thing?
don't even know or care to believe anything anymore.
Okay.
It's
He's
just
right.
like, all right, cool, whatever.
We're
I mean, dude, the years that it popped off, like there was like ample amount of trout, and it still wasn't what they used to get back in the day.
3,500 pounds every 2 weeks. No problem.
We probably don't
had-
even get that in the course of
in-
a season now.
In California and up where he's at, we had the world record class fish living in our lakes. And I don't know if it was somebody that couldn't catch fish and hated fishermen. I don't
heard him go
know
down this
who it was.
Fucking
But-
Jeremy.
But they ruined like lakes that were in the top 5 of world record class fish. The stripers, granted, they ruined up top. There's nothing you could do
Yeah,
about
yeah,
that.
yeah.
But down below, we had them. He had them in almost all the lakes where he's
Yeah.
at. Look what happened when they put when they started putting some trout in Otay and they put some trout in El Cap.
Boom.
It went off the hook.
Yeah.
And then they take that away, and then the problem is when it happens, it's sort of sad because when these fish get conditioned to eat trout, they know that when the water temperature changes in the fall, that's when those trout stocks come. So now you have a fish that's 8 years old that's knows when that temperature gets down to a certain degree that he's going to forage out here on these spots.
Yes.
And they go out there and they hang on all those edges and stuff because the trout are coming in. And then all of a sudden, it stops. And then they come back and they go through the winter and they start getting a little thin and then they do okay. And then by the next year, they go back and they do the same thing. And then now they start to get emaciated. They get the big heads, the long bodies. And then you literally watch your lake die. I watched it. It was awful.
Do you
It was
feel like
awful to
multiple
watch.
lakes are dying right now for this reason?
They
Like
already have.
your trophy, your trophy fisheries are
So
going away.
I can only go with like the information that has been provided to me in talking with DFW is I'm going to say something that is said to me that people can take it for what they were. Is what is impacting is lack of trout is for as far as seeing
Yeah.
trophy giant size, but from the biology standpoint is the amount of there. It's not the issue with the amount of fish in the lakes. It's angling pressure is very high, but it's the amount of pint-sized fish that are in the lake that's stunting the growth early. is also having an impact. Now everybody has a different.
So what do you mean by pint-sized fish is stunting the growth? What is it doing? So you
People
mean
are
small fish or
From what I've been told, it's people are practicing too much catch and release.
Yep.
Are you fucking serious?
Yeah.
Yeah.
From the biologist, yes, they're practicing
So
too much catch and release, which stunts it. And so when you look at places like Texas, when I'm out of Texas, there's bass carcasses on the shore.
Yeah, they have
People are
fillet
filleting 'em.
places there. They're cutting, man. They
And you're
put
seeing
the smock
giants.
on and they go.
Mike Gilbert said it. Let's eat fucking largemouth.
No, he's
Let's
right.
do it.
When I used to
That
see
video
people,
that he put out was
when I
so
used to
good.
see people at my lake catch 4 or 5 bass off the shore, I was more than happy to see them take them away.
Yeah.
You know, because that's exactly what it is. It's just too much catch and release pressure.
It's
you-
like how they compete. It's like the competition.
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you think that maybe we should keep more bass then? Like keep him, and let's fucking.
I don't frown on it
Okay.
at all. Okay, so
Like if I go to the lake and I catch 2, 16 inchers, keep them. Fuck it. Eat
yeah.
'em.
Well, like those 2 12-inch calicos you brought home today that you're about
Yeah.
ready to fry
No,
up.
those were 25 inches.
11.
Those were 2 12 pounders.
I know
fucking guy.
I know people that keep every calico except for the big ones, and I know people that are they want to let them all go.
No,
but
I keep calico. I eat the fuck out of them.
they're
So does
very,
whack.
the smaller ones are really super good.
But the 5 pounders are delicious.
Yeah, they,
More people would keep the bass,
But
if
there are a
wasn't
lot
so
of
much
'em.
pressure on,
Yeah.
on it.
Yeah.
yeah.
No, that's what's. I guess it's a double-edged sword because
Yes,
we
it
want
is.
to keep our fisheries going. So you think, man, let's not keep it. And there's one guy that told me the same thing, T. And I didn't even think of it. And this was a while ago. He told me the same thing. He's like, hey, people should keep more bass. And I'm like, really? And he told me the same thing Gilbert said. He's like, it's fucking the population up. And he kind of looked into it. I'm like, wow, it's a good point.
Yeah, you see
So, I
it on
mean-
private lakes a lot.
Yeah.
Like Westlake and Lake Sherwood and places like that because they're smaller bodies of water, but they're not keeping the fish, and then they go through these cycles where they have die-offs, and then there'll be crappie blooms, and there'll be this and there'll be that.
So would you think like maybe if we started keeping fish a little more, Mike, that it would help? Like
I'll try and remove my opinion from it. So, but the way it was explained to me is the competition right now in all of our lakes is far too high when the fish are young. And so what you're getting older fish are just aging out and dying. So the ones that are replacing them aren't ever going to meet the same size as the ones that came before them because the resources are limited for them when they're small. So if they're already stunted, they're never going to get to that jumbo size. You still have the jumbos in the
sense,
lake,
yeah.
but they're becoming fewer and far between because they just aren't given that opportunity to get to larger size. Think about San Diego. You look at some of the old pictures of dudes
Dude,
catching huge stringers.
fucking-
Those things were going home,
right.
right?
Hey,
No doubt.
Butch, how many of your stringers went home, Butch?
At the beginning, I think I kept 5 bass, and that would have been in the early 80s
Okay.
because I'd never caught one before, and then I upgraded. And then after a while, I just said, "Fuck this shit," man. And then everybody's like, "Oh, you're a killer. You're this or that." But
That's
I
crazy.
used to
It's only
tag, and I used to
California.
let them
It's only
all,
California.
only the
That's-
big ones,
But
But
California is the big killer thing, right?
He's hitting on a clarification part. I'm not talking about keeping big bass.
Mm-hmm.
You're talking about those fish that are in that slot limit that they're talking about, like, hey, 12 to 15 inch fish. There's thousands upon thousands upon thousands. And sure, one of those could potentially grow into a giant fish. But I'm not saying, it's not my opinion, and clearly the biologists are not saying this either. They're not recommending people taking home large bass.
They're recommending taking home 15 to 17
The
or
smaller
14 to
size bass.
16, yeah.
Yeah, obviously within legal limits.
Yes.
why don't we try to do something and say, okay, every tournament from now on, you have to take your 5 fish home and eat them.
All you gotta do, hey, go to the
And there
Delta,
is no release anymore. And if we find out that you don't eat them, you can't fish the next tournament.
put seals in the fucking lakes
Okay.
like they did in the Delta, and you'll get that
Oh,
fixed real
man.
quick. Dude, do you hear what hear Caesar talk about? They have tournaments and where they drop the fish after the tournament's
Yeah,
done,
down that thing.
that tube, the fucking seals just sit there and eat the fucking bass.
Yeah.
fuck that.
I mean, this is like what's hard is because it's such a delicate like subject. People get this gets people. This is like one of those buttons that you hit them and they can start losing their mind. It's like good management can help. Right now, I'd say from what biologists have said to me is anglers are becoming detrimental. The fish that are remaining in the lake, they're becoming sensitized to the angling pressure. And so by catching and releasing over and over, you're training these fish, and the population of the bass are actually becoming increasingly smarter and more difficult to catch, and they're more difficult to catch and smaller.
Dude,
like
it
they're
makes
not getting
sense,
to the
dude.
max
Like,
size.
think about it. Like, if you want dumb, stupid fish, let's kill them.
Well, you could cull a population of the dumb ones. You could literally cull
Dude,
those,
right?
keep
I
them,
mean,
and go home, and then
yeah.
you just left with the smartest population. That's by not restocking the lakes with largemouth bass, fresh crop largemouth bass, Florida strain largemouth bass. What has happened over time, anyways, just through natural selection, is the smartest fish are left in the lake.
Yes.
Look at what one has to go through to reach that. You know, it has to live in there 10 years
Shit, to get that
to
big.
become
yeah.
giant and to become one of the elite in the lake. You know, it takes
But even if you look at, like, let's talk about double-digit big catches the last 3 years. Like something over 14. How many have there been in California?
not a
Bass
whole lot.
Jack?
Not like there used to be.
Less, I think. Well,
Bass Jack has one.
just because we haven't seen it online or haven't seen it on social media doesn't mean it hasn't
Yes.
happened.
Yeah,
There's
I know
plenty of guys out there that are catching big
You think
fish.
they are? They are?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. They just.
There's night
I respect that.
crews. There's guys that keep it quiet. Up north, they got a lot of pressure with those.
Oh,
lakes.
up north, I
They-
know
they
they're
watch
catching
it
big
pretty
ones
good.
up there.
Yeah.
But I mean, SoCal wise, I mean,
No.
I saw
13 was my biggest last year.
Really? I mean,
That
that's
was a needle
one
in
of
a
the,
haystack.
Yeah. I saw a video on TikTok and I said it to Greg Springer. It says 25-pound bass. It said 16. And it's
it
a
was
guy,
his 16.
and I'm like, hey, dude, did you know you caught a 25-pound bass? He's like, what the fuck are you talking about? Look at this video. It made me laugh so hard because people on the internet will just blow shit up. And it's like crazy.
It definitely seems like Southern California up through the Grapevine. Once you get into Central Cal, it's a little bit like different, but
They're still getting trout stocks.
yeah, but it has slowed down there too. But it's definitely Southern California has slowed down immensely on the quality of the fish that are coming out of the lakes. I think that's a combination of a lot of things. It's not just one thing. I think if trout were in, like, dude, it could go down a laundry list.
Does it make you want to move?
Of
Because
course.
you could do your business anywhere. You could do it anywhere. You don't need to be here. Do you think, man, if I'm not going to catch the quality fish I want, I can move to Texas or Florida, wherever the fuck you want.
But I think I could go somewhere else in California and have fun fishing. Like, it wasn't so difficult. Like, you got to be off the water by this time. And, hey, we're closing the lakes these days now. Oh, every other Wednesday.
Yeah.
What is going on?
Yeah.
I want to go somewhere I can just have the freedom to fish. I could do that in California. But then I start analyzing the tax structures and all this other stuff and go, well, I can have that somewhere else without losing X amount of my income to this place that is, I feel like, just becoming more and more detrimental to what we all love to do.
Fuck, dude.
It's like, dude, I don't want to give them my money. Like, these people, like, it bums me out.
The killer for me
It's
is
like a principle. It's at a principle that
Yes.
I'm like, ugh, I got to get out of here.
The thing that kills me is I thought about moving to Idaho a couple times.
Mm-hmm.
I fucking love calico too much. I can't.
Yeah.
And then have I love fishing coastal. Like, it's just like I love largemouth and it's fun fishing it. But I mean, I know I can go right. I'm 20 minutes away from.
But look at the
coast.
extreme weathers you have between
Yeah.
going to Texas or you have going to Florida.
Shit, dude.
Florida, you know, it's brutal.
And they got gators.
You know.
Gators. You see any gators down there?
Oh yeah, but I also want to be like clear is if you have success here, I feel like it will give you a shot. If you're the same angler, you going somewhere else. But I would never imagine that it's just easy somewhere else. I think you're
No.
still gonna have to go through all the learning curve, adapt to whatever situation you have there because all those lakes are different. They're like you could be in muddy water lakes. Okay, what am I gonna do now? I got to figure this out. Like you have to adapt, but.
And that plays even with the largemouth, the MLF guys or the tour guys that I've talked to. Same thing that are from the coast or from this side. they have a different thing because everything's pressured, so it's a lot of finesse, a lot of drop shot, like you said.
Yeah.
And they got to figure it out back east, where they're flipping whatever it might be into cypress trees, whatever it is. But it's cool to hear guys kind of apply what we have, even if it's with swim bait fishing or the pro tour guys are seeing, the Zaldanes or whoever. They're doing something different. They're trying to push the industry forward. So it's really cool to see stuff like that as well.
Just like referencing, I know we were doing questions somehow. We were doing
No, but hey,
questions.
dude, people, this is going to be a long motherfucker. And we're gonna go
live
good.
target is all the rage. Like, you're right. Like,
here we go. Here we go.
No, hold on. Let me just, I'll explain my experience. I have it. My experience. When I hit them things when I hit them with the flashlight, the fish in the water, it's a tool for me to go, are the fish hanging in this area? Okay, move on. I couldn't dream of standing there staring at my screen and watching this fish that's hearing like it's like a spotlight. Imagine it. You're not getting hit, and then it turns, and you're like locked onto you, and it's just going.
But do you think now?
I watched the fish. I watched the fish on the screen, not the gizzard shad, not the bass, and the striper. You can see them
Bail.
kind of off screen, and as soon as you lock in on them, and I'm looking at fish that are 100 and 120 feet out, not 30 feet in front of the boat, way out there. That beam hits them, they're, and you go move over, you can just spook them out of the area. Okay. So it's like, I'll hit them. Okay, there are fish in there, and it's like, oh, I got to get out of here. I try and like scram.
But this is the thing.
But I put in the time to figure that out and go, they are 100% reacting to this.
Here. And this is my counter, because let's talking to guys. I've always bring you up as my counter for everyone else. So when everyone else has talked about live scope, Josh, Ben Milliken, all these guys, they talk about it their way. I go, but what do you think about your position is it scares the fish away? He goes, it does, it might, but their time at bat. So do you think you'd apply that differently if you were not a California angler, like you were fishing Texas and you're fishing different waters? Because we got pressured fucking waters. There could be a ton of shit that's going to scare these fish. And it could be even your fish finder. It could be whatever you want to call it. So if you think you're in Texas, are you going to use the same type of application? You know what I'm saying?
But that goes further, and we're talking specifically about these fish here that might be more sensitive to angling pressure.
This is just California we're talking about.
Yeah, I'm not talking about other, because other places, like when I was in Florida, like nothing against those fish. I had my rod in my hand, just hanging the bait over the side of the boat, and all of a sudden it's just all, what the? I couldn't dream. I couldn't imagine that happening here in California.
No,
that a fish is going to come up right next to the boat and be like, got it.
But you know what? Over there, their famous line was, "Oh, you can go to California, catch a 10-pounder anytime you want." I'm going to go to California.
Every region
like,
has its
come
things.
on. Come on.
Hey, good luck. Good luck.
Every region has its things, and you deal with your own issues that make it work, whether it's water clarity, hazards in the water, gators, sunk it, like where I fished in Florida with Keith, I mean, that's like being out on the Delta, ripping across, and you think you're in 10 feet of water, and you could stick your pole in the water, and you're like, dude, it's 1.5 feet deep here.
Fuck.
And that whatever's under here,
The hydraulic
you're gonna,
mats and all that crap.
well,
Right?
just overall hazards of fishing. It's not like our little pristine little lakes down here where you're like, I'm not worrying about going across the lake at 50 miles an hour and hitting a metal pipe that's just underneath the surface. So I'd say there's just risk and challenges to everything, and bass.
I love hearing your opinion on it for California, because I feel like a lot of dudes, we talk about it and they maybe never fished here. No. Like, it's cool. I think Josh Jones is like, we talked about, is going to come here, so it's cool for him to see this is how California fishing is a little bit, and he could check that out. But Butch, you don't even touch that, right?
What's that?
Live scope, any of that?
Nah. Screw that shit.
Yeah. But that, I mean, that's.
I did it all without a live scope, and I'll continue to do it.
Hey,
and
old
you know
school.
what? What's going to end up happening from the things I've heard is that if you got a live scope, you're a snagger.
Ooh.
Well, they get paddle fish. They get paddle fish that way. You know.
Wait, what fish?
I mean,
paddlefish.
That's how I look at it. You know,
You
see
know, we
the
talked
fish,
about-
you
we
run
talked
the bait
about those-
across them.
Wait, what is paddlefish? What is it? What?
It's that long nose, looks like a swordfish in a way, but a flat bill. It's a freshwater fish.
Are you
It's a
fucking with
delicious
me right
fish.
now?
No. No, they have.
No, that's how they catch them. Someone was on the
they don't
podcast.
eat.
They snag them.
They're filter feeder kind of fish.
Well, you could definitely see where the live target or Panoptics, whatever that would be a snagger's wet dream.
Well, yeah.
Like, yeah, I could totally see that. I don't think I would. I guess I would have enough faith in humanity to be like, but I agree with him.
You
He's
have
doing it
way
long before.
too much faith in
I know,
humanity.
and it's turned to bite me before. So
Yeah. No, I'm not saying it like the way it's got to be, but the potential
Yeah.
is there, and I don't need to do that. You know, I turn my sonar off when I'm out there. You know, I know my water. You know, if I don't know it, then I end up trying to learn it a little bit. But the sonar's off. Me and Shane talked about this out front before we even came in. He's got live target. He shuts it all
Fucking
off.
snagger.
He says they leave. I've talked
So
to
your
other
experience has been similar.
So
They're like,
I just got it, and I just been using it this summer, and that's my experience with it.
Yep.
Did Josh go to Clear Lake?
I'm not sure, but I know he's coming. I think soon, so I'm not sure. But I
Tell him
have
it's
no clue.
green up there.
Is it really?
They got a big algae bloom.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
It's
right.
nasty.
Yeah. Oh god.
I think there could be applications for it where somebody could be successful. I'm not saying it can't happen, and I'm not undermining anything that anybody's done. Like, everybody's dealing with different things. Obviously, with those dudes, they capitalize on something early. That's a part of the game, especially in big fish arena. You want to be the first one doing something so the fish have not been
Bingo.
exposed to it yet. So,
I know guys that fish like Casitas and places like that. They fish the tournaments.
Yeah.
They use the live scope and they go off the points, and it might be wintertime or something, and they pan out there, and those fish are suspended in 10 feet of water out there, and they throw a Cinco right in front of them, and they get their 4 or 5
So this is
pounder.
here's a
and
question.
balls and,
Here's a question
and it
for you
works,
guys.
and they're very successful.
And I seen like the Zaldane video. I saw Zaldane catching. I've seen it. I don't know if I would call that snagging because he's watching the live scope. He catches a fish. You see it, a swim bait hooked in its side. Have you seen that video?
no.
You seen it?
I
Shane?
have.
With a mag
What do you think of that?
What
With
did
the
Rock-
mag draft?
Oh, putting him on this.
Well, you're not weighing it in a tournament because it's snagged. That is
Yeah.
the rule. So it's
So what is snagged?
fish.
I mean, what is snagged in the tournament rules? What is it?
Got to be in
Any
the mouth,
fish?
right?
It has
If
to
it's
be
not in the
If
mouth-
it's not in the mouth, it's a snag.
Yeah. Let's call it foul hooked like Dottie. Okay. Let's make it
Hold on.
more
I've never
friendly.
heard the Dottie story.
Oh.
Is it bad?
Let's not go
Okay,
down the
let's
route.
go. Okay, okay, and I don't ask.
Nah, we don't want to go.
So
there.
The
then
only
you start-
picture
you're
I
starting to
saw
get-
with the Dottie was the dude on the dock that was holding it. I think it was dead already. She was dead already, and that was the
Yeah.
only picture.
But you're
I
getting
saw.
into like nuance. So how many guys are being honest when they feel a thump, they set the hook, and then they bring in their fish, and the hard bait is attached to the top back of the head, and the other hook is buried in the back. They're like,
And
"God,
that's what I'm trying to say.
that's a foul.
That-
That's a foul hook.
So South Jersey
Right?
fisherman said, "Do you think the reason you're seeing the baits more on the outside of the fish's mouth with the live scope is due to maybe setting the hook too early?"
Wait, I'm not seeing that because I'm not fishing.
Well, not you, but
Oh,
these guys
Seeing people do it.
like Zaldane on.
Yeah. And I'm not shitting. By no means am I trying to
Hey, can
shit
you
on
turn
someone.
my head down? It's like, dude, it's on.
God,
blasted right now.
Mike.
It's
I
like
can
Is
hear
this
it.
better? Is that better? Better?
turning it down.
Better?
No, I
I
can't.
turned it down.
Shit.
Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry. That's the wrong guy. Is that better?
I-
Oh, that's better for you right there.
Yeah,
Huh?
it went to nothing for a moment.
Is that now better?
Yeah.
Okay,
Can
good.
you hear? No.
You can,
Yeah, you can turn
higher?
mine up a little
Can
bit.
you hear me?
Oh yeah.
Okay, there you go. So no, I'm not shitting on anyone. I'm not trying to shit on Zaldane. I'm not trying to shit on no one.
No.
But what I'm trying to say is he had the spotlight on him because we saw him catching the fish that way. Now, he might not be snagging, but I'm just wondering your opinion on like, if you're gonna set the hook when you're watching the live scope, that shit's gonna happen. If you see if you're watching the video game and you go to shoot someone with this, you're gonna shoot wherever the fuck you can. If I'm watching my video game, which is a live scope, and I see the fish come up, I'm gonna set the hook. It might be next to his fucking head. I don't know, but I'm gonna set it. So if we talk about humanity, like he might not even fucking know.
I'll give somebody the benefit of the doubt that if they actually felt the fish thump,
Yes.
you feel that or a little tick
That's
or
what I'm
whatever,
saying.
and then
Yes.
you
Yeah,
respond to that. But at the same time, it's like what Butch used to say. You could just be seeing, oh, they're close to it. I'm just gonna rip,
There
and then
you-
I'm
I
just
didn't- I
taking
get
your
what you're
word
saying.
for it.
We've
I don't
had
know.
a time. Remember, Robert might have told you that story where remember when the buoy line broke in the back and Robert was float tubing back there, and I told him, I said, dude, I go, the fish are back here eating the huds. I go, if you get a single hit, it's a bass. If you get a double hit, It's a carp. Because what you're doing is you're rolling that bait over, and you're rolling it right over the top of a carp, and then he's taking off. You feel the one thump, and then you feel the next thump. And I said, don't bother swinging, because he swung, and he got one by the tail. But the single bump was that.
That's okay.
And it's sort of like, if you're.
But I guess it's a whole nother.
It's
animal.
another. It's like the
It's an animal
A-rig and
because
all
it's
that
like
stuff. It's a
it's
whole
like
other thing.
tournament fishing as well. It's a living. You're if something's legal, it's legal. Like you get the fucking thing. You can look in the water. A flogger. What is it called?
Yeah. Or have a jet boat and blow back behind some weeds, with a pond in the back. And none of the other guys can do that, and then that's banned from the tournaments. And you got to figure, that all these edgy ways to capitalize on what you're doing. Well, you guys know about that stuff, huh?
I don't know anything you're talking about.
It's kind of just like, if you don't like it, don't do it.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously, when you get into like really snagging stuff, there's things to that. But if you choose not to do live target, live scope, whatever you want to call it, what does everybody officially call it? You know what I'm talking about.
Yeah,
I hate
live
having
scope.
to like go through each brand's version.
Yeah.
But
Live.
if you prefer not to do it, dude, more power to you. If you do it, I don't care.
Yeah.
Like, dude, do your thing. I'm not going to undermine that catch, like, especially guys in other waters. Like,
Yeah.
there's a reason why he's not doing it and I don't do it here. You're not doing it. It's because I have tried it. If there's an option for a better tool, I'm going to try it. And then I go, tried.
You know who they just sponsored for that live scope, don't you?
Who?
Mike Long.
Oh, man.
Hey, Modelo.
Hey! Well, I got one right there.
No Modelo's, but
Signature series.
That was perfect timing. That was a good.
You got me drinking.
There we go. Execution, deliveries, timing.
You guys are bad.
Listen, man.
New question.
New question.
Hang on a
Go,
minute.
Shane.
My nail is not painted. That's from the boat build, and it hurt really bad when I smashed it.
You're building the boat right now, right?
Done.
You're waiting on a motor, right?
No, yeah, I'm waiting. I got to get the motor back so I can make sure that I got it balanced out for whoever gets it.
That'd be cool.
They got a badass boat.
Yeah, we'll have something coming up talking about that.
Just
boat
do the
builds,
swap. Just do the swap. You
Right?
keep
I
the
could.
new
Yeah.
one, then you raffle off.
Yeah,
the
but
old one.
it's not electric,
It's
right?
no, and it's
Johnson?
not like mine. Mine floats.
Yeah.
Bitch.
And there's too
Like
much
your
good
boat.
juju with your
Part
boat.
of you.
Yeah.
Mr. Dunkin' Donuts, what's Butch and Mike's thoughts on triggering versus tricking bass into eating, say, an ultra realistic bait?
Ooh,
Match the hatch, man.
there you go.
Make your bait look like whatever. If it's the way the shad swims or the bulls. What is it? What's that one we have? The bull shad. The one you
Gizzard?
have at your lake.
Gizzard shad.
Gizzard
Yeah.
shad.
Yeah.
The way a trout swims. A trout swims a lot like a 250, and actually this silhouette looks a lot like a trout. But just match the hatch, man. Mimic the bait that you're fishing, like a jig or something like that. That's how I did when I was a kid, to make it look like a crawdad, And
I think what he's saying is triggering the bass to bite it versus like actually eat it.
Yeah.
well, you got to be
Like
able
when
to
you get
see
a
'em.
follower, right? Like when you're getting
To
a follower
do
to get
it.
it to commit. If you're trying to get a follower to commit, what are you going to do?
You got to change it up. You got to think
The
about
timing,
the followers,
like-
Mike. When you have them and they're like 5 feet back and 6 feet down, or those days where they're right on its butt.
Yeah.
There's those different kind of days. That there's certain days you can read when it's going to go off, and other days when you go, he's 10 feet back there and he's 4 feet down. I need to do something I got to make a longer cast and do something out there, and maybe pause it or do something a little different to get that reaction bite.
I've never had with hard baits, with soft baits have always been a little bit more difficult to do the reaction. I've seen you have some nifty tricks though in the past. I watched some of those which were sick, where you took it away from him and flopped it on the other side of the boat.
Yeah.
So I'd never really experienced anything with triggers, but I would try them and they would always fail. Always failed. But this year, like, it sounds horrible. I'm not trying to just promote like this Tyrant thing. But with the Tyrant, I was able to figure out certain triggers, and particularly like ripping it away from them.
Escape.
It was instantaneous where it went from that fish. I'd rip it away from them, and they'd come back and shoot at it, and then they stop. And you're like, okay. And the minute that fish was like, I'm not interested anymore, boom, rip it away from them again, and they shoot back. And you might do that 4 or 5 times with the fish, and finally they're like, enough of this shit, wham, and hit it. I watched the fish shoot straight up out of nowhere, grab the bait, fly out of the water, front flip, like, same thing. It's because there was a trigger, but it was applying to other fish, seeing other fish following the bait just set down, and then ripping it away from them, never seeing another fish that's much lower. It sees that reaction and goes, that thing just darted away. I'm going for it. Boom. I've never had success like that until this year, where it's actually, I was convincing fish to eat the bait. Like every other time before, I just fail miserably. But you, like with the soft bait stuff, like that was a nifty trick. You put that video up like 10 years ago, wasn't
Yeah,
it?
a long time ago.
Like right at the boat, you just ripped it away
Well, to
from
get
them
it
and
on
flip it
film
on
is
the
a
other
whole
side.
other deal,
Yeah.
you know, but got one.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
But I've done that before where I flipped the bait back for them and got them. But I think the escape is a key to getting a reaction bite.
Okay.
Because the Japanese feel that way too. They like to jerk. That's why I tune the 250s for a glide. But their thoughts are escape. When Okamura fished with me, he reels it and then he makes it like go like this in the water and then does that and they go escape, you know. And I get it because that's a lot of times what I do with this when I see a big one following it in the back. I just sort of make that fish think that, well, now you've been detected, and I make that bait do something totally different. But like when I fish my bluegill bait, or even when I fish Gilbert's bait, and I throw it out there and I'm down into the weeds and I'm doing my thing, I don't just reel it. I get it down in there and then I snap it as far as I can, and then maybe reel it a little bit and let it go back down in there. And I'm telling you, man, you snap it again and that thing goes like this and goes back down, and they're on it.
Usually on the drop. You're going to get on the drop a lot.
summertime.
Okay.
That's putting a lot of different flash into it
Yeah,
and stuff like
yeah,
that.
yeah.
It's like it's trying to get away.
Running away.
You
Yeah,
know.
yeah.
And it
Makes
works.
sense.
It works really good.
It's also too. It's kind of. It goes from bait to bait. Like there's certain baits you're not going to trigger them. You go and try and impart some action on it, and it's just like, bleh, and the fish goes.
Yeah, it just goes up like a noodle and down.
Yeah.
Like a plastic worm.
Right. Yeah.
So, you got to have the right bait to do that.
Makes
with.
sense. Makes
So.
sense.
So here's the next Instagram live question. It's from Ellen Angeles. Have you guys ever caught the same fish? And if so, did you notice if it got bigger or stayed the same size?
Ooh, we've talked about this before,
Yeah.
Butch.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I've caught them. I mean, like, dude, I have multiple stories. The same lake. My 17 was caught 2 times after I caught her.
No way.
Yeah, by 2 different anglers, which
Hold on.
is like,
Let's
oh,
see if we can
great.
see the picture.
Fish of a lifetime.
I don't think we can see
No,
the
that's not
picture.
that. That's not that one.
No.
That fish you just pointed to, she's at 13 pounds there. I caught her 2 years before at 11 pounds.
Wow.
Same exact fish. So
way.
she's on the upside, going up. There's been multiple other fish.
How
at
did
the
you
lake.
know? How did you know that the 17 was caught
That-
twice?
From Buddy Noy caught her in. So we have mine. You can tell by every fish. Everybody has their own way of doing it, but they have very distinct markings for the most part. And so, if you looked at my 17 pounder and her scale pattern, it's like a fingerprint almost.
Yeah, of course.
So you're comparing that to his photos and then eventually somebody else's photos, and you go, all those individual unique markings all line up.
They didn't get any bigger though.
No, she actually shrunk.
Okay.
So that was post. The trout had disappeared pretty
Okay.
much. I mean, they did one more. I think they did one more stocking, but it was minute, and he actually caught her later in the year, and so she was down to. I think she was 13.4,
No way, dude.
and then another
Almost 5 pounds. Shit.
and then another kid caught her. I think it was 2 weeks later.
And what was she?
Where
then?
he released her. So he caught it from where, if I remember right, in the general vicinity that I had released her years before.
Wow.
And then he released her, and then that individual caught it right where he had released her. So I mean, if that's how the story all goes, if I remember it correctly, but shit, that's that. But which leads to me, I actually hit him up earlier. Was it this year? Or was it last year? Where I was like, hey, I'm being told that like there's only X amount of big fish, and I keep catching the same ones over and over. And I wanted his advice and these things on it, and he kind of was like, don't believe into that too much. There's a lot of big fish in there. There's just, you're not catching them.
Yeah.
Like, you know, but
There's
you've caught a
always
lot.
the ones you don't see.
Yeah.
You know, you can't, just because you shock down a shoreline doesn't mean you've shocked the lake, and you can tell me that there's no big ones.
Yeah,
That you shocked the only 17 pounder in here, or the only 15 pounder, you know, that's, you know, you only have so much reading area. So, you know, that doesn't, to me, it doesn't apply. You know, you got to have it in your heart too, that they do exist, you know, but like I used
How much, I mean, if you think about having it in your heart, like, how much do you go off of intuition? Like, if you're going to
he
go,
believes.
you know what I'm saying? Like, how much?
He does.
At least I want to believe. Like, yeah, you know, the desire is there.
He's putting the time in.
Yeah, the amount of time I put in, I
No,
better
but
believe
hey,
something.
but seriously, like, you believe because you beat the fuck out of that thing, and you know what I'm saying? Like, you believe there's something in there for you.
But I don't even like. I don't beat the fuck out of it. It's like everything.
You know
for
what
a
I'm
reason.
trying to say? Like,
But
you fish it hard.
That's why it's depressing though too. If you go through and you catch fish, and then you look back at years before and you go, those are the same fish. They've just changed.
What's your biggest
size.
out of that lake?
Is it that one right there? I think it's 13. That one
13.
right there. Yeah.
What's the record?
The official record is 14.5.
And the shitty
There
record.
have been
What's
bigger-
the shitty record?
It's not a shitty record.
No, it
Don't
isn't.
try and-
Block, you son of a bitch. You won't come on
So-
this podcast. I'm gonna blast your fucking
Back
ass.
then, when they were dumping them, and they were dumping them heavy at that point,
Yeah.
it was what was it? 16.2? Is that what it was?
16 something,
16.2,
yeah.
and then there was rumors of another one at 15.8 caught.
Okay.
There were a pair. I saw those fish. There were a pair of them. So you had the 16 and this other big one. Bang bang, rolling together. The same stuff I witnessed at Otai,
Okay.
where you're like, oh, these two monsters are together. So bang bang, those ones, and then I think Chip Gilbert,
Yes.
no relation, but Chip Gilbert had the 14.5, I think from 2014. I don't know if you remember it, but
It was a while ago.
yeah, 2014. But there have been other teeners. I caught that teener. I've caught 12s, but like getting into that next phase
That's
there is
doable,
like
though.
You
yeah.
do
But
think
no, it
it
is
you
doable.
think it's
Yeah.
doable?
Yeah,
Okay.
it's doable. That's why I put the time in. I go, it's doable to beat 14.5, but I mean, beating 16 something, sure, that fish is there, but that fish is like,
You don't know where it is.
they're not basketballs anymore. Like that fish was a big fish, but she wasn't thick.
Yeah.
She was a
Okay.
big framed fish. Like I roll
That's-
deep out here in the lake, and I'm gonna roll up
The
here.
difference is the fish that like we had at the After Bay. When you hold them up, they might be this long, but they look like you. The fish we have now, they're this
That's what it's
long,
about.
but they look more like me. And the fish that we're not getting stocked look like Shane.
They're bitch ass fish.
Yeah. Remember Shane? You'd hold them up and they'd be all the way to the tail. They'd be so thick.
Yep.
You know, just meat all the way
Yeah,
down.
yeah.
They would just.
There's
You knew that fish
fat
could
rolls
weigh.
on their
Yeah,
tails.
you could see it in their, like down where the pectoral fin.
Like
is,
it
the
was
fat
there,
on
it
the
was
side.
there.
I would call it the triple belly. It's a
Yeah.
belly and then another belly.
It's like the
sticking
triple
out.
trout with the belly.
It's just super healthy.
Yeah.
Yeah, beautiful.
It's sad though. I mean, I'd love to see you do that. I mean, you put so much time on that lake, so I'm hoping, one day it'll be there. for Skinner.
What do you think a good way of like recognizing fish? Because like my method is horrible. I just like have to scour back. Is there a preferred method where you would like? Because I know you've caught the same fish multiple times. What's a way you go about keeping track of that?
I don't keep track of the individual fish because there was too many of them.
Yeah.
But I keep track of. I take when I shocked with Quinn and everybody.
Yep.
And Juicy, we take a circle punch.
Okay.
And you know the pectoral fin that comes here?
Yep.
We would punch that.
Okay.
Okay. And then we would come back and shock a month later in the cove. And if we had a lot of them that we shocked that had that in there, it means there was a low population of fish. It's the same fish. If there was only one that had a circle punch, it means there was more influx of fish. This was at Upper Lake. But I did it down below, and I started doing it. So what happens is it grows over. It doesn't hurt them.
Yep.
It grows into a nub, like a pimple,
Yeah.
like a red spot.
Yep.
Stays there for the rest of their life. If there's two, I've caught it twice. if there's 3. I've caught it 3 times.
yeah.
I've caught one 3 times, and probably maybe a half a dozen of them that had 2.
Mm-hmm.
But of the 120,
Make sure you're good.
the 128 over 10 that year, there was 7 that were recaught, and of the 107 that I caught, there was 11 that were recaught. The other ones I had never touched before.
Yeah, so that and then
And I only punch anything 10 pounds and up.
Yep.
I don't punch 8-pounders. I don't punch the other stuff.
and that's the other thing that I noticed too is like when nobody's paying attention to for us out here and you're chasing a certain species, you're not paying attention to if you caught that fish when it was 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 pounds. You're only like,
Right.
oh, did I caught this double digit here? I caught it again at this point, and you're only paying attention to that if it's like in the double digit range. You could have caught that fish multiple times throughout its entire life. I don't know, especially do certain fish play to your fishing style.
I think
and,
the
you know,
only
Yeah.
ones you remember are the real unique marking ones or their body.
Yep.
And then you say, I've seen that fish before. He's
Yep.
really black line or something like that. But other than that, what are you going to do? Spend your whole life taking every fish that you catch and laying it down and going,
Yeah, well, yeah.
and then going, okay, and then now you catch another one and you take a picture, and then you go home and you got 25 pictures of fish that day, and now you're going, no, it's not there. It's not there.
But
So
it
you
does hit
You got to
you.
pick a category.
You probably have, this feeling.
yeah.
You pick up this fish and you go, I've held this fish before.
Yeah,
Yeah, you recognize it. It's like
That's crazy.
yeah.
Connection.
this fish is familiar.
Yeah.
There's been some fish that were really obese that had these big floppy kind of bellies on them that came down, and this one.
You could remember that fish catch.
Yeah, I
How
remember
many
that
times do you
fish.
think you caught that fish?
I only caught it once, but I know 2 other people that caught that.
No
fish.
way. Do you
It
think
was
you've
a
caught
13
anything?
pounder.
You think you've caught any fish more than twice?
Yeah, I've caught probably. I don't know.
He just went through the whole story,
Yeah.
right? Like he's like
I went pissed.
in
I'm
one
sorry.
year he caught it
Yeah.
3 times?
3
Yeah.
times?
Yeah.
Fuck. Well, my bad. I fucked the podcast up. I'm sorry.
We're looking at 120 something fish.
Yeah.
And, 8 or 7 of them are recaughts. And then you look at another.
I'm going to ask a
banner
stupid
year.
question again. You probably already said this. Have you ever tracked a fish long enough to see it go from like 10 to like 14 to 16 to
No,
15?
I never. I was only into
No.
catching big fish. I didn't give a shit about that kind of stuff. That's
Come on, Nick.
That's when you want to start getting real anal, and you just got
That's
no.
Fumio.
got no
Fumio could handle that.
You got no life. You know what I
Right.
mean? I'm there, to catch big fish. That's what I want to do.
Hey, he's here to catch fish and drink beer.
Yeah, not even drink beer on the wall. I don't drink when I'm out there, but
He's like, gotta cover this.
you have to.
now we do.
You have to decide where you're going to go with this. You want to, if you want to look at every single fish and go with it that way, then hey, hats off to you. But I just like catching big fish.
So this is the crazy thing is, if you go back and you look at the history of big bait, everything, you're kind of the dictionary for that because you've done it all, at least in California. I mean, everywhere for big bait fishing, like you're the guy. So everything you're writing down is the next 100 whatever years, they're going to look back at your information and go, this is what Butch did. This is what so-and-so, just like this is what, whoever it might be, like Aaron Martins, whoever you want to say the best pro bass fisherman, they're going to be like, this is what he did. So they're looking at you. You're writing the dictionary for this. You know what I'm saying?
It's what he did or what he did, and you put all that together.
You're a big deal. You're in the fucking news. You're LA Times,
Did you
man.
see that LA Times article about you, bro?
Yeah, but I don't read this shit about me.
Hey, he
never
asked me all kinds of shit and didn't even credit me.
He doesn't
You son of a
consume.
bitch.
He doesn't consume the stuff that's
I
about him.
don't go and look at this stuff after they write
It was super
I have
cool, man.
never
It was
seen
super cool.
the Tackle Warehouse video. I don't ever look at your podcast.
Thanks, Butch.
I don't look at the goat. I never read the article. I don't do any of this stuff. I don't even look at my Instagram or anything.
He just slides in
I
and
just
drops
go fish.
nuggets.
I go home. I do what I'm supposed to do, and I can't wait to go fishing again and hope to catch another big bass. That's all I care
but
about.
you understand this is like
Yeah.
you're riding just even that you two guys, and I always say this: you guys are unicorns, beautiful unicorns with huge
Rainbow
unicorns,
horns.
fucking horns. Okay.
My unicorn horn is much smaller though.
But dude, what I'm trying to say is like people don't hear you talk, and I always appreciate you guys coming on because this is where people can hear you talk freely. But having both you guys on, it's like you guys are kind of writing the history for big bait fishing. You're
There's a little different generation that's going on here, and my legacy. I was there at the beginning. I watched the first Worm King come into the tackle shop. I was there. All the way to the AC plugs, to the Optimums, the Ospreys, all of those baits, all the way up the line. Caught my fish, did my fish, and then, now we have Mike, and he's sort of gets the torch passed on to him.
Look at fuck
This guy.
Let's give it to him.
Yeah,
he's
but
not gonna like this. We
but-
got the goat.
Oh,
And
dude.
we got the baby goat.
This is good. There's so many.
I thought a baby goat was a sheep.
Lamb. Just call it a lamb or something. Yeah. But not like.
It's the truth, Mike. I mean,
There's so much stuff though. Like, that's awkward, and I'm sure it's probably awkward for him when you call him the goat and all this stuff. He's just doing what he does. Like that's all he's doing. So it's weird
if
for
you're
him.
good
That's
at
why he doesn't.
something you do-
That's why he doesn't consume the stuff. It's like that's not what that's all about. Like.
Hey guys, sometimes if you have a big dick, you got to pull it out. Butch pulls it out. Mike pull it out. That's all there is to it.
But
period.
the generational thing is like it's probably like I get tripped out when people think back in the day. When they're referencing back in the day, to me, that's like 15, 16. Back in the day to this guy is
80s,
much
dude.
deeper.
Yeah.
There's a generation between me and him. He's still here, still doing it. So
That's
many guys
the crazy
have, like,
part. That's the crazy part, Butch, is like you haven't stopped and you're still catching big fish.
That's what I always wondered
yeah.
because they were all on their bandwagon back in the day, and then now they're all drop shotting. You know what I mean?
And he's always
They
just
wrote,
been straight
they
about
even
that.
wrote
too.
frickin' books about swim bait, but they're all drop shotting right now. You know what I mean? I mean, what's up
Hey,
with that?
truth teller over here.
Yeah.
Truth.
You know,
I mean, it's
But in my mind, I did it because I loved it, and it made me feel good to hold that big bass in a pitcher. But in my wildest dreams, if somebody was to tell me it would evolve into what it is right now, I would have never believed you, because back then you were like, you were the sort of like an outcast kind of guy. You weren't in on the fishing the regular stuff and stuff.
But that's the
You
cool,
know,
the whole
they
cool
look at
thing
your
about
big
this. You know what I'm
stuff and-
saying?
Yeah.
Is because you said, "Hey, I'm Butch. I'm going to do it this way." Even the podcast, I feel like I'm doing it my way. Like I don't have the sponsors you would think, like because I say fucked up shit, and we drink these things a lot,
Yeah.
more than other podcasts a lot. So, and that's the fun part of
So
it. Is
proud of it.
I am. Hey, Modelo, please sponsor the podcast. I drink a lot of beers, a lot. So what I'm trying to say is, you guys are like a different breed. Like Mike's talked about skaters, BMX, musicians, everything. You're just a different breed.
That's where it all came in, though, because that younger generation is what took hold of the swim bait world.
Yes.
And got rid of the guys during the easy days, and they all are drop shotting now. But now we have this generation that's hip to his kind of stuff, his kind of style. I still like wearing the clothes that I get.
Do you know Dickie's shirt?
It's a
That's
Dickie.
hard. That's
I'm
hard.
not advertising.
You're a real
tonight.
gangster with
That's
that
so
shirt.
cow.
I'm just
Right?
doing my thing.
I
I'm
think
not
gangster.
I don't
Would you
want
say-
any problems, so I'm just going to be.
Would you say back in the day, you were still in the anomaly back then because you would see quote unquote swim bait guys wearing their jerseys, and I'm not
Oh yeah.
crapping on any of that. You're
Dude,
seeing dudes'
right?
jerseys.
I mean,
Who do you see these days in the swim bait arena wearing a jersey?
wait, hold on, really quick. Swim bait guys would go fish.
Nah, they just do the photo shoots and they put
With
their
their jersey
jerseys
on.
on
Okay, I
and
get
stuff
it.
like that.
None. Even when I got asked to do Fred Hall's show, I said I'm not wearing a jersey. I'm not going up there like that.
It's-
Or a T-shirt. Will tell you what I do for a living. And
put a
that's-
drywall
that's
shirt
how
on,
it's
right?
good-
And say, hey,
that's
this is
what's
what I
gonna
fucking
be.
do.
No,
I got my fucking drywall knife on me. I'm going to cut you.
Yeah.
Razor
No,
tag.
Just doing our own thing, like it's this
Yeah.
whole other own thing where it's like, like it's open to everybody to do their own thing, their own nuances, their own little takes on their own styles, but like kind of, it's worked itself out where a lot of that, the Jersey jockey stuff like that, has kind of just
It's skateboard kind
Disappeared.
of stuff. It's I think it's more cutting edge kind of stuff.
Yes.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, but it's a
I don't-
different mentality,
and it's more
definitely,
comfortable.
yeah.
You're comfortable. When I go to these night tournaments and these guys are fishing night tournaments, okay, I look around and they all got jerseys on. You know what I mean? So last week, 2 weeks ago, my buddy Eddie comes over to the house. He wants to learn how to make a green color for one of his molds. So we're over there and he goes, "Hey, how'd you like to fish the night tournament with me tonight? Robert's gonna be up in kissing his wife's ass up in Vegas." I said,
The only guy that could get away with saying that.
I go,
None of us, Rob, we would
it-
never say that. Only Butch.
It's hot. It's hot. So yeah, I'll come out tonight. I wear t-shirts and stuff, and I go, tell you what, I'll throw my spinner bait out the back of the
Okay.
boat, and you fish the front and work down the shore, and I'll just fish over all the stuff that the boat just went over.
Okay.
Well, we got third place and $1,000, just like that. You know what I mean? Simple,
That's
simple.
showing some confidence in what you do. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know.
Right off the get-go. First cast. You know, head would come right at the boat, and Eddie's looking at me like, what the fuck?
I don't even know. Did we answer that question? I don't even remember.
Sorry,
what the
tangent.
question was.
Okay, we'll go back to questions. I'm
Yeah.
sure people.
Drew's got a question. Will certain anglers catch certain trophy bass, while other anglers with a different style catch a different
Type of bass.
trophy bass in the same lake? Like,
Yeah, that's why there's some people that fishing the same lake and some have more success than others. It's time on the water. It's thinking about things different. Speed, retrieve, baits you're throwing. I mean, just choice, overall choice. Like playing percentages, like, yeah.
So
Just because you're throwing the same things as somebody doesn't mean you're going to have the same success of them. Is that what the question is?
the question goes at different trophy bass have different personalities. So certain certain bass are only going to eat a certain type of bait.
I would say I don't know for certain, but the stuff I've read from the studies that the biologists have sent me, there are different general classifications of bass personalities. From my human perspective, looking at any other, your dogs, your cats, your gerbil, your hamster, whatever it is you have, you can see if you're an owner of a pet or just deer in the wild, things have different personalities. So why would a bass not have a wide variety of personality traits, right?
Yep.
So, what kind of bass likes to chase swim baits? Like fat, lazy pieces of shit?
So with every generation from the original F1s that were put in, do you think each year the personality will change with?
They're going to be susceptible to different pressures, and over time, those pressures are going to influence how their behavior changes. In my opinion, I think that things in the wild are highly susceptible to human pressures, and they're going to adapt. The only way for them to survive is to adapt. The ones that don't adapt, they're gone. So that's deer, that's elk, bear, coyotes. Go down the list. Why would bass not do the same thing? Especially,
Do you hunt as well?
Not anymore. I mean, that's just 'cause I feel like I'm a product of Southern California.
But do
It's
you
like
feel like
I don't have any issues with it.
No, but I'm saying maybe if you are a hunter, maybe it'll help you understand animals a little better. You know what
I
I'm saying?
think somebody
Like
that would be a successful hunter could be a successful bass angler
Manny,
as well. If
like
you're
Manny's
thinking, it's just the state
Yeah.
of mind in which you think about things.
Okay.
But I mean, what do you ask him the question? Because his like,
Will certain anglers catch certain trophy bass while another angler with a different style catch a different trophy bass in the same lake because the personality of the bass are different?
I think so, yes. Because he's been on a lake before, and there's somebody fishing totally different, and I have too. And we're fishing our same spots, and we've had people either in front of us or behind us stick a big one on a different kind of bait because we're fishing this, but you know that guy rolled up and
That
just
bass
stuck a
wanted
13 on this little bit different bait. He knows somebody that did that.
well, and I also that's what I was talking about earlier. Do I catch the same fish over and over because the way I fish works to their personality? So those
That's right.
fish are the ones that specifically respond to how I'm fishing.
You could really break this fucking thing down
Yeah.
like so far,
Go
dude.
down the rabbit hole.
In my opinion, though, what I do is when I'm at my lake and I catch my big fish and I have them in the live well, and they're well taken care of and they're treated, they don't get released back in the exact same spot. I go out towards the middle of the lake and I get in deeper water and then I cut them loose and then they can go. I can watch them on the sonar swim down to like 25 feet or so and then level themselves out. And then in my mind, they can go and do whatever they want to do, wherever they want to do. I don't want to know that I'm catching that same fish over and over again.
Exactly.
So I leave it at that.
Yeah.
And then sometimes I really have even noticed that I might have caught a fish at this end of the lake that was one of the re-spots, but there was something unique about it that at the other end of the lake I got that same fish. But yeah, another angler can present something different and catch a completely different animal. I think that's why the HUD changed everything. I think that's why baits change things, because those fish don't see certain baits, and then when something new hits the market that has a different swim or different look or something that is what they like, you're going to be catching those fish that were looking at a HUD going, yeah, I don't think so, or an AC plug, yeah, I'm not into wake baits or anything like that, but then they see a 250 go over the cross and it's like, I'm on it, you know.
How many times do you get that, like, that certain bait where you're like, oh, you know, multiple times where you go, 250 came out, oh, game changer, the HUD, game changer. What's another, like, a couple baits that
There's been a lot of game changers as it's gone up the line. That's why I asked you about Steve Harner, you know, but the AC plug was the wake bait, you know, okay, he was the original. And then you went into like the Osprey. Okay, now when Steve Harner came out with the Osprey, he made that a line through, and he used to pour it with those micro bubbles inside the rubber, and it'd stay up high, and it was a fat bait.
Oh wow!
And it was very successful. Shane remembers that. Then when Sean Donovan hit the scene, well, he started putting, instead of like before, well, let's put Worm King in here.
Okay.
They had the lead head in the head, and it was a crude, but it still got bit, you know. But you know, it is what it is. But it was the beginning, the crude, you know, the beginning. But then when Sean Donovan showed up from Optimum, well, he was the first one to mold the lead head inside the bait, you know, which that hit everything, and then the bait swam good. And then from there, it went pretty much to the Huddleston. Actually, it went to Kenny's bait that had the soft body and the hard head.
What was that called?
What was Castaic bait?
That was Castaic, okay.
And there was two different versions. There was the wood one, and then there was the.
Wait, you're talking about was it called the hard head? Is that what it was?
The hard head.
Yep. Okay.
Yeah. And even at that bait, I used to Dremel out the gills, repaint it, and then I got dye.
Every fucking bait.
No, hey, I got dye. I used to do them for guys at the tackle shop when they saw mine, and I still have them to this day. And I made a mold of the tail, and I made it a 3-piece tail. I made a 12-inch, but I used to take this dye that they use in the studios. It's called studio dye.
Okay.
They have like olive green and all these other colors.
Okay.
Well, if you mix it with a little bit of acetone, okay, and then you use a paintbrush, you can take the rubber bait, the rubber back, because they were sort of shitty.
Yeah.
You know, but you could take that and literally paint that, and the acetone would etch it into the right color. And then put your dots on it and your pink line. And I was doing that for the other guys and
getting bit.
And I got bit good.
Okay.
You know, and then I have the Chubby Cheeks, which I made molds of all the fins through its generation.
Okay.
So I have those that I still have, and I have got another stockpile of those. And then all of a sudden, you know, you're going along and you're thinking, yeah, everything's been frickin' hit, you know. But as a kid, I remember having this float that for bluegill.
Yeah.
And it was shaped like sort of like a torpedo in a way. It was like a bell. And I remember having it tied on at the nose, and when I'd throw it out and I'd catch a bluegill, I'd reel it, it'd go like this in the water. You know, and I was always thinking to myself, why can't they make a bait that doesn't have a bill that swims? And then all of a sudden that thing came across my path. And then there was that summertime void, and that's when I got it.
Mm-hmm.
And that was like the goose that laid the golden egg right there for me. It was just off the hook. And like I said, I kept it away from everybody for like 2 years, and filmed and did my thing. Yeah. And then
you know how hard that is for people to do that nowadays, to not release something. And I want to go to Gilbert and kind of do the same thing. What you remember we get a different generation. So probably like early 2000s, you're doing the same thing with what you were doing.
I wanted to add, it's something that always strikes me as so odd, is an interaction I had a long time ago. Is I remember seeing these baits on a shelf in a tackle shop, but they were the small versions, like the
175s,
like the small guys.
Yeah.
And I remember, and I may have told this story before or something like that, but I remember reaching out. After seeing this bait, I remember reaching out to a hard bait maker and saying, hey, like, why don't you do something where your bait is wrapped in a soft thing? Because it really muffles the bait, really muffles it out. And the response was, if you make the outer shell anything but hard, when the bass bites it, it's not going to allow the bait to slide in their mouth, so you're not going to ever hook the fish.
That's what I'd say if I couldn't make it either.
I don't know if that is, but it's not an understanding of how lures work, especially if you make hard baits. You sure, fish do suck these things in, but a lot of times, from my experience, when you see a fish come up and pop it, it goes, and it just is.
One more time. Give me that sound one more time. That's a good sound. But that's 2 times you gave it to me. I'm gonna sample it. I'm not fucking kidding.
Now I'm not
gonna be one of the ones that goes.
But I never experienced them. Rarely would they just suck a bait straight in. A lot of times it's slapping on their face. Mm-hmm. So I didn't at that time, being an inexperienced angler.
What year was this?
That might have been 2008, 2009.
So go back to your go back
ago.
To your.
But I was involved in like swim baiting then. But I was when I was. I will say that was when I was starting to become aware of.
Were you throwing HUDs at the time? Not really.
Yeah,
throwing glides?
But I was starting to become aware of. Not everybody looks at these things like the same. You know, you have you've probably had this awareness for a long time where you're like, not everybody's analyzing things the same way, and they're taking some things for granted. And there's no fault of their own, but it's just understanding how fish eat the baits, how these things, and I'm going, that doesn't make sense. Like what I saw, like, yeah, it's soft, but it's not gonna.
They don't. And the bite on this bait is most of the time it's really light. It's just a tick.
Yeah.
Because a lot of times they're traveling the same speed behind it, and they just come up and pop it, and that's it. They don't yank it out of your hand.
And how do they get hooked?
They just.
Well, I'm just saying, it's the trebles are free swinging and.
Well, they got to hit it in the right spot, you know, and then the right hooks. I went through a lot of different kind of hooks on it and stuff like that.
Do you change the hooks out still?
Oh yeah.
What hooks do you like?
I change the hooks on every bait I have.
What hooks do you like on your?
I use all the hooks actually. For this hook bait right here, it's a Gamakatsu round bend bronze hook, 2/0 and a 1/0 in the back. If it's a thumper tail, it's the VMC hook. If it's what do you call it? The HUD. It's a VMC.
Do you have the specific product number off the top of your head?
Nah.
7161 lead heads.
No, I wouldn't be surprised if he did. If he's like, yeah, it's 5102, and you're like, what?
No, I don't. The only reason is because I've tried the other hooks, and it's just the way the bend is. You know,
it's crazy
if
to
it's
think
slightly out. That's what I'm looking for. If it's beaked in, like this bait makes his swim baits. His hard baits he likes.
You know, only thing I think he makes a great.
I think he does.
This bait is like the OG, like calico, like shit, like that.
The problem is though, a lot of guys that make baits think that they got to buy the biggest, baddest hook, most expensive on the market. So they're going to go and get the owner, and they're going to get the ones that are sort of beaked in. That is not a swim bait hook. You don't want a hook that's beaked in. You need one that has the straight shank coming out, the round bends, because that is more productive.
You know what's crazy that I was saying is like I'm still pretty new to all this, but the shit you research, like you've probably gone through like how many hooks, different style hooks for that bait? 10, 20?
Yeah, I went to
it's
the
like,
triple grips.
Dude.
I went
You
through
know,
the
shit
owners.
like that, it's
I
like,
went through all
shit,
of them.
man.
Now, if you put an owner on this bait,
the swim's different.
An
probably.
owner, if you look at an owner treble hook, the eye isn't straight with the hook. It's offset, so it never lays on the bottom of the bait flat.
Okay.
You know what I mean? The whole trick is the bait glides very gently. So if you have the light wire hooks that come out, well, they tuck up underneath the bait, and they don't hang down like a big cartoon picture.
Okay.
You know? And what always used to bother me is, okay, you got a bait, it's white on the bottom, so we're going to put
feathers.
These ST36 black owner hooks on here. Okay? So now you've got this beautiful bait that's just sort of swimming along with these black hooks that are hanging down. Well, these fish are educated. The big ones, they got eyeballs this big.
What made that hook just everyone likes that hook?
Well, because it's supposed to be, it's a good hook. Yeah. But it just depends
on the size
what you're looking for. You know, if you're who's a trophy fisherman for bass? Okay, that's how you have to look at things. There's not a biologist out there that trophy fishes for bass. Right, yeah, He's not going to tell me how bass react and what they do. He can tell me how he shocks. He can tell me what he does. But I lived it. I did it. I've got the numbers under my belt. You cannot tell me about your moon phase. You can't tell me that, well, because it's a bright sunny day, they're not going to bite. You're better off catching them in a cloudy day. You're full of shit, man, because I catch them this way. So there's no biologist out there that's actually hands-on big bait bass fishing.
Who's the best biologist you've worked? The guy that I've talked to, it's Fumio and Whitney Ueda. They both know a lot about fishing. Right?
Yeah,
Whitney's really good, and he's a guy I've been trying to get on forever. Not only does he fish, he fishes tournament calico and tournament freshwater.
He's a walking encyclopedia.
Dude, so good.
But it's like when I met Fumi and I took him out there and I started going over the program with him on Moon and what we're doing, and he sat in the boat and fished with me. He just said it's just different than everything that's written. Because when we're kids, we're at home at grandma's and she got the Sports Afield magazine, and we can't wait to go and look at it and see all the same knots that they tied last year when you were at her house, and this and this and this and the tips, and then here's the article, you know, and it's the same thing every year. It's like they just rewrite the same thing, and it's not. Swim bait fishing is completely different. It's a different style of fishing, and the only person that can give you the insight of how it works and what it is somebody that's actually living it and out there doing it. You know,
a lot of what you're citing is the stuff is people reading online and stuff. It's just advertorial content. Mm-hmm. They're paid to write these articles, and so it's designed to move product for people. But when we talk about hooks, is like you're shrinking down, and I mean, call me crazy and stuff like that, but I will bend out on those treble hooks. We don't use the same hook, but I do a small one, and it's what he's talking about is where you're taking those angles of the hook that might be faced in just a little bit.
No, I know what you're
and
talking
people
about,
probably think it's mind-blowing where I go, meh, and I bend them not against the hook, but I'm poking them out so that they grab better. And then you go, okay, if I bend a hook out, I might look around and be like, bend it back in just because I'm too lazy to go. I mean,
but you got them. Like, you own that. You got that fish. Fuck it. These guys all go, well, I can't use those hooks because they bend. Well, if it bends, then you put another one on there. But
I'm even
at
too
the
lazy
end
to
of
do
the
that
day, you're going to
sometimes,
get bit more times and have more opportunities. And at the end of the year, you're going to have more double-digit bass than if you stick with your big black musky hook and try to swim your bait. You know, you got to weigh it out.
Those piece of shit striper fishermen.
Two guys I know, and I just for their courtesy, I won't say their names, even though I respect both dudes. I won't say their name. Both of them made the switch. They've been hearing this guy. They've been hearing me forever talk about the smaller hooks, and people blow their mind when I'm saying on a hinkle that I'm fishing a size 1 hook, a tiny little hook for that stuff, a little silver one, and I'm fishing a silver one so that it matches with the color of the bottom of the bait a little bit better.
Silver is good.
So those guys switched, and I have to point it out to them. They're having better success on the water, and go what? And they're open to these ideas. And
is their hookup ratio better as well? Like from making those? Are they getting bit more?
Yes, getting bit more. And if you're getting bit more, you're likely to be catching bigger and better fish. So both have had much better success.
All right.
So, and I talked to him. Do you think it's related to that? Without a doubt.
Okay.
They've been doing some of the same stuff for quite some time. Experienced anglers I respect, and there's just too many guys around you saying, that shit doesn't matter. That shit doesn't matter. What fish are those guys catching?
That's how you have to look at it.
Hey, truth be told.
And guess what? Now, if you're catching better fish than them because you're trying something new, the proof is in the pudding. You got to try new stuff. You got to be willing to risk it.
Which is so hard for people to, like, try new bait, figure it out. I mean, I've talked to Whack a million times. Like, everyone. Like, it's hard to fucking go, okay, I'm going to pick up this bait, that bait. Just focus on that bait. So these dudes don't want to change. And when you're told something like, this is the way you fish the fucking 250. This is the line. This is the blah, blah, blah. And then when I talk to these guys, like I talked to Shane, this is what changed my mind. He's like, that's not how I fish it at all. You know, and they tell me how they fish it. And I'm like,
I think when somebody's telling you how to do it, that's just like general rules.
No, but I feel like what I'm saying
it.
is like, I feel like you go online and you'll find everyone says, this is the way. This is how you do it. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm trying to say?
Everybody will follow that. They won't go.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Like, and it makes you go like, if I'm new to it, I'm like, well, I'm kind of nervous. I don't know how to fish these fucking baits, and I don't want to lose one because it's a lot of money.
Yeah.
So I don't go and do the different thing when it's gonna get me bit. And to me, I've always said I don't mind paying $300 for a bait if I'm gonna fucking catch a 10-pounder. I'll pay $300 all day long if I'm gonna catch that 10-pounder. No problem. Yeah. I'll do it multiple times. So to me, it's like figuring out like the confidence, but finding that right guy that can give you the advice. You know what I'm saying?
Well, these two guys right here.
I think the hard. You asked, I think originally a question like, what do you think the most difficult? I think it for most anglers, it would be like stepping into the unknown. Like nobody else is around me is doing this. Should I try this? Mm-hmm. Not willing to risk failing for potentially
or losing the bait,
being
like
highly successful.
Big, yeah.
Well, no, it's just like, well, if those guys are doing it, then we must all be on the right track. Instead, being like, hey, I'm just gonna go fish over there.
And the biggest dude that I feel like that has done really good with this is Keith. He's kind of been in his own world. Like I really think that in Florida,
like in Florida,
dude, he figured it all out. Like when I had him on, I'm like, fuck, this has been a great interview because he knows like what he's trying to do. He's not following anyone else's path, you know.
Yeah, and that's no, exactly. He's doing that out there. This guy did it years ago. People didn't take him serious. Like, no, I'm not saying that in a bad way.
Yeah.
Butch has been saying the same things. He's been consistent about it for how
it's
many
all
years
on
now?
Video. There's nothing to hide.
No, but it's credit
it's
like
there.
It's like so somebody can apply that to their own fishing, their own lake. It's not just particular to his lake.
Yes.
Take that risk, step into the unknown, try something new with that bait, make adjustments to that bait, do whatever it does to separate your bait, how you fish, different from the next 20 guys or 10 guys. Now, if you don't have as much fishing pressure, maybe it's not as big of a deal, but any increase, the more natural you can make it, I 100% believe you're going to increase the size of your fish.
Yeah, I agree.
Sorry, we rant on the same thing.
Next question.
Guys, do you think large soft baits are always the way to go, your best bet for catching the biggest fish instead of a hard bait in trout fisheries?
I think so. Because it's...
Your PB's on a soft bait, right?
Yeah. And it's called a swim bait. The hard baits are not swim baits. This is a glide bait. There's wake baits. There's other baits, but a swim bait is a rubber bait. To be honest with you, to clarify that, but I do think it's the way to. It's the deal.
I like that clarification.
You know, there is a difference.
Nobody ever talks about it that way.
You can take your your little shad baits that these guys are making 5 inches long and all that crap, and call it a swim bait, but it's not a swim bait. It's a frickin' plug. Okay, a swim bait is a rubber bait, and a big bait, I think, is you can classify as anything over 10 inches.
So how big? How big do you think a swim bait is?
A swim bait is rubber.
But how big?
It doesn't matter.
Like, what does it start at? A swim bait?
It doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter.
You just missed his whole breakdown.
God, I fucked up again.
For the second time.
I had to go pee-pee. I'm sorry.
So,
Mike, what do you think?
My biggest fish is on a hard bait. I have more confidence, though, in a soft bait.
No matter whether it's a trout fishery or a shad.
I'm just more confident in throwing, whether it's a HUD, a Batesman, whatever. Go down the list. I feel more confident I can go out and start figuring things out quicker with a soft bait because it's just simple. There's just different ways you can do the retrieve, but there's not in an unknown fishery. I feel like I can just kind of work the bait. It just is natural to me. I just have confidence. It's silent. It's stealthy.
So many different variations to work a soft or a swim bait. A rubber. Rubber.
Right.
You can do so many things with it. A lot of the hard baits. You're either subsurface or you're gliding or you're doing these other things. With the other one, the swim bait, you can be jerking it out of the weeds, slow rolling it, mid depth. You can pop a weight out, keep it up in the upper water column, suspend. And it, to me, I just think that it looks more natural to them, especially a hand pour.
In ultra pressure fisheries, should you slow down or speed up?
It comes into both plays.
Yeah. There's no questions like that are so hard because one year it could be like, oh, you got to slow way down, bro. And the next year it's like, hey, if you're not burning it, you're not getting bit. And you're like, what? Like it could jump. Things can jump that quick, especially from my experience. Things can move rapidly. Like you could be getting bit and then all of a sudden 20 guys show up and they're all throwing the same thing, and you could not be getting bit anymore. That doesn't mean the fish aren't still there. They just realized really quickly that. So how do you just change it? Like those are hard.
You have to just change it up.
You got to try it.
You got to try it. If you're getting followers, they're not hitting it because you're going slow or whatever. You don't need to visibly see a follower. Like if you really want to get into it a little bit more. Like when I used to fish in the murky water, and I think you might have been with me there, you can have the sonar on. And when you're reeling that bait in, and you bring it in each time, and you look down, there's these 2 arcs that go underneath the boat about 5 feet under your boat. Well, you don't need to leave the sonar on all the time to figure out you're getting followed. So either you need to slow it down a little bit in that particular kind of water. I found that in clearer water, well, when it comes to the 250 and stuff, like super clear water, that sometimes they like it a little faster, especially in the summertime. They don't want to study it. They see everything, man.
Yeah.
Especially big giant bass. They got big giant eyeballs. They've seen it all, man. So, you got to be. You got to make it look right.
Something people don't consider too is like they're looking at 30 feet deep, like as it's this insane depth in crystal clear water. Look at your boat. Some of these guys, their boat on a trailer from the tongue to behind the motor. What is that? 25, 26. When you look at it that way, and if you were just to turn it up, it's not that deep.
It's not that deep.
A fish sitting at the bottom can clearly see a bait that's at on the surface. They can shoot up in a heartbeat, pop, right back down. Like that's not a distance for them at all.
And that's even talking about like the one thing I've said this a million times. Shadow lines, all that shadow stuff. I went with Charles. He put me on my biggest swim bait fish. This was 2 years ago at DVL, but shadows. Yep. So he's like, "Hey Nick, you see that shadow line right there?" I'm like, "Yeah." He's like, "Cast into that and just work this taxi trout back."
Yeah.
Bam, 7. Another one, 5. I was like, "Fuck!" All on the shadow lines. It's like, and that structure, and I never figured that out. Like now, I'm like, "Oh, it's structure." I get what he's talking about. And but Charles has been like a big.
But when that shadow hits the water, then it goes straight down.
Yeah,
right?
yeah. Oh, you're good.
I took a photo of the leaf in the water and was like, "That's not true."
You know what I'm saying? But like, it's talking to
Yeah.
Like that's a whole nother like aspect of everything we're talking about. Is
Well, it
the
bothers
shadows,
their
you know?
eyes, it's what it is. It makes them move up.
Yeah, right.
But you'd also be surprised at how fast a big bass can move. 10, 15 pound bass can move really fast if you've ever seen one chase a trout across the top. It's amazing.
Oh, I'm sure.
That little trout doesn't stand a chance.
It's like a shark, bro.
Boom,
I mean,
boom, boom.
fuck. Yeah.
Do you guys think the next breakthrough bait is an 8+ inch shad or a trout jerk bait?
My bait.
Which bait?
You don't need to know.
They want to know when
Do they get a name for it? Do they get a name
when's
for
the
it?
bluegill coming out?
Oh,
Oh.
As soon as I get things straightened out with depths.
Are you gonna release
called
it? Are you gonna?
It's called
release
an
it
escape gill.
There you go, guys.
And it doesn't have any dorsal fins.
Is that the one you took a
don't
picture
be
of?
disappointed.
Is that the one you took a picture of and you put it up like a little teaser?
No.
Remember the one I'm talking about, Shane?
Which one?
He put a picture up of a bait.
that's not the one he's talking about, though.
It's not the one.
No.
It's a different one. Oh, all right.
The carp bait's a good one, though, too.
All right.
It's the one I was told never ever. When I show you a picture,
I didn't tell him that either.
when I show you a picture in my trophy room, that's what's blurred
All
out.
right, I get it.
But I think even just to, like actually going like addressing the question is, if you're thinking in the terms of a trout, what was it?
Jerk bait.
Trout jerk bait or a shad,
Oversized shad,
just even
swim bait,
Yeah.
it's.
or a realistic trout jerk bait.
What would you use? Like what's something?
I think the next thing that's going to open everything up doesn't fall in those categories. Period. It's something completely new that somebody hasn't exposed or whatever. It's like it becomes its own category. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Makes sense to me.
Just doing a different look on like
Lipstick on a pig.
yeah, it's still a pig.
Right.
Like
That's
that's the point. Like right now, nobody's like reinventing the wheel. Like when it happens, it'll happen.
Have you seen anyone that you've been like, this guy's doing it? You know what I'm saying?
bait wise?
Bait wise.
Most of the time, those guys are going to keep it to themselves.
Oh, you never seen any new bait makers where you're like, oh, this guy.
You don't see somebody that actually has something that's like next level. Like, oh, this is game changing. They're not posting it to Instagram, going check me out. If they really feel like it's something that's going to change it, they're keeping it for themselves and maybe feeding it to somebody's.
Yeah.
It may be out. It may actually already exist out there, and just guys are having success on it. It just hasn't
Have you seen
caught
anything?
attention
Have you
yet.
seen anything like that?
I see things from time to time, and you kind of look into it. There was a couple of things that I was a little bit like hopeful for, and then you actually try them out, and you're like, and
Sucks.
there's potential on them, and then you go, I don't want to do the labor on making this necessarily.
You're already doing what you're doing.
like
I
you
get
just
what you're
like
saying. Yeah.
sometimes you just want to go fish,
Yeah.
and if what you're doing isn't broken, you're like, I'm just gonna keep it easy on myself. I have a goal. I'm moving forward.
Yeah.
But I mean, he's on this. He's always keeping an eye
This
out.
fucking guy builds everything.
You probably keep more eye out than I pay attention to it.
Well, I've always done it my whole life. The
The crazy thing, the bait you've always talked about. I said, and I've asked you this last time. I'm like, what was the newest bait that you liked? That was something new, and you said Mike's. That was probably the only one that you're like impressed with.
Yeah.
The last it
does the job.
It's been a long time. You know what I'm saying?
But like, so relatively around the same time, other people have done glide baits. So they weren't popular.
Right.
So when Butch started putting out stuff and people were getting hands on it, this was the pig. Let's put it this way. This is the pig. And there have been some others that are just maybe they're bigger pigs or stuff, and they was timed right, like a hinkle. It was timed right. There's a different bait, but the general action. But everything arguably since like, what was Rago's? What was Rago's called? Like the first three.
Gladiator.
Basically, you had the depths, you have a gladiator, and a hinkle. Were those kind of the
I
first
think those
main
were the
three?
first ones.
Yeah.
Hinkle was one of the first.
Yeah.
He's a young dude, right? He's
Yeah.
not that old,
Yeah,
right?
he had been making baits like for a long time.
Okay.
And I don't mean that in a disrespectful
No,
way
not
to
at all.
anyone, because people have found nuance and they've perfected certain areas for their glide baits. But that's why it was so impressive in the early days on a glide, is because he saw reactions from fish. I saw reactions from fish that you hadn't seen in quite some time. So there is that thing out there. We just don't know what it is yet. There's like some scientific analogy of what this is.
Yeah,
like,
when you look at the picture, you say to yourself, "Well, gosh, Steve Harner with the osprey. That's there's nothing going to come after that. We're going to use this, and then here's this, and then here's this,
With every bait,
and then here's the wake bait that looks like a trout, and then all of a sudden you're sitting there, swim baits all sort of look the same, and then here comes the Huddleston, here comes the mag trout, and then when you think, oh well, we got that covered now, everything's look at this shit. And then out comes a glide bait.
Yep. But we've been on a hold for a minute, I think.
It's just.
You know what I'm trying to say? Like, do you feel like you've been on a hold for a second? Like, where's the next? What's the next?
I think
thing?
the hard bait stuff has been on a hold. I know some guys are trying new things. So if you're not gonna, if it's not gonna be something completely brand new, I try and look at things as, well, what can you make that pig somehow different?
Yes.
Maybe there's a better analogy, but there are guys trying new things, and so you can do the same thing with soft bait. Hard bait saying it's a 4-piece, a 5-piece, or a glide bait or whatever. I think like what was Andrew was trying to do, and I think some other people are trying to do is soft, like making the soft joints and stuff. So is that beneficial? Sure, if it's not out there, because does that quiet that same presentation down? I mean, there's a lot to consider. Like, would that give you some type of advantage momentarily until the fish are hip to it again?
You sort of got to look at it like in the saltwater version. We've been fishing jigs and iron our whole life, and then out comes this flat fall
and the Mad Mac.
And I mean, come on,
that thing, dude.
It will happen, but you just don't know when it's going to happen, and
it's crazy because
hopefully you're the one that picks up on it quicker than.
Well, this is one thing right here. Look at weedless bite.
Mm-hmm.
This bait kind of triggered the whole weedless bite. Everyone has a weedless bait now that you burn on top, stem bridge, everyone. Pearl, you burn these on top, it's like fishing a frog.
Yeah.
So you go on the kelp stringers, you burn it, waxing it, and they come up like a frog. It's super cool for calico, but now people are using glides, TKs.
Yeah.
So it's kind of like Scott.
Yeah.
Scott's a huge, he's really good at that shit. Very good,
What's Scott's last name?
Weiss.
There you go. Yeah.
Don't fuck me up.
What is it? What is it? Bows and arrows?
I call him bows and arrows all the time. That's all. But Scott, he's a great fisherman, and he's doing the glide thing more.
Does super cool graphic work with all that stuff?
And I like the different he's dedicated to just going, hey, I'm gonna throw glides. That's it.
Yeah.
That's what I'm doing. I'm like, oh, I like that. That's cool. And he has some good ideas. He uses in the salt, and it works great. But like we're saying, it's like this is the new thing. We're just, I think, behind you guys. For the freshwater, the salt. The guys don't want to spend the money, but it's there.
But why are the salt guys starting to spend more money? Is it because the old stuff isn't working anymore?
Pressure, just like your lakes.
So they're having to start to show them something new.
I think so.
I don't know. I'm asking out of pure curiosity.
I think pressure's coming. I know some of the older guys. We're up. If anyone wants to come back, we're back at it. I guess I'm the only one here right now. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna fix the camera so you guys can see everyone, and I'll answer your shit too as well. Hold on.
I know how Jeremy Anderson feels.
You ready? Back at it.
I guess it's you and me, buddy.
Yeah.
Look at all these beer cans.
Fuck it. All right.
What happened?
Just the cameras went out for a second, but we'll get back at it, and I'll start answering when I take a break.
Are they on
Yeah.
the screen?
So I'll ask a question.
Wow, this is like the old times when it was just you and me.
I know.
I love it.
All right. I'm back on, guys. We back. No more problems. Let me look for a question. No camera. What happened? Guys are stuck on hype. No one wants to fish what works. Okay, I get it.
What the?
Butch, Nick's casting couch. No, it's not Nick's casting couch, you fucking idiots. God, these fucking assholes. Let's see some questions that I might ask. What do you guys think about baits like the interchangeable FMTC shock collar or the snitch, or a 2-piece glide or a 3-piece swimmer moving in the right direction? So it's more of like a the interchangeable baits. You ever seen those?
Nah.
FMTC. So there's FMTC has an interchangeable bait that you can kind of change different parts in it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But I mean, what you don't really, you don't fuck with any of that.
I don't
right?
fuck with that shit,
No.
man. No. It's like a 250. Okay, you could put a bill in here.
Yeah.
I mean, these guys were smart. You could put a bill in here. You can make it a wake bait. You can make it a glide. You can make it all these different things. But no, I don't mess with that other stuff. I live in, in California here.
Here's a question from me to you.
For
Integrity.
beer.
How big is integrity like in fishing? So they have like I don't like going from sponsor to sponsor. I'll never do that. Like I don't really want to do that. So for me, it's like sticking with one guy for a long time. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. Like to you, is that like a big part of your fishing?
I think that you need to stick with who was the bait maker or the bait that made you successful and what you believe in. I don't believe in just, going and getting a sponsor and getting free product for something I don't use. I see a lot of that. And I never did it to get free product. I never did it for money. I did it because I love to catch big bass, and that's what I did. It just parlayed into what it is now, where I got a name on a bait, or I'm known for a HUD or things like that. So, and as far as what I use for lines and hooks and things, I just buy
Use
my
what
own.
you like, yeah.
I don't.
That's the biggest thing is I
that.
feel like it could get lost in translation, all this, everything. You know what I'm saying? Like just having a partnership with someone is being like, hey, I respect the 250 and you became friends with Pano and that worked out. Mm-hmm. But I like how you go, well, I like this fishing. Like I'm going to buy whatever the fuck I want. I'm going to buy the hook I want to buy. You know what I'm saying?
Well, yeah. If I had a shirt that had 1 million patches, then I'd be up here going, well, on my Strike King, I fished this blue and white, and on the Bomber Lure, I fished this. Meanwhile, they're all made by the same Chinese bait maker. And
isn't that crazy?
And I use Berkeley this, and I do this, and bass, and blah, blah, blah. I don't need to do that. I don't want to do that because it's not honest. It's not true. You see what I fish in my videos. I hide nothing. You can fish right behind me. You can watch me from shore. It's the way it is.
That's what makes you the GOAT. You don't understand. Like you not many people will go and do stuff like that where you go like, hey, you could look at it wherever the fuck I'm doing. I don't give a shit. Come to my lake. And even Kayla came on. She's like, I didn't want to talk about my lake, but I'm just like Butch. You can come try to fish my lake. Fuck it,
Yeah. You got to know what's going on.
Yeah.
You got to know all your come and fish behind me. Hey, and if you catch one, then you fall into that
Good on
category of that guy that caught that different fish that didn't want to eat what I have. Because that happens. I cannot catch all the fish in the lake. Don't expect me to.
Yeah.
But I get my fair share.
Yeah.
And I'm happy with what I get, and so be it. But I sleep at night. I learned that if you just tell the truth, you can never get tripped up. If you make up stories and you make up scenarios and things like that, and you get asked down the road, then you're screwed because you don't remember. But if you talk about your experiences and you tell the truth, what you use, how you use it, how it came about, it only comes out one way, and that's it. And that's the way it is for me. Works out real good.
I think that's part of the integrity thing, like just being, and from the old school as well.
Yeah, and I'm happy to help people and do things. I mean,
you have a website. You're gonna have a website now, right?
I think so. I've had one, but it's got that block wall on it. For what, 12 years now.
But I feel like I seen hints of something.
Yeah,
I'm not sure if we're supposed to talk about it.
They made me one as a gift, and they've given me everything to do it. And I'll do it.
Is it gonna? You'll be able to tune baits through on the website.
Yeah, it's pretty much to tune baits, and then it's just a straight price, and it prints out the label, and it does everything, and how you want the bait tuned, and then it sort of gives me a little bit of a platform because I have so much video footage that now I can have that, made so that I can start putting this on a YouTube channel and putting it on there.
Yeah.
Because, I've got the content for the movie, to do to big time, They've even asked me if I wanted to do a book. They gave me a sample of the book, and they said, this is cutting edge. It was about this wide, and it was a soft cover book. And it was the one for the Clash.
Yeah,
you've seen it.
Yeah, I see.
And
I think you have it.
And it's $40, and I looked at it and I thought it was nice, but
it's not your deal.
Well, to me, it looked like an Evan Rude boat manual. I mean, it's not a book. My vision is a book that may have a semi-hard cover, but was something you can put on the table and open up, and it would have all these different catches throughout there, and then at the back would be two 90-minute DVDs or whatever of the actual cast and catch of the fish. It
needs to be a movie. I think I've watched so many documentaries. I could see the movie where people would be interested in seeing you go through. Hey, even watching the videos, the SU videos, where you film you kind of going, hey, this is where I caught my fish. I'm like, dude, I could see this fucking movie, like me and like you waking up in the morning, getting a cup of coffee, going out, doing what you're gonna do, hanging some drywall, doing what you're doing. But your big thing is I've caught the biggest fish. I've tried to go for the biggest fish.
That's what I do every time, and usually somebody else catches that bigger fish, but I was fortunate enough to land a few of those.
You think a few? How many double digits?
Over 400 easy.
Fuck, dude. 400, man.
I've got probably 4 or 5 over 16, 2 or 3 over 17, 3 in the 18, and a 19.
Shit, dude.
And that's all on swim baits.
Isn't that crazy?
Yeah.
And another thing I want to talk about later on down the line. We'll talk about the crawdads. Because I feel like that's one where I feel like you Danny Cadota. And that's a good
Took Shane out one time to do it.
I did it for a few years.
But I didn't know how smart Shane was because I took him out to this spot. And I said,
and he beat it up.
This is this spot, and I'm thinking he ain't gonna find this fucking place. And then the next day, him and Robert hook up, and I go, "Well, go down there."
And Rob, pieces of shit over there.
And then they went down there, and
That was the day the game warden grabbed us.
Yeah, Yeah, but didn't I walk down the shore and get in the boat with you and take you out there?
I think, yeah. Yep.
I walked because they couldn't find the exact spot. So Robert called and I walked down, met them at the lake, and then they came into shore, picked me up, and I go, this is where it's at, right here. And they took me back and I left, and then they stayed and fished and stuff.
Did you guys catch some good ones that day?
Yeah, not that day, but we caught them good.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Nice.
But what was that game warden's problem? What was she...
That day, oh no, they just want to know what we were doing.
Yeah. We had I think that was that redheaded chick, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, we've had some doozies up there.
I bet.
Pretty gun-ho.
Yeah.
We've had them hide in the bushes, and you can see them.
2 questions with depths. What's your experience with the shutter tail? And do you ever fish the silent killer?
Ooh.
The shutter tail I fished, but I fish it like a HUD. But I have to fish it on a clean bottom because the hooks are on the bottom of the bait. So it's something that I would work real slow and stuff. But I've only had just a couple of fish because it just wasn't my cup of tea. I mean, I'd lose one probably. I'd probably lose 5 a day the way that I fished. And the silent killer, I usually convert those into a wake bait. I take the guts out of them. I might leave the back weight but lighten it up, and then I make it a wake bait, and I use that a lot too. Then I also take a 250 and make that like a wake bait because I can make that a surface wake bait like a punker.
And have you caught a double digit on a silent killer?
Yes, I have. Yep.
How do you fish your spinnerbait? That question came up about 8 times tonight.
Right now, the spinnerbait bite is you would pretty much just make your long casts, and you got a meter where your shad are. But my favorite way is snapping it, slow roll and snapping it on the bottom. That's how I usually get all of them.
Would you trade one for a testicle?
Whose testicle?
Mike Gilbert's.
Oof. Yeah, he'd do that in a heartbeat. Hey,
no, but I'd
I only
send
need
them
one
one
anyways.
if they tell you who they are.
So here's an Instagram question from Pragmatic Fishing from Mike. You've talked about qualifiers in one of your previous videos. What qualifiers have been non-negotiable for you as of late, and what would you say has been the most unique qualifier that you stand by today?
That was a good video. I like that. That was a really good video.
Well, that's just playing like the
You know what I'm saying?
percentages of thing. Right now, I have I'm so down on my fishing and success rates. It's like my brain can't even begin to wrap my mind around anything lately. But it's so lame to always just resort back to it. Is just how much time can you dedicate to being out there and learning
Time on the water. It's one of the main.
But it's so important because you're giving yourself just out the gates.
Do you have a certain amount of time you like to put on the water?
Yeah, like
a week. Say like in a week, how much time you like to put on the water?
This time of year, it's not important to me. I would love.
So it's October, November. That's your time.
The colder months.
Okay.
Yeah, I focus harder and that's where I make the sacrifices. Like, hey, if fishing's crappy, count me in. Like telling the lady, I'll be on the water 3 or 4 days a week if it's crappy.
How long's those 3 or 4 days though?
Try and do at least 8 hours.
Really? Oh,
yeah,
shit, dude.
you try and be there. I mean, and I'm not an early riser anymore because I have horrible sleeping schedule. Like I'll be up till 4 in the morning sometimes, and it's I'm not.
Do you get insomnia really bad?
No, my mind races a lot.
Same here.
And so I'm just not as enthusiastic. If the fishing was popping, I'd be at that gate. But it's not, so I'm like, this is feeling really nice right now. I'm just gonna hang out here. And I mean,
so you got old guy syndrome.
So the qualifiers is like, yeah. But if it was
but you know what I'm saying? Do you think that we all fishermen go like that great light? We're gonna get fucking bit right when we get on the lake, dude. And I've seen it happen. I went to Skinner. My boat broke. My buddy Jose, he works at Save on Big Bait. What is it? Big Bait what?
Big Junkie.
Big Bait Junkie. We went out. My boat was broken. Spooled a fucking cast on my, I think a Calcutta 300. Fucked it up. I'm fixing it. Nick, I'm on. I'm like, all right, cool. I got a fucking like 10-pounder net. Fucking 19.5-pound striper, dude.
Oh, nice.
At Skinner. I was like, fuck, dude. I couldn't even lift it, dude. I'm like, fuck it. And I fucking flipped that bitch on. But, I mean, do you think that gray light, then this goes back to the subject, is that gray light, like right when you get on, there's that time you have that little magic hour to get that fish. And maybe because you're not there, you're not going to get it. You know what I'm saying?
For me specifically, where I'm fishing,
you don't think so?
Like I'm actually lost.
But
so
see,
much.
that to me, that's the part in your head that goes, that magic, like where you believe in it. You know what I'm saying?
No,
you
like,
say you believe in it. I believe in that magic hour in the morning, right when you get there.
Mm-hmm.
There's fucking something magic about that. That 1 in 10 or 1 in fucking 100 that you're gonna.
Well, how
like
many times you have to do that and not be successful? Where you start to realize you have other responsibilities and other stuff. But like the qualifying stuff is like, okay, this year I think I had a lot of success, not a lot of giant fish, but I caught a lot of fish. Is that because I was fishing the right spots? I made quick adjustments to like, okay, I should be fishing here, here, and here. And I started fishing those spots and wasn't getting any response from fish. Fish weren't there, so I quickly adjusted. And then also realizing what everybody else around me is throwing and going, how do I make it different? Because if they're not catching fish, why am I going to be catching fish? Sure, I can work harder and do like subtle nuances, but I'd rather do those things that are going to give you that stealth so it looks extremely realistic and it be a different bait. So combining that, so like those are, I think those give you a lot of advantage. Like, so you're more likely to end up.
Do you keep notes too as well?
Yeah, a lot of it now is just like
mental or actually writing.
Logging like the video, you keep keeping notes that way, and then it's like you reference it, and then
that's a big thing. I think you're
you.
one of the guys that we talked about, like that video. Do you guys both play it back like NBA tapes, like where you look at it and go like, where did I fuck up?
What do you do?
What did I do?
What do you use it for these days? I know like you used to catalog because you want it. It's like history.
Dude, there's tapes that I've caught big bass. And I just lock them, and they're in the closet, and I haven't even seen them.
So I don't normally.
I don't look at them.
You never look back on tapes.
Only a handful of them. There's just so many of them in there.
All right.
What I reference them now is like when I reference it, is I'll go back and I'll go, because your mind plays tricks on you, and you think something happened one way, and then you're like, well, let me go look. What time of year was that? Like, and you go look, and you're like, shit, that it wasn't actually that. It was this, and then click and you go, and I was doing this. So then you get a refresher and go, oh, okay, like somehow you've slid off track, and then you watch your old video and go, oh, I'm not doing what I was doing before.
Yeah.
I need to adjust it again. Like,
and that's
I've gotten lazy now, like, you know, and you realize, oh, I'm getting lazier.
Do you know that? Do you notice that in your older age, like for you, you know, both of you, like, you know, older you get, you're kind of like, fuck it, I'm done. You know, kind of thing. Where you would have been before, like, I'm going to grind this bitch out all day long. You know what I'm saying? But now you're kind of like, I mean, even Butch, like, fuck. How old are you, 50?
Hey, that's a good thing.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
You young
I'll
man?
grind it out usually in the winter months and if they're biting. But, you know, back in the day, I used to put 200-300 days a year on the lake from dawn to dark. You know, but I was getting them. I was kicking the shit out of them.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And there was days when I might get 5 double digits and then go 4 or 5 days or a week with nothing and then catch another one. And, you know, and there was one time in my life when I'd always wonder if I would ever catch another one. And then it just came and it came and it came and it came. And, you know, but I used to take fish 300 days a year. Yeah, I did that once, but a lot of time, I think 3 or 4 years I did 200 days a year. And then after that, you know, when the kids were all born and going, probably no less than 150 days a year.
So your short times, like when the kids were born and you're busy,
well, you got to take care of
would you
family.
go do like 4 hours in the morning and just leave?
No, I stay till the end. Well, if there were big bass to be caught, man, you can't get numbers like that if you don't spend the time.
I love it.
You know what I mean? I have, family comes first, but my wife, I have a good wife, and she understood.
You got to
everything.
praise her, man.
But see, it never was meant to be the way it is right now. It was just because I had the passion to fish and I was catching them. And
That's
I
the
was
big
lucky,
difference.
Lucky
That's the
enough
big
to
difference.
Put a camera
You know
in
what
there
I'm
and
saying?
catch it all.
And his wife let him do his thing that made him happy.
Yeah, it was. It would still
It's
be
like
in
a
the
hobby.
locker,
It
and
was just a
I'd
hobby.
just be sitting at home right now. But it just the way that the swim bait world evolved, it just played out.
Yeah.
And then like I didn't know what an email was. Robert Flotta had to show me what a freaking email was. I didn't know what
Fucking
a forum.
Rob.
I didn't know what a forum was. He had to show me what that was.
You didn't know what a quete was until Robert Flotta showed
None
up.
of that stuff,
But
yeah.
it's like like the qualifier question, that's obviously still probably one of those biggest things today. And like it sounds, people get jealous, or they maybe are a little bit lame in the way of like, well, you get to fish that. No, it's not. He gets to fish that. He prioritized that. There could have been
He
plenty
worked
of
his
other
life
stuff
around
he
it,
was
you know what I'm
doing.
saying?
He made it a priority.
Yeah,
Other people
yeah.
could make it a priority too. And I understand some people have to work 5 days a week. That doesn't mean you can't get off work and go put in the time. It's just about priorities. Do you want to go watch a movie, or do you want to sit there and drink
Don't
beers?
make it seem like, I can't put the time in. Well, you got that, like, and this is the dude that I'm going to talk about right now, Whack. He finds time all the time to do a little bit of fishing.
Yep.
So there's dudes that do what you think you can't do. This dude is raising a fucking daughter, like, on his own. Like, big props to him, but he's finding time to fish. So, like, to me, it's like there's people that can find the time. So no matter what you think, you could find that time to fish.
Yeah.
Even with me, it's like, fuck, I'm trying to do the podcast, work a job, kids. And there's a time where I'm like, all right, I got a little break. I'm going to, like this morning, like I got up at 5, went fishing, got skunked like a dickhead. And then came home, you know what I'm saying? Like, but you can find that little time. That's always finding that little time.
I mean, that's what like.
And it could be a local lake. Don't think like time on the water could be local lakes, like your little pond, whatever. It's going to still help you.
Well,
you know what I'm
convenience does help too, but like it is about priorities. What is most important to you?
Yeah,
And so
of course,
everybody's
I agree.
different. So.
Well, Butch, what about when you and Rob were working the Baja Freshes and you were working at 2 a.m?
Yeah.
Then you'd go get in line and fish all day at the lake.
Fish all day at the lake, yeah.
You guys would
And
spend
my
at 2 a.m. and then
my wife, when I first met Shane, it's been over 20 years, 20-something years.
25.
She goes, well, you drive all the way from Moore Park to go to the lake, and it's 45 minutes one way, 45 to the back. And I go, well, she goes, why don't we just move up by the lake? I go, if you can find a house. Well, lo and behold, they're building a tract of houses at the end of the old road. And she goes up. They're all sold. They're all sold. Week after week she goes up. Finally, she walks in one day. The lady who's the real estate lady there goes, give me a check for $2,000 right now. My wife's like, huh? She goes, give me a check for $2,000 right now. My wife wrote her the check. She goes, you just bought a house. She goes, there's 2 families upstairs. The architect of the track backed out because his wife said it was too hot, and it's a dude house with a big chunk of property on the side, and those families are going to come down with their real estate people, but you just gave me a deposit. And then sure enough, they came down and they were pissed. Well, I live what, Shane?
Fucking
like
down the street from my work.
My wife, I would call her up in the afternoon and tell her to bring us Subways on the lake, and I'd go meet her on the point, and then, or I'd be on the lake till like 6 o'clock, and I'd go, well, when are the tacos ready, or when are the steaks ready? And I'm home in less than 5 minutes. I'm there. So it didn't make it,
So do you think your wife changed your life by moving you that close?
She moved me to the lake.
Yeah.
She moved me right there, And like I could be in the house at 2 o'clock in the afternoon drinking a beer and say, God, man, I want to go to the lake. Well, in 15 minutes, I could be at the end of Castaic fishing.
Yeah.
Launched
nice.
and done.
You could even throw a rock at Billy.
I can. He lives.
Simmental. That's another big, like.
Yeah,
big,
he's right
big
behind
deal.
me.
Yeah.
I think every dude I know right now that is successful in their own realm, behind the scenes, behind them is they have a wife or a girlfriend that says, "Do your thing, do your thing." If that makes you happy and keeps you sane, do that. When you come home, do your stuff you got to do. But I don't care how much time you're spending out there. If that's what you got to do to whatever, keep your sanity.
My wife told me, she says, if I need to find you, I know how to find you. She goes, all I got to do is call the lifeguards. They'll find you.
Yep.
You're not going to be at the bar. You're not going to be here. I know you're going to be out there fishing. And
I'm in this little room, and then my wife yells and says, "Whack, no tequila shots for Nick." last podcast, this is my road dog right here.
Yeah.
And he came down.
I mean, dude, just like that. I honestly think about that. Like, you think of like the dudes that are having success and stuff, and then you talk to their wife or you talk to their girlfriend, and their girlfriend or wife is like, half of them, it's their road dog. They're out there with them.
Yeah.
My wife started fishing with me at the beginning, and then I started taking her on the long range trips, and then I proposed on the Royal Polaris. While we were making bait at seed roasts.
It's in his blood.
So, all they do is they just throw a plastic worm out the back. They pick their favorite color, and then you're motoring along, and they go, "I'm stuck." And then all of a sudden the line starts coming up, and the fish comes out of the water, and you get outfished once in a while. But after kids happen,
go.
And I was a single parent before. I had a daughter and I got custody of my stepdaughter too.
Okay.
So I had two daughters.
Wow.
And then when I had my wife, she was helping me with the kids, and I figured I better snap her up, so I did. And then we had two boys, and she wanted to also move to the lake so we could go bike riding around the lake, feed the ducks.
Do your boys like to fish?
Not really. They. The funny thing is I have a son.
I'm not trying to crap on Notre Kid.
They all went fishing when the fishing. I only took them when the fishing was good. See, so when the fishing was a little on the hard side, well, then all of a sudden they'd lose interest and stuff. They had it too good. You know, put the bait out here and boom, So they sort of took it for granted. But my one son lives in Minnesota, and he does environmental enhancement.
Okay.
He doesn't fish. But he was at Walmart one day with his buddy, and he hears these two kids talking about castaic bait, or castaic in front of him.
Oh, man.
And then the one kid goes, "Tell him who your dad is." He's like, "No." And then the kid next to him, he's 25 years old. He tells them, and they go, "No way." And they want to look at his license and everything. Then my other son, who's 23, well, he grew up in Castaic. Okay. Then he went to San Diego one weekend to see his friends, and then he comes back home and he goes, "Dad, I'm moving to San Diego." And I go, "Why?" He goes, "There are so many girls in San Diego." He goes, "Compared to Castaic." I mean, he just got out of the hole, and he saw what's there, and he says, "I'm moving."
Out of the hole.
Yeah, so he's living with two roommates, and he's doing his thing. But then he goes, "My roommate knows who you are. He's a bass fisherman.
Dude.
He's a paramedic in the Army or something that. And he saw my shirt, and then I told him that I was, and then he put it together, and he knows who you are."
It's a big deal.
Yeah, so it was a pretty good deal. So we thought that was quite.
That's cool. I mean, they're connected still, as well. You know what I'm saying? Like,
they're into girls and cars and
it's like my
things like
shithead
that.
18-year-old son.
And, I went through that phase. I fished all the way my whole life. And then when I got to be 16 and I had a car, then I started taking my girlfriends fishing. And I had the boat I have now. And I started going to Lake San Antonio, Margarita, and stuff like that, and fishing and doing stuff and casitas. And then when I got to be about 18, 19, well, then you got to be out in the real world. You're moving away from home.
Yeah.
You got rent. You got this. You got parties. You got different girls. You got all this. And then got into that,
Damn, but you're running through all the girls, dude.
And then all of a sudden, you're 21 and stuff, and then you stop and you look back and you go, "You know what?" I go, "There's only a couple things in my life that make me feel like a kid again, and that's usually when that first girlfriend sits on your lap or something.
I thought you were going to say face.
I'm not saying that.
He's got to get a PG, so he's like, he's a different generation.
And the other thing was when my dad used to say we're going fishing in the morning, and it used to make you feel like a kid. You couldn't even sleep at night. You're just waiting for him to come in and say, "Come on, buddy, wake up. We're going to the lake. We're going fishing. Come on, let's go." And then I started fishing again, and then I started fishing the lagoon.
Do you feel that? Do you guys feel still like? I know when I wake up in the morning, I feel that like even like when I'm being shitty and getting drunk and buzzed, I could hear the alarm go off and I go, "It's time." Mm-hmm. And I know I feel shitty, but I'm like, "Oh, I'm ready to go. Let's go."
Yeah, but when you
never lose that little like that's the one thing you could never lose. I could feel like complete dog shit, hungover, sick, whatever was wrong with me, and I know, oh, it's going off. It's going to happen. Yeah. I'm going. You know what I'm saying?
When you get to the lake or you get to the ocean and you smell that air.
Oh yeah, and you're like, here it goes.
And you see the ducks going and all the just the things happening around you. Then you're
going, dude. Right? You feel that too, still?
I think I have a more love-hate relationship with it. Like, when you know you're confident and you're on something, the spark is definitely there. But when you're struggling, it's like I have to go.
Do you ever think of like fishing something other than largemouth sometimes? Because I feel like you're just a largemouth guy. That's your only deal. You ever think about like going like bluefin fishing? You got tons of friends that are really good.
Yeah, I mean, it's good, but I do enjoy. I enjoy the largemouth fishing. Like, I mean, when I'm catching, I enjoy.
You know what I'm saying? Like, you never think just going like, let's change it up. Like, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I will for like bay stuff. I guess maybe it's just easier. Like, it's like, hey, if I'm gonna go fun fishing, I don't want it to be like an entire process.
Let's go spotty fishing.
Yeah,
or something.
like like keep it simple, lighthearted, fun. Like, I don't want to have to wake up early and then go and get on the boat and then do a run or any. I mean, I did that stuff when I was a kid, and I haven't done it here, so it could be a totally different experience. But I hate it.
Yellowtail or nothing fishing.
No, I don't have any desire to. You looked at him like you crazy. It's just not in me.
I think you'd have fun.
Dude, I have so much. Yeah, I would probably
catch a bluefin on your bait right now.
That would be amazing.
100%.
I made a floater 250.
Did you really catch? Oh, we just talked about it today.
I caught one on it before, but I took one.
Did you really catch one?
Yeah,
on the
not
250.
on this trip.
Oh shit!
No,
but
I gave it to Jake. I left it with Jake.
You caught a bluefin on 250.
Saltwater, they're just like.
That's a big deal.
I just have priorities. It's like, dude, I can go do.
Well, you're
a
a manufacturer.
doing stuff. Yeah, like
you got things to do.
Yeah, so it's like.
And I get it because it's like.
Like right now when I go to the lake, dude, I'm just primarily like testing things. Oh, I got to make adjustments here and like on the water trying to do little adjustments and just moving forward. And
so here's another question. You always fish your own bait like when you're out fishing?
No. Like if it first and foremost, I'm going to want to catch the fish.
Okay. All right.
So whatever that is. So if I start off fishing mine and I'm getting nothing from it, it's like, whoop, all right, switch up. I have no issue to that. But if I'm catching fish on my bait, sure, why would I switch it?
Right.
No, I get it.
You know?
Or the application, like if you're going to throw a soft bait, you throw yours. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. Well, no.
But it's hard because even
true.
like when when you go out testing, are you like, I'm only going to throw my bait this time and I'm going to test and dedicate time to that?
Yeah. I'm just trying to think. Like I've thrown other stuff in between, but I've been throwing the Tyrant every single time I go fish for like over 9-10 months straight now.
Fuck, dude. How long do you think?
And then you learn so much from like what to expect, every degree of the water changing, how the bait is performing, like every single aspect of it. Oh, can I fish it in this situation? Can I fish it in this situation? Nope. Yes. No. Like, they react here. Oh, the water's doing this, so the bait's sinking way faster because the line. And you just learn so much that hey, if I give you this is how it's gonna behave right now. If you fish it 4 months from now when the water's 10-15 degrees colder, it's gonna behave differently.
But I feel like you're a guy that wants to figure out every aspect of the bait to tell people like, hey, this is what it's going to happen. You know what I'm saying?
Does it sink faster in cold water or faster in warm water?
He's got the questions, guy over here, huh?
This is something that I'm constant. So what I've experienced right now, and I'm constantly going around in it. So Navy ships. This is totally different.
Here we go. He's going to dork the fuck out right now.
Navy ships can run faster in colder water because colder water is more dense. So you would think that the same principles apply to a bait. It should float better in cold water, right?
Yep, but it doesn't.
Hold on. but depending on it, but then I notice however the bait is set up, but in hot water, one of the key factors is like when your water's 85, 87, my line is sinking so much faster than it does in cold water, so it pulls it down. So what is what? What is interacting with the both?
Looked at the colder water that it sinks faster, and I've
experienced something
I don't know
different.
why that is. Maybe it's the gases that form inside the bait. It could be. There's so many variables. Like you say, the line could be the issue. But most guys tell me something totally different. Like in warm water, it sinks faster. In cold water, it sinks slower. But I think it sinks faster in cold water.
Does it depend on the material, though?
Yeah, I would imagine.
So this is what I've been playing with a bunch is going, okay, when in wintertime you can watch your line, and it takes a lot to pull. It takes a lot to watch your line. In 20 pound is heavy enough that it's really going to put some forces on that bait. So is your bait less buoyant in hot water, and then the weight of the line is actually pulling it down so it sinks more in warm, or in cold water, is the bait cold so then it hasn't expanded and the molecules aren't moving around so much, so now it's going to sink better.
You got a plus and minus going on. It's jacked up.
Now I've seen,
but it's right. The line does sink faster in the summertime.
I've seen
This
both.
is the shit
I've seen both experiments.
You're tripping me out on like. I would not even fucking think about this.
But I've
you're
seen
like,
the experiments done where you can dump, and I don't know what's going on, and I've talked heavily about it with some, like, I believe several of the dudes I've talked to have different opinions on it. And they've done their own experiment, like, hey, I got water that's at 56, my bait runs perfect, it's exactly where I want it, and I raised the water temp, and now it's sinking further. Others experience opposite things.
That completely fucks you, man.
One thing I can say for certain is my line on the water, when it's hot, sinks almost like a rock.
How about this?
Even if I'm on a floating bait, you can watch my line go.
You can't
Do
work.
you
You
have
can't work
a
a
bait-
bunker
Fuck Jeremy.
with that stuff.
Do you have a certain temperature you like want to keep that bait like? So when you build the bait, you got to think of temperatures, right?
Depending on what you want it to do. Now, if you're,
You know what I'm saying?
if you're getting into like HUDs, bait smiths that have like an inner harness on them, the foam, that's going to have huge play in it. Now, if you're just going, hey, I'm making a surface bait.
Yes.
You see a lot of it.
Yeah.
If I'm making a surface only bait, I think the safe bet for a lot of guys is like, hey, I'm making a bobber. It floats no matter what.
True.
If I'm making a bait that you want to swim down just above the bottom or banging bottom, that's what you want it to do. Now, when you start getting into the nuances of like a depth,
Yes.
a hankle where they're going, hey, I want to be subsurface, or I want to be running.
That's
this
a
bait.
lot different.
There, you got to be far more precise. Like you can go.
Super slow sink and all that.
He
I
does a
see
lot of
that.
tuning, so he knows.
I see
like,
that, and you can't test in a pool. You have to go to the lake. You know, pool's not going to do you
Truth
any
be
good.
told, fucks.
You
No,
know,
it's
I
just-
drive to the lake and test every single bait that I get sent to me. You know, every one of them.
Nice.
There's a lot, and you can't even explain away like different reel speeds that people are using. So my experience might be different than yours.
Yeah,
the line
yeah.
you're using, like there's so many variables. The size of the handle you have on your reel.
Yes.
Like-
Yes.
Oh, you have a 117 and you're at 8.3 to 1. You're like, holy cow, dude, you're burning that thing.
Yeah.
Screaming. You know?
Guys,
More questions.
yep.
Sorry, it was Blaze. Let's do them.
South Jersey fisherman wants to know, what's your guys' opinion on making your glides suspend? Is it worth it? And why is there not more bait makers making suspending glides out of the box?
Because it's difficult.
It's difficult, and it's something that is for somebody that wants something special for their application. But then, like he says, as the seasons go and it turns into winter and the warm water and stuff, then it's going to change that rate of fall. So that it's tough for a bait maker to be consistent on all that stuff.
So imagine if you bought a bait that's like this, and it was like, hey, this is and on the very bottom of it, it said slow sink in water temperatures between this and this. And if you want that same performance, you also have one that says slow sink between 70 and 75. And then there was another one that said slow sink between
there you go,
75
South Jersey.
and 80.
Guess what? You're going to be spending about $1,000 in baits,
You
bro.
need a booklet.
I mean, I think that is with the large stuff. I mean, they achieved that technology with some other, like the smaller stuff, and it can be done. Like I had the Hinkles during the winter, only for the winter. I had them tuned enough that they wouldn't suspend, but pretty damn near close to it, just counteracting the weight of the line, pulling it down. It gets to kind of this sweet spot where it's like, well, I'm not really going to sink much further. And if I let it sit there long enough, it might slowly rise up. Like
One little air bubble stuck to the inside of the skin can make it float or sink super slow. Yeah. One air bubble. So if you snap it, and you might get the air bubble out. If you don't, it might float one cast and it might slow sink the next cast.
Now the way South Jersey short fishing. The way he's thinking though is like, yeah, that's a good way to think. Is he seeing, hey, this doesn't exist out there. If I can do something like this and I'm presenting it some way, maybe he can tune a bait himself to do that. If it doesn't exist, do it on your own.
Yeah.
I mean, take a currently existing model and you could do that with this. You just got to put in the work to figure it out. Yeah. You're going to destroy some baits in the process though.
But if it's a swim bait, which is a rubber bait, that's why they make nail weights.
Yeah.
Tungsten.
Yeah.
Because you can adjust as the seasons go.
Yep.
Right.
So that's one thing.
Avatron said, Mike Boca told me that if you're going to tune your bait, you want to let it acclimate to the water temperature because the lure changes sink rates when the resin plastic gets hotter or colder.
That's what we just went over.
Yeah.
Here's an Instagram question from Eric Gralian. When looking for a trophy lake to dedicate time to, do spotted bass affect the size of a bass like stripers do? We don't have that much spotted bass over here. So
I think that they do though, because they're very, very, very dominating, very carnivorous. Mm-hmm. I think that they affect the fishery.
I'm not sure, but I know when I'm looking outside of the California of potential places to move, I'm not looking at lakes that have spots on them. I'm like, oop, nope. Yeah. Basically, I want largemouth to be the dominant predator in the lake, minus catfish, something like that. But like, if you're seeing go down the list. Some of those East Coast mountain lakes have a wide variety of like predators in it, and I go, that's just all competition for the largies, So, like stripers.
What about the Ozarks? You looked into that?
I don't know much about it.
Pretty mouth.
I've looked at a lot of them.
Hey, boy, you got a real pretty fucking mouth.
I think if you're a nerd for all this stuff, you see a lot of it.
I know that one.
Yeah.
I remember that.
But
Do you have a spot you might think about moving to? Like if you could move anywhere. You don't want to blow it up.
He's not going to tell you. Don't.
No, I mean there's a couple of places I've Arkansas was absolutely beautiful when I went through there, and some of those lakes were mind blowing. I don't know what was in them, but I know I was at these monster sized lakes that are just pristine looking out in the middle of nowhere. But that's the problem, is it's like I'd move there in a heartbeat if I didn't have a business to do, because it's just too remote.
Do you feel like if you move back that way, you don't have the quality anymore? You know what I'm saying? Like the size. Because you're only have a 10, maybe a 11. Are you okay with that?
I think some of those guys are proving that wrong. You're not.
Well, who's got a big one? Who's got a big one on the East Coast?
You can't catch. Well, okay. Are you talking about the East Coast, or are you talking about like the Midwest?
I say Arkansas.
Are you talking about the South? Like
we're talking about like
you can't catch the fish you're not fishing for.
Exactly.
Okay, so
especially in those fisheries.
How about this? Past Texas, what's a big fish?
Past? What do you mean past Texas? You mean east of Texas?
Yes, east of Texas.
I mean, what is like Louisiana's like state record 16 something? Mississippi state record is 16 something.
And when was that caught though? I'm just asking you.
Probably in the last 15, 20 years. I think.
Was the same with Texas?
Yeah.
Texas wouldn't even be in the top 100 of all-time big bass that have been caught.
It's producing a lot of big bass.
It's getting keeners.
What I'm trying to say is
they're working their way up.
Like, do you think you can get the same size fish you want out of those states when you move back east?
Remember that Southern California is not what it was 10 years ago.
And I'm not
or 8 years ago, 5 years ago. No, but I'm just saying.
Yeah.
So when we're talking about it, is can I catch the same size bass east of Texas that I can currently catch here in Southern California? Yes. Is there opportunity to catch a bigger one here in Southern California? Yes, but I feel like that's disappearing rapidly. I feel like other places, it's like specifically Texas, they're promoting the shit out of it. Mm-hmm. They want the success. You're seeing it. Boom, boom, everything. Boom. It's exploding. And you think other states over there aren't going to catch on?
17's out of there. I mean, fuck.
I think they have 2 17s in Texas, don't they?
Yeah. Josh.
But one was caught. Oh, you mean this year?
Last
year, because there was one that was caught like 25, 30 years ago.
The one that was caught last year, I think 17-2. I think Josh Jones was on a guided trip, and he didn't catch it, but his guy caught it. I think. You know,
there's opportunity in a lot of places, and I know guys are fishing to catch bigger fish, but are they doing those subtle things that might increase? Because those fish, I mean, bass fishing is very popular far more popular in other parts of the country than it is here.
Right.
So those fish are pressured, like heavily pressured.
Do you see like a when a demographic when people buy shit from you? Mm-hmm. Do you see other states that make you feel like, well, it's getting popular over here? You know what I'm saying?
The most people probably wouldn't even think of it, but the Northeast is very popular for bass fishing and swim bait fishing. The Northeast.
You're getting a lot of orders coming out of that side.
For what you think of in bass fishing, shockingly of like, oh wow, this is a very New England, the Northeast reps hard. Like they're into it, they're dedicated, they're doing their thing. I mean, because people don't even like most people don't even like can put it in the conversation. They're talking about Texas, Florida, Georgia, like go down these lists.
Because you're thinking of a 10-pound fish compared to like how many people have caught 10 pounds. Like I can go to Butch and I know he's caught a 13 this year.
Mm-hmm. No, 10.
10. Okay, he's caught 10s.
Yeah, a 10.
And I know last year he caught 10 10s.
I had 24 over 10 last year.
Okay, that's what I'm saying. So it's like for me to talk about Northeast, so it's like for one guy to catch a 10 is a fucking huge deal, right?
It's a rare thing, but those dudes are up there.
There's a lot of guys throwing big baits up there now.
But it's cool because I get what you're saying, but it's just like, okay, we're going to take that 10 and we're going to scale it down. And that's going to be like if Butch caught, not let's say Butch, let's say you.
Yeah, it's just easy.
So you caught like a 12.
It's easy to
like
say
a
it this
6.
way. They're trying to catch the biggest fish in their waters. Yeah. So if they're plucking out a 7 or an 8, they're catching what would be like considered of like, okay, that's the accomplishment of catching a 12 or something like whatever. The overall goal, your overall goal, he's probably trying to catch the biggest fish in his waters.
Yes.
That's my goal. That's we all share that same common goal.
So you would move going like, hey, I'm going to go there to catch the biggest fish I can.
No, I want to go somewhere that I can truly catch like a teen fish, but I'm not.
Do you want to break what you caught,
I have the opportunity to switch. We're talking about the Northeast dudes.
Yeah.
They live in that area. They enjoy living in that area, and they're going, dude, I'm just gonna focus on catching the biggest thing that I have access to. Mm-hmm. It's like the mindset.
That's like I talked to. Is it Dream Catcher?
Mm-hmm. But he's in the Carolinas.
I'm not sure. I think he was talking more about
Dream Catchers Fishing.
David
Yes.
Austin
Sandrich?
Neary. No, that's.
He has
you
the bait.
Hold on. Oh,
Dream Smasher.
Dream Smashers. Dream Smashers.
And I talked to him, and I'm like,
That's Tom Campbell, right?
Yes, Tom.
Yeah. Yep.
Great dude, amazing dude. He lives up that way. He has some good catches, and he talks about like, hey, it's kind of like, here's a scaled down version of what we're catching over here, which is kind of getting close to what we're doing here because of the fucking fishery. I think NorCal is the only place where they're catching big ones still.
Yeah, Central Cal, NorCal, there's a lot of potential there. Yeah.
I think that's where the next big ones are going to come out of is in California, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right, Butch?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
And I think Texas is going to be like talking to these guys. It's going to be big soon.
We'll see what happens in the next couple of years.
I mean, you see it with the Texas stuff. It's mind blowing to me as a dude that throws big baits and cares. And when I see videos that come out of Texas, and I go, man, the damage that some of these guys, and I'm not talking shit or anything.
No.
I go, man, if the damage that some of these guys could be doing if they went from that 2-watt and just sized everything down.
What do you mean?
They're getting
What did you explain?
the
Because,
fish
like,
that they could be catching, but it's hard when you're getting bit and you're catching fish. It's hard to push it even further. So if you're like, hey, dude, you caught 12s and 13s and you're moving forward and you're using your 1-aughts or your 2-aughts or your 3-aughts and you're having success, I'm trying to understand. Imagine the success you're going to have when the fish see even less of the hook. The size of the fish that are going to be more willing to commit to it. And we could argue about that all day long. I believe that to my core.
That's a really good point.
Yeah.
They're already having success, so it's hard for them to get pushed over to that next shot, but like that next thing. But if they're in advance of it all, before it gets blown out, they could have huge success.
I feel like Milliken's done a pretty good job at representing the swim bait fishing.
Yeah, but Milliken still runs relatively large hardware on stuff, right?
Yes, but I mean,
that's what I'm talking about.
But the only thing I do like, I feel like he's an actual like, hey, I'm fishing real swim baits.
Yeah.
I'm not like, hey, give me my swim bait, 6 cents, whatever it might be. Not trying to shit on him, but I'm trying to say is like, thanks, Butch.
Berkeley.
And I'm trying to say is he'll buy a Hinkle.
Yeah.
He's probably bought your shit. I don't know. He's bought a Depths 250, like everything. Like he came on the podcast. He's like, hey, Nick, love listening to Gilbert, love listening to fucking Butch, everyone. So he's like an actual swim bait fisherman. So it's kind of cool to hear that dude that's getting a lot of fame. And even Zaldane or Guggen, they're trying. They're fucking working their way through. You know what I'm saying? It's cool to see them try to push everything forward as well.
Look at the explosion of like 7-inch shad boot tail baits in the last 5 years on beast hooks. The absolute explosion of those. And where do you think that sells the best at? It ain't California.
Fucking Texas, right?
It's anywhere basically east of Texas. Those are all shad, gizzard, like go down the list fisheries. And so beast hooks are relatively, depending on how they're rigged. I mean, gone are the days where you have the hook hanging way underneath the body of the bait. So they're just that much more stealthy. They're not perfect yet.
Yeah.
There's opportunity to improve on it. But I think as guys start analyzing their hard baits that way, other soft baits, how they're rigging them, they'll start going, oh, okay. Like
they're gonna understand it. Yeah,
I think I truly believe, like in my core, that they'll start being rewarded with even bigger catches than the awesome stuff they're already doing. Like, dude, I'm jealous of when I see all these dudes out there. They're like, oh, it looks fun. It looks absolutely fun.
Yeah. Questions?
But that's also just behind the scenes, is that I get to see what they present.
When you guys get on your spot and you see nothing but dinks, do you think the bigger bass are lurking, or do you move to another spot?
Talk it up, Butch. Talk it up.
I don't really see the little fish at all on my sonar because I don't have it on. You know, if I catch a small fish, I catch a small fish. But I just keep moving on.
Are they talking about with their eyeballs? Because I took it as they were talking about with our eyes. If you see them with your eyes.
It doesn't say, but it could be
I don't
or
sight
you're
fish,
catching-
so I don't
catching
do that
small
either.
fish.
Do you bed fish ever?
No.
This
Never.
guy, of course, all day long.
Do you bedfish Mike ever?
I've kicked people
Never.
out of my boat for doing that.
I
shit.
have in the past, specifically for one reason ever only. And I was open and clear about it. It was one fish that these dudes were hounding all day long. And I just sat there waiting them out. I wanted to catch her with the swim bait. And I just posted on her all day long guarding her. It was a tournament, and it was just boat after boat just kept coming in. And then it actually shocking. I threw a big bait out there, and nothing. They didn't want anything to do with it. And then other big fish came in. She torpedoed the crap out of that other big fish, and then just turned around, and my bait was sitting there, and she just boom
Caught it.
Yeah, she literally headbutted this other giant fish. She came shooting in, boom, headbutt her, took off. Chased her out, turned around instantly, and just went poof, on the bait. And I was like, "Oh my god!" But that was the last
How big
time.
was that?
That was
How big was that bait?
12.
How big was the fish?
12 something. But that was the last time. I think I even put on the thing molesting the nest.
That's the word I
Hey, new saying for the podcast: molesting the nest.
Yeah.
Hey,
I mean, I just don't do it. It's a waste of time.
Seth
in my opinion.
Nicewanger caught a big fucker like at a local lake right here.
14, right? Something.
I think it was 14, dude.
Molesting the nest?
No, he didn't. He didn't cat. He did. He didn't. He didn't put a name on it. He didn't. He's like caught a big one.
Oh, okay.
And I'm like, what do you think it is? He's like, Butch said it looks 13 or 14. And I'm like, all right. Do you remember that, Butch? I hope you did. Hey, thank you, Butch, for fucking making Seth look like a dumb fucking piece of shit.
You know what I have like with the baby bass thing is in the summertime when I do go fishing with my son. My son picked up on this too. Is when we go into an area and say we're like got like little 5-inch like the DRT like BTS where we're just burning them across the surface and these fish blow up on it. If I see a bunch of bass that are this big. Chasing stuff around freely, they don't have a care in the world. I'm like, there's no other bass in here. If we move into an area and they're not, and we start fishing, and we're getting smoked, it's like notice something that happened here. There's not a ton of little baby bass just frolicking around like without a care in the world. Yeah. They're on edge. They're hiding because they don't want to be prey.
That's the way I look at it.
Good
If
call.
I see them out there chasing little shad in the middle of the lake and doing what they're doing, I know there's no big predators around. They don't stand a chance if that shit's going on. It's true. Time to go to another spot.
Yeah.
Here's another Instagram question from
Closer to the mic.
Another.
You have no headphones on either, bitch.
Instagram question from Tiny
He's
Bass.
going raw.
Will either of you ever move to NorCal where they still plant trout for a chance at another trophy bass of a lifetime?
That's where my wife wants to move me.
You thinking about it?
She doesn't want to move to Texas or anyplace else. She wants to go up there. She wants her own dock and she wants everything.
You want to go hang out with Jeremy up there?
No.
NorCal is great, but like I almost bought. We almost moved up there several years ago.
Really?
Yeah, I was doing cannonball runs, overnight drives to check out a home, and then turning around and driving right back home. Like,
wow.
But just the way everything fell, I ended up getting a home down here, and just kind of like, all right, we're down here.
Where you live's cool as fuck, though.
Yeah, no, it's nice.
Like, it's a cool ass
It's
spot,
like
you know what I'm
rural.
saying?
It's a rural little nest tech.
Because I've had buddies live there. I'm
Yeah.
like, I like where you live.
But
It's cool.
like for me, it's almost the structure of as I get older, I get more aware of where my money's going, and in the game where I'm looking at my taxes through my excise taxes, my federal taxes, and all this, and how much at the end of the day of all of my labors, what my hand is creating, how much I actually get to retain.
Yeah.
I would prefer to go to somewhere that is a bit more friendly that allows me to retain more of what my hands have created.
I get it.
Yeah.
I get it.
So as much as I like Northern California, I'm like,
My wife wants a house in Clear Lake.
yeah, that would be nice.
Yeah.
Dude,
she
what
wants her
about-
own dog.
Might
She
be a
wants-
dust bowl
She's
soon.
looking. It's cheap right now.
Just
But
go
it
hang
goes
out at
through
the Delta.
cycles.
Go to the Delta. Hang out with Caesar and all those.
No.
Danny Gale.
Too many crack kids.
Fuck.
It's bad enough at Clear Lake.
You gotta hang out with dudes like Danny Delamater.
But the potential in Northern California is still very.
It is. I think
Very
that's.
Yeah.
I think the next big one's coming from there.
I mean, dude,
Everyone I've talked to, it's like
Jack's 18 is That's not a small
Hey,
fish, dude.
Don't talk about where it's been from. He yelled at me.
That's not far from my house.
That's it. Oh, there's a general broad. I consider anything not grapevine and below is like that might as well be a
That's
different
SoCal.
world.
Yeah, exactly.
It is.
Good call. Good call. Good call. Good call.
Like,
When I
Good
leave
call.
I'm the last house before you go over the grapevine. I am.
I,
And when I hit
you're the
I
cutoff
hit
for
the road
crappiness,
right
and
there
we're crap from below.
and start going over the hill, and I drop down. And
First thing he does is he goes,
Bakersfield,
"Hey,
it's like,
Piz,
what a different
What are
world.
you doing, buddy?"
New Maloney's.
Yeah.
You're right by Piz, right?
Yeah. No, he's in the yuppie part.
What's,
Oh, he's a
what's
real
next on
piece
the
of
questions,
shit.
guys?
Huh?
I like Paul. He's a great
No,
dude.
he's okay. Yeah.
Sometimes.
Yeah, he's in a gated community, so you can't get
Is there anything on YouTube, Shane?
Yeah.
Yeah,
We got so many.
That's why I'm like, dude, people, I don't know, people are still watching it. We're in deep, but
How
let's
many
burn
people
through
we have
some of
still
them. Let's
watching?
give them-
this isn't a lot.
It's not a lot.
Updating.
It says 1 something on it, right?
Yeah.
That's E.
137.
How long is the testing process of a color before it gets released by devs and the battle shack?
Ooh.
The devs and the battle shack.
Usually I'm pretty spot on when I have a color in my mind. And this is I asked for 2 different samples, 2 different ways. And I think the hardest one was the tackle warehouse color. That went through a couple of shipments, but this is the new crappie that's coming out.
When's it coming out?
I'm not sure yet. Probably a couple of months.
They did a good job on that
But
color.
I just approved that one, and
really good.
that'll be coming out. So usually I get it right on,
See here,
within 1 or 2 samples.
so they nailed it. You guys nailed it on the highlights and all that. The first thing I noticed. But with somebody, it's a crappie. But could you throw this as a trout? Yeah, of
I
course. You
think-
could throw
I
it
think-
as
I
a
think
trout
you
all
can
day
throw
long.
it as even a shad
So that
or,
does
There you
that?
go.
So
A
or
does
a bass
does
or something
yeah.
like
does
that.
shape matter more than color? You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying?
Or
Yeah.
just the general pattern. It's like a whole bunch of things.
Yeah, it is a whole, but it could be a lot of different. It could be even a bass. It could be a lot of things. When it's in the sunlight, it looks totally different. But
It looks sick
in,
though.
in the water. But I usually go try to catch something I'm trying to copy beforehand, and
Yeah.
then I take pictures of it and send it to them, and then they go from there. And then I tell them I want a matte finish, a clear finish, and give me a violet over the top. Let's see what that looks like. So I get so many different samples, and then I pick out which one I like, and that's
Cool.
it. Done deal.
It all could just vary for bait to bait, whether it's that or whether
Yeah.
it's the stuff I do. Sometimes you can nail a color. It's in your mind. You put it in first try and you go, boom, that looks sick. And you go out fishing and you go, yeah, that looks great. And then other times you could eventually just abandon it. Like, I give
Yeah.
up. I'm not
Yeah.
going this route anymore. It's wasting too much time.
Theodore wants to know, do you guys think any other countries will surpass the creativity of Japan?
Ooh. What are they trying to say there?
And yeah, you're thinking of quality, or you're thinking of just uniqueness, and quality is Japan.
Yeah.
There's no doubt about it, man. What's that company? Lure Tech, or what's the name of it?
What name of bait so that maybe we can.
Viking heads.
No,
Viking head lures are Japan made. Yes.
I don't know. They make those Chinese baits. What is it? Lure Tech, or what is the name of that company?
Fish Lab?
Fish Lab. Yeah. All that Chinese stuff.
So bad that I handed it to you.
Well, if it was something that was substantial, I'd remember the name. But, it is what it is.
What's your guys' thoughts on neon colors?
Great. No?
I don't mess with them.
Not me.
That's why I haven't.
Not natural, right?
Yeah,
Maybe super murky water if you had to, but black seems to work just fine.
Yeah.
Here's a Instagram question from Tom Western Fishing for both of you guys. What is your thoughts on a hook that has a built-in swivel for a hard body swim bait, and do you think you lose more fish without using a swiveling hook hanger? It's like the
Oh, just a swiveling hook hanger?
It's extra hardware.
No, wait, what? He's just talking about the hook hanger itself just being a swivel.
Yeah, but half of them stick out. And
Yeah,
they've
well,
got
it's,
it on
it's,
the new
it's,
one.
it's
That
it's all about
gigantic
how
tape.
it's done.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like it. Like it's on the Hinkles. It sticks out, but he uses small ones, so it works to advantage. If you're using a swivel that is the same gauge, same size as like say this hook hanger, it actually has to stick out further so that it can actually swivel. So it's all just in execution.
And there's some baits now that's like the swivel is inside the kind of. The bait,
Yeah, like
right?
the Ghost and stuff, like
Yeah.
the DRT Ghost.
Yeah.
It's cupped in there, but then you also deal with through your split ring and leverage because it's cupped in there. Does that hook bang up against that wall and get to a stopping point that's,
On the swivel.
That's
Yeah.
sooner than on like that bait. So I like them. I would, but it's all about how it's executed.
Yeah.
You know.
Would you take Power Pro and make 2 loops and put a treble hook on there?
I've seen it done. I see guys
know.
doing it.
I have too.
I don't.
It's the
Did
same.
I haven't
you hear-
tried it, so
did
I
you
don't
hear
wanna,
Mike
like,
go?
crap on
It's
it.
the same guy that did the gills,
Oh God!
the
Stop!
big fluffy gills
Oh my God!
that I was talking about.
We're
You know,
not
they,
talking
they,
shit
they always
today
have
at all.
they
No,
always
no
have
shit
a
talking.
video for something different.
You know how like it probably sounds insane.
what you're talking about.
So I've gone down this route and it sucks because I
fuck.
wish I could actually hook up very well this way. On hard baits, I noticed there's a huge difference of me carving a space and putting a magnet here and laying that hook flush with the body and always keeping it sucked up. But the problem is I miss a lot of fish that way.
Yeah.
You bit a lot.
You want that
Well, the hook, when they suck it, it's slapping them. And if that hook's not free
the
to...
magnets.
They got that little single hook.
Yeah. So it's not the same as like a soft bait. It's tucked up tight to the body. So like, but it has flex to it. So if it's tucked tight to the body,
It'll
and
bend. I get.
on a soft bait, when the fish pops that thing,
One more time. Oh, I like it.
it's more inclined to go like
Yeah.
suck in.
Yeah.
Even a large soft bait still has the ability, as long as it shuts off somewhere up here, so you only have 2 or 3 inches, 4 inches. It
got
can
it.
fold in.
You're just going.
And
yeah.
then it collapses. No matter, even it's just plastic. You push your finger on it, and you're gonna get 3 millimeters, 4 millimeters, and you can get it. So as much as you can get bit, maybe there are guys out there,
Yeah.
and it would work for it because their fish are clobbering it. But the magnet thing was so, you don't know until you try, and you miss a bunch of fish. And sure,
You just want that little bit of flow on that hook. Just not. You don't want it to be stuck on there. Like when they go to bite it, you want it to be like flowing, to where they can get that little bit of skin. Like you said, you got a hook sticking up like this a little bit. They're gonna skim that and get that.
But-
It doesn't matter. you
But
know what I'm
imagine this is people that say it doesn't matter, and I can watch on the pressured legs and throwing the bait out there.
Yeah.
And you're like, whoa. And it's just like, bam. And you're like, oh my God, bam. Oh, and like getting multiple. And you're like, I didn't hook any of them.
saying? Yeah.
And the bait comes back in, and both trebles are still like,
I'm
stuck,
right on
you
top
know?
of the magnet.
Yeah, just stuck perfectly.
Oh,
I stuck
shit.
some that way, but it
Yeah.
was like I missed a lot.
Yeah.
So I mean, the stealthiness and how the execution of the swivel is like pretty nuts, because you see some of them hanging way out of the bait.
All right, we're doing 2 more questions.
There's
One
been,
Instagram and one.
How many more questions are there? A ton.
yeah.
You can.
There's been a lot of questions about colors of your bait.
Mm-hmm.
How
That's
ma-
bullshit.
How
them.
how many are you gonna come out with, and do you have any that you're gonna keep to yourself?
No, it's not about like secret stuff. We do have a new color coming out. I won't say.
It's
what
called
it is.
Cast and Crank. We're
No.
doing a collab.
We will be doing. I will be doing. We will be doing like colors with other people. That will be good things moving forward.
How the fuck do I
Whether
get on that?
even
dude?
Butch is involved.
How do
in
I
it,
get on one of those?
Whether Butch is involved in on it or somehow, shape, or form. I have another color coming out with an individual, because I'm always trying to. What I've talked about for years, if dudes getting paid to do things, that's all a part of the process. So if you get your own color, you're getting the royalties from it. You're getting a monthly thing. It's all about keeping anglers that are successful at what they're doing, keeping them fishing, because everybody gets pulled aside and their wives are like, hey, I know I want to be supportive, but like, we got to pay the fucking bills.
Yeah.
Dude, good call.
You're not,
Good
the bills
call.
ain't getting
Yeah, good
paid
call.
because you
You
got,
got all
sent a
these
fucking
baits.
t-shirt.
They want to know, are you
Yeah.
are you ever gonna do a Butch Brown collab color on the tyrant?
Never know.
Yeah. We don't know. We don't have anything secretly planned or anything right now.
Hey, I got one for you. I got one for you. I was fishing today with a couple guys, and I'm like thinking, and I thought about a skate video, and you probably have the idea already.
Oh, you're gonna give me an idea now? Yes.
You did it already. I guarantee you probably have something coming out. Skate parts, but like, you remember when flow? So you have dudes that got flowed, okay?
Correct.
So there's a difference between being pro and being flowed, but the flow guys still got parts. You know what I'm saying? They had like a 20-second part, whatever it was.
No, typically, if you get a part
saying?
in a video, you are now either fully and probably getting paid at some point.
This is 1999 when I was watching videos. So
Yeah,
there'd be dudes
it was even
that had
that way
like
back
that little like, hey, here's your part, but then here was this like cool dude we hung out with, and he had like fucking 10 seconds of like 2 little parts or whatever he did, like on a rail, whatever.
Oh, you're talking about a section in a montage.
There you go. But do you understand
I had a couple
what I'm
clips in the montage,
What
bro.
I'm trying to say is like, so I think it'd be cool to make videos, and this is what would be.
Bro,
I might be talking out of
Big Bait Posse. Big Bait Posse did a montage. They did sections of people. I think they took a page out of. Okay.
Okay, like what I'm saying, like
I thought we were gonna watch a video.
With escape, like what I'm trying to say is like more of like they could support anyone. So like I'm sponsored by like a fucking Working Class Zero, but I fish Viking Head, but I fish fucking Phoenix, but I fish. They could have different parts in all these videos, and everyone could work together. You know what I'm saying? Kind of like, and I'm sure you probably have something in the mind like that already.
Well, what I want to do with Working Class Zero is in that model. Like right now,
You know what I'm saying?
I have a project.
Say, yes.
I have a project with the dude that's already, and I have no problem with saying it like who it is, but I kind of want it to just be like a little announcement. But like we work on a video.
Well, can you fucking tell me who it is if you don't care?
Okay, it's coming out soon enough. So, but
When's it
do a
coming out?
project.
When's it coming out?
Probably in the next 3 weeks or something.
Then
like that.
why can't you announce it right now, dude?
You're trying. Let me finish my fucking thought.
Can you suck me off a little, Mike? Come on.
So there's production reasons why I don't want to officially announce it. I don't feel comfortable saying things until it's fully done.
Can you just say who you're working with and
no?
Come on,
just give it a rest. So, anyways, the
Fucking
long-term goal
Mike,
would
dude.
be to, hey, let's make video project, and on that, hey, we're gonna make something that's fun, entertaining, or a representation of the dude, but it always has to be backed up in cast to catch stuff, right? Because you can't be faking any of that shit. You can make something that's like, oh, cool, I'm telling a story and I'm doing this stuff. You're not faking anything on screen then, but it also needs to be 100% legitimate in, I casted the bait out there. I did my thing. I caught this fish.
But
Boom.
you could do that
So-
with multiple like parts. So these dudes, and I'm thinking in my head like, these dudes get this.
Yeah, so if I work with a bunch of different dudes.
Because the dude can be like, hey, I'm fishing for you, Working Class Zero, but I'm fishing this hook. Okay, this hook. You're like, yeah, I'm gonna do the part for this hook. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
No problem, because we're not. It's kind of like a different deal.
Oh,
That's,
yeah,
you know what I'm trying to say? It's like,
okay, yeah.
It's like finding that cool, making a community again, like, and going like, hey, like skating was like, hey, I'm sponsored by Etnies, Element, fucking whatever else, whatever, you know, and you could have that part in each video, but you guys are boys because, hey, I'm sponsored by Element, but I'm sponsored by fucking so-and-so, but we're all together on
put
this.
it this way, like, hey, I'm making a video, and the guy that's in the videos, if they're sponsored by somebody else, I'm not going through and blurring out their logos.
There you go.
That's their sponsor. That's how skateboarding operates. Yeah. Regardless if you're on the same
and
page.
And if he goes on another video, like say if I was like, hey, say Keith, okay?
Keith.
I'm like, hey, Keith, I want you to fish my leadhead. He's like, all right, cool. I don't fish him much. I'm like, but I'll try it out. I'm like, cool. I like it. I'm going to fish it. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Well, now I'm going to make a video with Keith, but it doesn't interact with what you're doing. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And I'm saying that's like finding that happy medium of
the representation is, hey, your logos and stuff or whatever for your company, it's still included in the video. Like we don't have to be like high-fiving and we have to cover the front of this with a bunch of like logos. No, this is our project.
Yes. Yeah.
You're included in it through the representation of all this. And if you want to do something with that guy, do your project with him and do it
Yes,
vice versa
yes,
and
yes.
all this. And you can work through and be like, hey, I'm going to do a video with this guy. I'm going to do this thing, like, and other companies can do that. But people have to be invested in doing that.
I think what you're doing is I can't wait for it to come out because I think that's the next progression of fishing. Because if you can get like Butch to do video, fuck, dude.
He's done videos though. Like,
yeah,
people
but
are trying
like,
to do stuff.
No, what I'm saying is like a video like we're talking about, like a skate video, but for Butch. So like you could be like Working Class Zero Volume 1. Okay, like you fucking filmed him. I don't know why the fuck I'm telling you this, Mike. You know what I'm talking about, 100%.
I don't know why you're telling me this either. Like,
you fucking know. And I'm trying
no,
to
but
say,
you know what? Like, people
you know?
don't understand like how much time can go into filming a project.
Dude, 6
going
months.
out and
6
having
months, no problem.
Okay, but
you know,
okay, 6 months.
At
Is
least, no fucking problem.
Is a dude standing there on the boat filming Butch every day for 6 months? Who's paying that guy for every day he's standing on the water? And his day rate is $1,000 a day. So you're at how much money? Who's funding that?
This is all just me having fun.
Exactly.
I would do it myself.
This is my world. This is where I came from. And I'm like, dude, I know this stuff like bread and butter. And it's like, those are very real cost for things.
But if you find a video that you find the right sponsors and people that will help you and do it the way you need to, because like for freshwater,
high fives don't put food on someone's table. Especially
one more time. What'd you say?
I said high fives don't put food on someone's table. So when it sucks, it like seems like I'm being crazy about it. It's just the reality of it is like, especially if. How can I expect somebody to go stand there for 3 months and film Butch? This is just an analogy.
I get what you're saying.
3 months and film Butch. Butch is going to sell a product based off of that because he's doing a royalty or whatever he's doing. He's putting money in his pocket. As the company owner, you're going to put money in your pocket. Does that dude that just spent that time creating that project, does he get nothing out of that? He's just doing it because he's down. He's the homie.
So to me, I'm thinking
scale of fame
as a small business. So I'm thinking of it as like,
yeah, but small.
I know you don't.
$500, $1,000. Doesn't that person deserve something?
Thanks for shutting me down, Mike. I feel real small right now.
I understand it when it's like on a
you have a soft bait or a hard bait.
When it's on a very, very small level, it's doing it for the love. But I feel like the minute like somebody's getting a little bit out of it, everybody like it has to. There has to be a distribution of. I
get what you're saying.
I'm not taking advantage of that guy because he's trying to.
I would never
build his career.
No, I'm just thinking of an idea of like going like, hey, I'd love to have like a video where I have like my buddies and then dudes that I'm like, hey, here's some baits, because I tell them right off the bat. If I was gonna do a company, I'll tell them right off the bat. I'm like, I can't afford to pay you right now. I'm gonna flow you. That's what I'm gonna do because it's a little company. When I could pay you, I fucking will. But I can't.
Do you put that in writing to him, or is it just like?
What do you do? What would you do as a little company? Like right now, I haven't even started my company. I put thousands out. I don't know what's gonna happen, but I have buddies that help me right now. So what do you do? Did you have buddies help you in the beginning? Like, did you have dudes that like said, "Hey, I like you, Mike. I'm gonna fuck with you, and I'm gonna support you."
So for 17, one of my friends, buddies in skateboarding, came down to do one pickup shoot for the day. Okay. I was adamant about paying him. It was a non-issue to me. He would not accept the money, but it never crossed my mind to ask him to do it for free. Even though I was very close with him, it was his time. But that's just how my mind works, and maybe that's because I have things from my past that I felt like I was taken advantage of. So I'm like, I'm never gonna be.
But
that
even
person.
like when I'm trying to say more of like, I wouldn't be like.
We're getting into the weeds on this video.
Fuck it. Let's stop it.
Next question, dude.
Next question. I gotta piss.
Can Mike kickflip?
Mike knows what we're doing.
I can still kickflip, but it's
hey,
rough.
someone wanted you to kickflip over Butch Brown.
No, that wouldn't happen.
Oh.
I don't know if I got that much pop these days.
Butch, time to fuck himself.
No, he's winding down. It's like
we're ready to eat.
So, Butch, how do you go about becoming?
I'm still trying to figure out how it takes 6 months to film a fucking movie of a guy because it's only taken me 1 day.
That's cast to catch. right?
I don't get that.
Butch, how do you go about becoming a Depths member? This guy says he's been trying to become a member for a long time.
Optimum is going to do membership, and you're going to get your card. Optimum's going to be doing the membership, and you'll be getting the regular Depths membership card. That's all in the works right now.
Through the Optimum website?
You get a hold of them, and they'll get you in there.
It's like $10 a year.
I think it's $50, and then you get a free bait.
Yeah.
And then you get your first choice of new baits that come out.
Like members only.
Yeah, but then in Japan they give you like a credit card with your name on it and stuff, and we didn't have that here, but they're talking about making those cards so you have that, and you know it's just something to have.
Can you do a ghost pattern on your bait, Mike?
I don't like the ghost patterns on the beast because all I do is stare at the beast hook then. Does that make sense?
Yep.
I just like, I just see the beast hook through it.
True.
You know, they're already, I don't know what, they're already relatively transparent. Like you have to look at how things behave in water and how fish see stuff. If I hold it up to the light and it's fogged out and then it does a nice gentle taper, it's not a hard line of how it goes to the tail sections. Tail sections are typically more transparent. I try and have them so it's a gradual smooth from like densities of the plastic and coloring so that it has an aspect of ghost to all colors, even down to the black. People hold it in their hand and it's jet black. You hold it up to light, it becomes a smoke. So they're not ghost, but they are transparent in some way, shape, or form.
All right, we're gonna end this bitch.
Hammers.
Yes.
We're done.
Thanks for
So
everybody tuning in.
real quick, right now. This is the longest fucking podcast I've ever done in my life. Look, I'm looking at the clock and I'm going,
You can't get this guy out of his seat fast enough. He's like,
fucking 4 hours, bro. Real quick, Butch, sit down real quick. Real quick. Butch, you got piss?
Huh?
You got piss?
Yeah. Why, you think something?
I just want to close it out. Just say bye real quick. Sit down, Mike. Okay, thank you guys for listening. This has been the longest fucking podcast I think I've ever done in my life. And I want to say thank you to Shane, Whack. Yeah. I'm going to say
Thanks,
Mike.
dudes.
Mike's a huge supporter. Butch, these two unicorns, the best guys ever. And Butch might not hear right now. They're the best.
Thanks
Thank
for
you,
having
Mike.
us.
No, of course. I'll
pleasure.
always.
This month, right?
Huh?
Oh, yeah. The
Patreon,
Patreon.
Patreon, please check it out. Thank you, Mike. He's been a huge supporter. We got the Battle Shads, we got Citizens, we got all kinds of good shit going on. Please check out the link in the bio of my shit. And yeah, this has been a great podcast. The camera got fucked up, so I'm not gonna keep it on the way it should be. So I'm gonna put it back to Butch and Mike. So thank you guys.
All right.
Great time.
Thanks for having us, and thanks for everybody for tuning in.
Nick,
Yep.
there's a question.
Likewise. Thank you very
There's a
much.
question
Take care.
for you.
See ya.
What is it?
Do you have a soft bait or a hard bait?
Soft all the time. Bye.
There you go, guys.
Have a cigarette, Mike.
I know, right?
He needs one.
Did Whack jam there already? He's like,
Yeah, grab your tub.
All the time?
Beer cans, man. I'm hungry. Yeah. Need something in my belly.
Oh, I gotta get everything out right now.
Champs, dude. 4 hours deep. Holy cow.